morning. Please be seated in the court. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when we recessed yesterday, we were in the cross-examination of this witness. So I'll ask the defense to proceed, please.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Reyes. Yesterday when we ended the day, remember reminding you of a way that you testified to the grand jury different than you testified to this jury. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. I wanna ask you some more questions about how you testified yesterday to this jury versus that body. And I want you to know something that my questions don't diminish what you went through, okay? I want you to know that it's apparent to us. I think everybody, what you went through, we see that the results of it. But you understand I have to ask you questions, right?
Yes.
You understand that the government has brought Adrian into this court, and they're essentially blaming him for the cascade of horror. Well, I'm just laying down the foundation of why I'm asking questions, Judge.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Go ahead.
Okay. Do you understand this proceeding, right?
Yes.
Okay. You testified yesterday that you didn't know exactly what those sounds were as they were getting louder, even when you saw the flakes of sheetrock come down. You remember that?
Yes.
Have you ever testified differently?
No.
Have you? Did you say to a different jury, grand jury, that at the time you saw the flakes of sheetrock that you knew it was a gun? You figured it was a gun?
I kind of put it together. Yes.
Okay, and so that's what I'm saying. So that's why I wanted to give you an opportunity to correct that. So you told this jury yesterday that even when you saw the sheetrock coming down, that you still didn't know what it was. Remember that yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you did?
Yes.
Okay. But now you recall that you did figure it was a gun. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And at that moment you made a decision that if it was going to be a gun, you were not going to run to that situation and you were going to hope that the door was locked. Do you remember saying that?
I never said that I was not going to run to the door.
Do you remember testifying to that same grand jury?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And you were under oath like you are today?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you testified to the grand jury just similar to what you're testifying before this jury, correct?
Yes.
I'm a direct opposing counsel to transcript of the grand jury, page 54, lines 2 through 5. Answer, you. Okay.
Objection to him reading the John. Impeachment would be to allow him to refresh his memory and then ask him to refresh his memory.
Well, no, I asked him if he remembered. He didn't remember, Judge, so I'm allowed to impeach him. He said he didn't say it. Well, differently, thank you, Jason.
I'm going to overrule the objection. Sir, they're going to read it to you, see if it refreshes your memory. You can agree or disagree that you said it after they read it to you, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Question from a grand jury. You had already taken it, your words, upon yourself to do the lockdown. Turn off the light, secure the kids, but you never went or thought about locking the door and making sure it was locked? That was the question. Answer. Okay. The reason that I didn't do all those because the lights were already off. And when I saw the sheetrock falling, I figured that it was something like a gun. So I told them to get in place, and seeing that I was not going to run to that. So I was hoping that my door was locked.
Yes.
And that's how you testified to the grand jury, right?
Yes.
But then you also took it a step further. You almost tied the fact that you weren't going to go running to the shooting to what you thought the officers weren't doing at that time. Do you recall that?
No.
Answer. Go ahead.
I might have made that statement because when I got to the other side, I was shot already. So there was no chance for me to even run, and it happened like that.
Well, I'm just going over what you testified to the grand jury, right? Would you like to look at it really quickly?
No.
Oh, you don't? Okay. So I'm going to read it to you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
If officers didn't want to go to the shooting, I didn't want to go either.
Yes.
I had the pencil to defend myself.
Yes.
So that's what you had testified before, and so you knew during the time that you were seeing this sheetrock chip off, that you figured it was a gun, right?
Yes.
And you weren't sure if your door was locked, correct?
Yes.
But you weren't going to go check.
I couldn't.
Well, that's not what that you testified to before, right? You just weren't going to go. You were hoping it was locked. Do you remember that? We talked about that?
I guess, yeah. I guess when I got up, I just had hope that it was locked.
Right.
Yeah.
And I also want to direct your attention about something you testified yesterday about teachers at the school. You don't know what they knew about the magnets. Remember about that magnet system that was unofficially being used by teachers?
Mm-hmm.
Recall that? But you actually knew that almost every teacher had those magnets, right?
I would say that most teachers have that kind of magnet because it's a manipulative, and so we do use them for math to do assignments. Yes.
Okay. Well, two things I want to ask you what a manipulative is. But number two, yesterday you said I don't know what other teachers do. Do you remember saying that to this jury?
Yes.
Okay. But you did know. You knew that almost every teacher had those magnets, correct?
Most teachers do have those magnets. Yes.
And they used them in the doors, correct?
Sometimes. Mm-hmm.
Now, will you explain to this jury what a manipulative is?
A manipulative is an object that is used to try to make the connection of. We use them mostly in math to make the connection. So, like, it would be like a small little toy. Like, we use a lot of bears. So that would be like adding 2 red bears to 2 blue bears, and that makes 4 bears.
Okay. But they were used to bypass locks.
Yes.
Right. I mean, so because it was out of convenience, like you with the copier, but other teachers, because if kids needed to go in and out of the bathroom, because the school only gave keys, actual keys, teachers didn't want to go and have to unlock the doors.
Yes.
And then when it came to substitutes, though, when it came to substitute teachers, doors were left unlocked constantly because they didn't have even keys.
Yes.
Okay. So those doors were left locked whenever substitutes came in to teach.
I think so. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Well, you knew so when you testified to the grand jury, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay, so
I mean, yeah.
I want to talk to you about those tables that you directed the children to go under. The tables in your room were different than the tables in 112, would you say? In the sense of curtains. Your tables didn't have curtains.
No.
Right.
No.
And the tables in 112 did, to where kids could go under and then be covered by the curtains, correct?
Yes.
So when you say, and again, I say this respectfully, so when you say when children were hiding under the tables, the only way that would work is if somebody was looking up through a window for a moment. They weren't really hidden, correct?
I guess if they look from that side, I don't understand what you're trying to.
Okay, that's fine. May I stand up, Judge?
Yes.
If you're walking from this way, and let me present to you that there's an opening here. I don't know if you noticed it when you walked in.
Mhm.
Right here. If my co-counsel and us get under this table, and I'm walking from the gallery here, we're not really hidden because we can see. I can see under the table, correct?
Yes.
Now, if there was a curtain here, then that would conceal us. So maybe if I walked by, I would notice and then keep walking. Now, do you understand my question?
Yes.
Okay. So your room didn't have those curtains,
No.
but the children were under the desk, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And although I think you testified yesterday, although that your school was experiencing in the community a tremendous amount of bailouts, there wasn't a focus on locking these doors?
What do you mean locking the doors? Like?
There's two lines of barrier for defense of a student, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's the external door, kind of like the door to a courtroom,
Mm-hmm.
and then there's an internal door, like a door to a jury room, back there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And so what I'm saying is the external doors in the fourth grade building were not locked. We know that now, right?
Now we know, yes.
And then the internal doors were not locked either.
The internal doors in between classes?
Yes, sir.
Yes, and I explained that yesterday that was left open because Ms. Mireles was a special ed teacher and constantly printed stuff for IEPs and stuff.
I'm sorry, that was a bad question for me. I understand that the 111 to 112, that wasn't locked either. I'm talking about the door leading into 111. That wasn't locked either.
That day, no. Mm-hmm.
I'm really sorry what you went through and your community went through, sir. Thank you for answering my questions. Pass the witness.
Just a few questions to follow up. Your tables did not have curtains, is that correct?
Correct.
But was the room dark at that time?
Yes, it was dark.
And did that help shield where the children were?
No, I mean curtains on the window.
No, the fact that the room was dark.
In my opinion, I say that it's out of view, and so I mean the curtains in room 112. That was a personal choice on her part. So I didn't have curtains on the bottom of my table. No.
But the point of it is that the kids went where they were trained. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Even though there were gunshots going on, the kids had the sense to go where they were trained.
Yes, sir.
And we talked a whole lot about magnets, but the gunman entered your room, correct?
Yes.
Did a magnet have anything to do with him entering your room?
No.
And the question about officers didn't want to go in, and I didn't want to go toward the shooting either. Were you armed with a firearm?
No, sir.
Did you have bulletproof vest on?
No, sir.
Had you been trained on how to confront an active shooter?
No, sir.
And did you have the duties a police officer has?
No, sir.
When you train on lockdown procedures, you're not trained to have a helmet or body armor or a long rifle, right?
Correct.
You're trained just to go lock the door.
And other things as well as to hide the kids. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
But hiding the kids isn't as effective if that door is not locked.
I guess so. Yeah.
And I think that the government asked you that the magnet had nothing to do with the gunman entering that room. Do you remember that question?
Mm-hmm.
But that door being unlocked had an effect on that gunman entering the room. Would you agree with that?
Can you repeat that again?
Yes, sir. The fact that the door was not locked, that had an effect on the gunman entering the room.
Yes.
That's the witness, Judge.
No further questions.
Recall either side.
No, sir, not from us.
Okay, sir, you are excused from the subpoena. You're free to go. The rule was invoked like I explained to you yesterday. Would you do me a favor and not discuss the case with anyone until you're aware the trial is over?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Your next witness.
State calls Elsa Abila.
Morning, ma'am. You just come up to the bench here and raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony given in the cause will be the truth, self you got. That's our witness stand right there. Have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. You may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name for the record.
Elsa Abila.
And Ms. Abila, where are you currently employed?
I work at Sacred Heart Catholic School in Uvalde.
How long were you employed with the Uvalde Independent School District?
26 years.
And in May of 2022, where were you employed? What school?
I was at Robb Elementary.
And what was your job position at Robb Elementary?
I was a 4th grade teacher.
And how long had you worked at Robb Elementary at that time?
About 8 years. And that was my 8th year.
Okay. Did you work at other campuses with the Uvalde Independent School District?
Yes, I did.
What other campuses did you work at?
I worked at Anthem Elementary.
I'm going to ask you to let me finish the question. I know you're very nervous, and this is nerve-wracking. But just let me finish the question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. Did you also teach pre-K at some point?
Yes, I did.
And where was that at?
I taught, that was not with the district though, I taught with Community Council.
Community Council.
Mm-hmm.
And for the jury and for
The
the
Head Start program.
Head Start program
Yes.
for the community.
Yes.
Okay. As of 2022, how many years had you been teaching the 4th grade?
From 2007 to 2022.
Okay. And did you enjoy teaching the 4th grade?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury why is that?
Because the students were a lot more independent. You could reason with them. They, it was just easier for me, and I enjoyed it.
You enjoyed that grade level.
Mm-hmm.
Now, for the school year of 2021 to 2022, did you begin that school year at Robb Elementary?
Yes, I did.
Now, can you explain to the jury what the Raptor system was at that time?
The Raptor system was an alert system that the school district used. It was an app on our phones, and it was to alert us to any emergency at the school.
Okay. And can you explain to the jury what is a lockdown as you understand it?
A lockdown is when there's a threat at the school, so we need to lock our doors, turn off the lights, and get out of sight.
Now, did you receive training as a teacher for the Uvalde Independent School District on a lockdown and the procedures of that?
Yes.
And who provided that training to you?
We had it every year during our in-service before school started, and it was provided by police officers.
Police officers for the Uvalde Independent School District?
I believe so, or it could have been police officers from the city. I'm not quite sure.
Well, do you remember who was the officer who provided the training to you?
For that year, I remember that it was Ruben Ruiz
Ruben.
and another officer, but I don't remember who the other officer was, because it was always 2 officers that would come and do the training.
And do you remember Ruben Ruiz being a police officer for the Uvalde Independent School District?
I believe so.
And his wife was a teacher, right?
Yes, because I remember that year he was joking around with Eva there in the cafeteria when we were having the training that year.
And when you mean by Eva, who are you speaking about?
Eva Mireles, which was a co-worker. She was also a 4th grade teacher.
Okay. And what room was she in?
She was in room 112.
Okay. And how often were you provided this training on lockdowns?
We had it every year, like I said, during in-service before school started, every school year.
Now, with regard to the children, how are they trained on lockdowns?
The children, we practiced with them, and I believe we had a drill. We had the lockdown drills once every semester, one in the spring and one in the fall, or one in the fall and then one in the spring. And we would also, they knew we would lock the doors, turn off the lights, and get to our secure area out of sight, the furthest corner in the room away from the windows and the door.
And who provided this training to the students?
We did, the teachers.
Now, when you are in training as to a lockdown, what are you trying to do as to the termination of that lockdown?
When we're doing the drills, the admin or the principal will come on the intercom and say, our lockdown drill is over. But when we were trained that when it was a real lockdown situation, a real threat, then we would remain out of sight, stay quiet until law enforcement came and opened our doors. We were not to answer the door to anyone. If they knocked or they said, you know, we're here to open the door or open the door for us, we were trained that law enforcement would open the door because they would have the keys to our classrooms.
Now I'm going to take you back to May 24th of 2022. What were your work hours that day?
My work hours every day were from 7:30 to 4.
And where was your classroom? What I'm going to do, we're going to show you State's Exhibit number 756. May I press the witness, Your Honor?
Yes?
I'm going to give you a pointer, and I'm going to ask that you get up and show the jury where was your classroom on May 24th of 2022. And for the record, you're pointing to classroom number 109,
Yes.
which is on the southeast side, second classroom north from the south door. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to sit down, thank you. Well, I'll tell you what, stay up there. Can you explain to the jury, when you walk into your classroom on May 24th of 2022, what would you see?
We walk in my door, this is a door to the hallway. We walk in, the connecting doors to 110. On the east side, we have 2 windows.
Excuse me, Judge. I'm so sorry. Can we ask Ms. Abila, do you mind raising your voice so we can hear you?
Why don't you go ahead and sit down, that way you have the microphone.
My teacher desk, or actually a kidney table, was at the far east wall by the windows, and then the students' desks were around the rooms in a U shape.
And when you say a kidney table, I think we need to clarify that. What do you mean by that for the jury? Is it the tables in the shape of a kidney?
Yes, it's
Okay.
a table in the shape of the kidney. Yes.
Okay.
So we did not have teacher desks. That was our small group table and also our desk.
Okay, so it doubled as an activity desk and a desk for you then.
Yes.
And how many years were you in that classroom as of 2022?
I was in that classroom, let's see, I was around 8 years, and I was in another classroom 2 years, so I was in that classroom about 6 years.
And where were the windows in your classroom?
They were on the east wall.
And did you have curtains or blinds on your windows?
I had blinds and curtains. I had blackout curtains because since we used the ViewSonic screen monitor, the glare would, even with the blinds, there would be a glare. It was hard for the students to see, so I had blackout curtains.
And did your classroom adjoin another classroom?
Yes, it adjoined room 110.
Now, on May 24th of 2022, was that a special day? Were there special activities that day?
Yes, that was awards day, so we had our awards ceremonies for 4th grade on that day.
And what time was your award ceremony?
My award ceremony was from 10 to 10:30.
So, because it was a free day, was it unstructured?
Yes, because a lot of children leave after the award ceremony. Not all the students stay, so no one was really following like the regular schedule on that day. Everyone was at different schedules.
What time did you get back to your classroom?
I got back to my classroom about around 10:30, 10:35.
Did all of your students stay? Did you have any leave?
I had one student that decided to go home.
Did the rest of your students stay?
The rest of them stayed, yes.
And why is that?
Because they knew that we were going to be doing fun activities that day. We were going to do a STEM activity. We were going to finish up piñatas that we were going to break on the last day of school, and we were going to have snow cones at recess. So they knew it was going to be a fun activity day.
Now, what was the STEM activity that y'all had planned for the day?
We were doing a STEM challenge. They were creating their own shoes out of newspaper. So they each had to create their own special shoes, and then we were going to have a race at 11:30. We were going to go outside to the playground and have a race and see who created the sturdiest shoes, whose shoe would make it to the end of the race. And then, of course, we'd have a winner, we'd have a prize, and fourth graders love prizes, and they love competing, so they were all excited about that.
Sounds like a very special day, was it not?
Yes, it was. We were having a lot of fun.
So you said that you were planning to go outside about what time?
At 11:30, I had set my timer on my phone, and the kids were ready for that timer to ring. They were ready to go outside and have the race.
In preparation to go outside, what did you have your students doing?
When the timer rang off, they're like, it's time, let's go. So we lined up at the door, and I was teasing them, and I was like, oh, well, let me take pictures first. Oh, let me take another picture. And they're like, let's go. Like, let me take pictures. I want to see everybody's shoes before we go, and they get ruined. So we were spending some time there taking pictures, and they were lined up at the door, and they were making their faces, and I was just taking pictures of their shoes. They were posing with their different shoes. And then as I'm taking pictures, my line leader, one of my students, a little girl, she told me, Miss, there's something going on. Miss Deming's class is running to her classroom, and they're screaming and running. And I told her, well, let's let Miss Deming worry about it. I'm sure she'll take care of it. It's okay. And so I continued with the other students taking pictures, and then she told me again, no, it's like they're scared, they're crying, they're running. And so I told her, okay, well, let me go take a look. So I told her, stand back. And I went to the door. I opened the door. I poked my head out into the hallway, and I heard a female voice yelling, get in your rooms, get in your rooms. So I knew, okay, something is going on.
Now, how would you describe that yelling for the jury?
She sounded terrified, anxious. I mean, she was really screaming loud. So I knew, okay, something's going on. So I slammed my door shut. I turned off the lights, and I told the kids, let's go.
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there. Did you see the woman that was screaming?
No.
Did you see anybody in the hallway at that
I
time?
didn't see anybody.
So right now you have a woman screaming. She sounds terrified. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so then what did you do?
Like I said, I slammed my door, turned off the lights, and I told the kids, let's go. And I mean, they know that that's
I'm going to stop
her.
you right there. You said you hear a woman screaming. You don't see anything, but you go into lockdown?
Yes.
Explain to the jury why that is. I mean, right now all you know is that you have a teacher screaming, you have kids that are running. Why did you go into lockdown immediately?
Because I knew there was some kind of threat, there was some kind of danger, and we had to go into safety mode. We had to protect the kids. We had to be sure that everyone was safe.
So what did you do then?
Like I said, I slammed the door shut, I turned off the lights, and I told the kids go. They already knew, when the lights are off, we lock our door. We know our next step is out of sight, stay down, stay quiet. So that's what I told them, is stay down, stay quiet. And I started directing them, but as soon as we started moving, we heard shots. We heard loud shots in the hallway.
What were your students' reaction upon hearing these shots?
That some of them started crying. They started moving faster towards the corner, getting under the counter, they knew that it was, a real thing. That this time it was not a drill. That it was something real, because they could hear the shots being fired.
Now, what were you doing as the kids are getting down and hiding? What were you doing?
I was directing them, to making sure that everyone was safe and out of sight, was down, and I saw that some kids had gone further down the classroom by the whiteboard, and they were getting too close to the window. So I stood up and was directing them to come closer, to the corner, to the west side, closer to me, where I could see everyone and where everyone was. And as I stood there and I was waving them over, that's when I felt, we were hearing shots, and I felt a shot on my left side.
So you were shot at this point?
At this point, yes.
At the moment that you're standing up directing the kids to get closer to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
So did you realize you were shot? I mean, what did you feel?
Yes, because I felt the pain, I felt the burning pain, and I know I yelled, "Oh no, I'm shot!" And I fell to the floor. So yes, I knew I was shot, and I put my hand on my side, and I saw blood. You know, when I took my hand away, I saw blood, so I knew that I had been shot.
Once you fell to the floor, what happened next?
I fell to the floor, and we kept hearing the shots. They were just going like that, just one after the other, one after the other, and it would stop, and then it would go, it would go, it would go, it would go. And I was just laying there. I dropped my phone. I dropped my glasses, so I was crawling around looking for my phone, looking for my glasses, so that I could text somebody, you know, that I was hurt and let them know.
Were you able to text somebody to let them know that you were shot?
Yes, I did. I texted my principal. I texted the counselor. I texted some of my teacher friends on a teacher group that we had to let them know, you know, I'm shot. I need help. You know, send help. The counselor answered. She said, "Are you in lockdown? We're supposed to be in lockdown. Are you in your room?" I said, "Yes, I'm shot. I need help." And then she didn't answer. And then
Did you notice anything, another phone going off in the room at this point?
yes, at this point I noticed some flashing, and the children that were by the whiteboard, that's where the hooks are for their backpacks. So their backpacks were hanging there. So one of the students had grabbed their phone and I guess was trying to call out, or somebody was calling them. I guess that's why the phone was flashing, because it was on silent.
What did
And
you
so
do?
I could see flashing, so I crawled over there and I grabbed the phone and I said, "No phones, we don't use phones, you know, we have to stay quiet."
So let me understand that right now. So right now you're shot, you fell to the floor, you don't have your glasses on, you're trying to communicate for help, but you still realize that this other phone should not be going off,
Yes,
and you grab it.
yes.
Okay.
And I
Did one
kept
of your
it.
other students notice the phone also?
Yes, and because I grabbed it and I kept it with me, but it was face up and it continued flashing. And one of my little girls said, "Miss, it's still flashing, it's still flashing," and I couldn't figure out how to turn it off. I didn't have my glasses on, so then I just put it face down and just kept it with me and just face down.
So even she knew that that was not proper procedure for lockdown.
Yes.
Now, what happened then after that?
After that, the shots were going on and off, and then after a while, there was just silence. And then we heard footsteps, we heard like mumbling, you know, voices, yelling that we couldn't tell. Well, I couldn't tell because I was on the floor, so I couldn't tell exactly where the sounds were coming from, if they were from the room next door or they were in the hallway. I mean, I could just hear a lot of noise out there.
What were your students doing at this time?
They were staying quiet. They were hugging each other. They were helping each other stay quiet. Some of them were tapping me and they were telling me, "Miss, we love you. We love you. You're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay."
They were trying to comfort you?
They were trying to comfort me. And after I was texting and all that, then the pain was getting more and more, and I couldn't answer them anymore. I couldn't reassure them. I couldn't comfort them because I was trying so hard to keep in the pain. I didn't want to move and start, you know, yelling or. I mean, I knew I had to stay quiet and I had to stay calm so that they could as well stay quiet and stay calm.
Now, while you're lying there, can you explain to the jury what your thought process was?
As I'm lying there, like I said, I was hearing noises. I didn't know if it was the room next door, and that was my biggest worry, that he's going to come in there, and that door is never locked, the connecting door. He's going to come in through there. You know, what can I do? I'm here. I'm on the floor. What can I do? I was under the desks, because I'm on the floor and the desks were there. Now, the thought that came to my mind was I can push the desks. You know, if I see movement at the door, I can try to push the desks over that way, to topple the desks, maybe trip them up.
So you're thinking of ways to confront
ways
the
to try to trip them up or try to slow them down, stop them, something.
Now, were you eventually evacuated?
Yes, we were.
And how did the evacuation occur?
After, I don't know how long it was, it seemed forever. The police busted through the windows. They said, police, we're here to help you. And they broke in through the east windows, and they glass flew everywhere, and the students let out a collective cry, like keening. They all just cried at the same time because they'd been holding it in for so long. And some of them ran to the window right away. Some of them stayed with me, and they didn't move. So
They wanted to stay with you?
Yes. So I somehow stood up and, told them, come on, let's go, move.
So you assisted them in getting out of the window?
Yes. I walked some of them to the table because they had to climb on the table, and then my bookshelf that was right under the window because the windows were high. So they had to step on the table and the shelves and climb out the window. So yes, I assisted some of them.
Who was the last person out of your classroom that day?
I was the last person out. By that time, I was out of strength, and it was my turn to climb out, and the officer kept saying, come on, get out. And I told him, I can't. I'm shot. I can't climb. And then they called another officer, jumped in, and between two officers, they helped me out the window, and I just remember hearing them telling my students, just run. But I didn't know, where they were running, where they were going. Two officers walked me out, and they kept yelling for a stretcher, but nobody came, and they just had to walk me all around the building and to get to the fence, to get to the ambulance.
Now, I want you to explain to the jury, while you were laying there, what was your worst fear? You talked about that you were thinking about confronting, how would you confront the gunman, but what was your worst fear?
My worst fear is I was there, like I said, I was trying to hold in the pain. I was in so much pain towards the end there. My body was going into shock because my legs were already starting to shake. My whole body was starting to shake, and I kept praying, God, please, don't let me die in front of my students. And I wanted to see them to be the best thing myself. And I was so worried because I couldn't. They kept telling me this, radio ahead. I couldn't answer them. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't comfort them. And I didn't want them to see me die there in front of them.
Your fear was that you would die in front of them.
Yes.
Thinking about that day, what are your thoughts about those students?
I was very, very proud of them because they did everything they were supposed to do. They followed their training. They did everything just as they were supposed to do. They stayed down. They stayed quiet. They took care of each other. They tried to take care of me. And like I said, they followed their training. They did what they were supposed to do.
Now, Ms. Abila, are you still teaching today?
Yes. When all this happened, I retired because at that time I could not see myself back in a classroom. I could not even step inside a school building. I would get panic attacks. And I had to retire because I just could not see myself back in a classroom.
So then why are you teaching?
Well, I went through counseling, through PTSD therapy, and as I got better, medication, I got better. I missed it so much. I missed the teaching. So this year is my first year back. I was so happy to be back in the classroom. I love my students. We have a lot of fun. And so, thank God that I'm back in the classroom.
As a witness.
Do you need some time? Some more time?
Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am, report.
Yes.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Well, let me just say this. Any child that has the blessing of being under your tutelage is blessed. There's no doubt about that. I think we all can see that you're an amazing teacher and a wonderful person. Congratulations on coming back to teaching. Sounds like it's a passion of yours. My name is Nico LaHood. I'm one of the lawyers that represents Adrian. Okay. Do you know what part of the trial this is? This is called cross-examination. Have you ever testified before?
No.
Okay. So you answered questions for the government. We get opportunities to ask you questions. I promise you I'm not going to be mean, and I'm not trying to trip you up. I'm just going to ask you some perspective questions, okay?
Sure.
If at any time you don't understand my question, just say, Nico, and you can call me Nico, please. Nico, can you repeat that, or whatever you want, just stop me and ask me to rephrase it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And just for the court reporter, we have to say words like yes, no, just because she's typing it down. Okay?
Yes.
Thank you. So I guess we can start with like a Raptor system. I know that the jury's heard a number of times about the Raptor system, but is it fair to say, I think we've heard testimony that the Raptor system, no one got notifications on the Raptor system to this incident, right? Or do you recall?
But I don't recall. I mean, I was holding my phone, but I don't recall the Raptor system going off on my phone. I don't know about everybody else.
And was the Raptor system kind of something new that the school was trying out?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. So it wasn't really refined yet, and teachers weren't using it as much as probably they intended it to. Is that a fair statement?
Well, it was only for in case of an emergency, so we really hadn't had any emergencies, so we hadn't missed it.
Okay. You didn't have emergencies, but there were quite a number of bailouts in that season of the school, right?
Yes.
And then the jury's heard this. Bailouts are where someone here, allegedly here illegally, is trying to get away from police. They ditch their car, they bail out of their car, and they're running, correct?
Correct.
Now, whenever the school did have bailouts, it was in relation to, whenever the school did have lockdowns, it was in relation to bailouts. Is that fair?
Yes.
How many bailouts, if you recall, do you remember during that season of schooling, of that last quarter?
We had many. I can't recall a certain amount, but we did have very frequent ones, yes.
Very frequent bailouts. So the lockdowns were in relation to that, right?
The ones we had so far, yes.
And there's a difference. There's a difference between a lockdown, and I want to use the right term, and a secure in place.
Correct.
Will you describe to the jury what the difference? We know what a lockdown is, but what a secure in place is?
A secure in place is there is some kind of situation that we don't want anyone to be involved in going on in the campus, but it is not like an imminent threat. It's just we don't want anyone around. It could be a medical emergency. It could be there's a stray dog. It could be it could be a number of things. And so everyone remains in their classroom. We lock the doors, but it's business as usual. We continue teaching. It's just no one in or out your classroom. So you're secure inside your classroom.
Right. It kind of, it speaks for itself, secure in place.
Mm-hmm.
And so the lockdown and the secure in place, the only two things they had in common was lock the doors. Right?
Yes.
Because on the lockdown, there's hiding, there's lights off, there's
Yes.
huddling in a corner, there's curtains, maybe. But on a secure in place, it's just lock the door and then you keep teaching.
Correct.
But no one goes to the bathroom, right?
Correct. No one in and out.
You stay there.
Mm-hmm.
And so the critical part of both of those is to make sure those doors are locked.
Correct.
Was the intercom used at all?
During the lockdown, during the bailouts, we use the intercom. Yes.
Now I think we've heard from you and then from other teachers that an individual teacher could initiate a lockdown of their own classroom whenever they felt they needed to, correct?
Repeat the question. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
ma'am. You didn't have to wait for the principal to tell you lock down. You can make that call yourself. For your class.
For my class,
Yes, ma'am.
I never did.
You never what?
I never did that. So I'm trying to think.
Well, maybe it's a bad question. Let me just, actually, you testified to this jury. You did a lockdown. You heard something. You sensed danger. You didn't wait for the principal. You didn't wait for the intercom. You didn't wait for Raptor. You did the right thing, and you said lockdown, and you told the kids to hide, and you turned off the lights, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned it, but I don't think you said it. You actually locked your door.
My door was always locked.
Okay. And that's so even without a lockdown, you always had a locked door.
My door was always locked. Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because it was our policy to have the locked doors because of the bailouts and all that. I mean, for security, we were supposed to have our doors locked.
Okay, so let's talk about that briefly. So aside from a lockdown, the doors are supposed to, school policy, the doors are always supposed to be locked.
Correct.
So when you come in the morning, you set up class, and your doors are locked. If a child has to go to the bathroom, would you go open the door for them, or were there kids designated to open doors for each other when they went to the restroom?
The doors can be open from the inside, so I didn't have to open it for them. I mean, they could go out. But to come in, yes, my students knew. I had designated the students that were closest to the door, they were designated. They knew that they would open the door for the students going to the restroom.
And that was, through your experience, it seemed like a very simple and practical way to handle the inconvenience of having to stop class and opening the door.
Yes.
Any teacher could have done that. That sounds like you took initiative and you did that on your own. Like you implemented
That's what
that.
I did in my classroom. I don't know what others did, but in my classroom, that's what I did.
But there's nothing that would have stopped other teachers from doing the same policy.
I cannot speak for other teachers. I mean, that's what I did in my classroom.
Yes, ma'am. I understand. And so when it came to the incident, now we'll direct your attention to this horrible incident. 1 second, ma'am. I'm sorry. You mentioned the threats, the perceived threats from bailout. What did you perceive as a potential threat from a bailout?
That the person that was trying to run away, would go into our school and, try to barricade in our school, or, I mean, something, an unauthorized person entering our school.
And so you understand about what a barricade is, right?
Well, somebody hiding inside our building.
Yes, ma'am. And could one of the potential threats be hostages as well? If someone's trying to get away, they get into the school and they'll maybe use you or a student as a hostage to get away?
That could be a threat, yes.
And so now I want to bring your attention to May 24th. So you described the award ceremony and you described what you were thinking and what was going on and the nature of the classroom and what you guys were doing with the STEM project. But when you said that one of the students alerted you of some type of danger, do you know now, how did she see that if she was in line? Did she look out a window? Did she hear something?
Yes, our door has a window,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
she was looking out the window, yes.
So she was earlier in line, and so she was looking at the window getting ready to go out of your classroom, not the building, right?
In my classroom, yes.
Okay. So as you get out of your... May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Stand behind you, okay? And so your classroom was 109?
109.
Yes, ma'am. So you're right here.
Mhm.
So you're saying that the children they were in line this way,
Yes.
and so this young child was looking out this window.
Yes.
Do you know what she was seeing?
She said she saw Miss Deming's class running in the building.
And Miss Deming's class is where? What?
Miss Deming's class is room 104.
Okay.
So she told me they were coming in and they were running to Miss Deming's class.
That makes more sense now. So you're saying that she's looking out, ready to go, and then they're running in, they're piling
running
in. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And then so you took the initiative to look out the door to see what was going on, and that's when you heard a female voice, get back in your classroom.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know now that that was probably Amy Morin?
Yes.
Right. And so she was yelling down the halls to get down to the classroom. You could hear her. You understood what she was saying.
Yes.
And so then you didn't even have to take it another step to lock the door because you have a policy in your classroom. That door is always locked.
Yes.
So you focused on the children.
Yes.
And do you know now that the bullet that unfortunately hit you was shot from the outside going through the classroom across from you?
I'm gonna object, cause for speculation.
If she knows, Judge. I said if you know.
No.
If you know, you can answer, ma'am.
No, I didn't know that.
Okay, fair enough. But the shooter never got to your classroom down the hallway that you saw.
I never saw him, no.
At some point you said that you heard footsteps and yelling in the hallway.
Mhm.
You now know that officers from the south door rushed into the building
I'm
early
gonna
on.
object, cause for speculation. I don't think he's like the predicate for these questions.
Well, and the predicate is you know now, and if she doesn't know, Judge.
Okay, ma'am, just tell them if you know or not, and move on.
Yes.
You do know that officers came in the building,
Yes.
and early on in the process, earlier on. I'm not talking throughout the whole incident where there was 376 officers there. I'm talking about early on, a number of officers came in to that side, the south entrance. Do you not know that?
Now do I know that?
Yes, ma'am.
After the fact, yes.
Okay. But I'm just trying to correlate it, that those are the footsteps maybe that you were hearing and the talking, the yelling back and forth. That's all. I'm correlating it to that.
I don't know. I just heard noises. I don't know where they came from.
Yes, ma'am. At some point in this incident, you heard someone talking to the shooter in a room,
Correct.
and you heard them asking that individual, that boy is talking to the shooter, talk to us, and telling them that we don't want anyone else to get hurt. They were trying to get him to get out.
Correct.
And so, from your experience, if you know, that was what they perceived or what you perceived as a barricaded person.
I heard a voice saying, sir, we need you to stop. We don't want anyone else to get hurt. That's what I heard.
And do you know, are you aware of the policy of the doors to the building to even enter the fourth grade building, whether they should be locked at all times?
I'm gonna object, that's been asked and answered.
Not from this witness, Judge.
She talked about the policy already.
To her classroom door, Judge, not the
I'll
building.
overrule the objection. Restate the question, please.
Yes, sir. Are you aware of the policy from the school to have the external doors, the building doors, locked as well?
Correct.
And you say correct, meaning that those external doors by school policy are supposed to be locked as well?
The outside doors.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
But teachers have keys to the doors, but
Yes.
but that general public is not supposed to be able to walk into those buildings.
Correct.
Ms. Alvet, thank you for your testimony. I'm very sorry that you went through this incident. God bless you.
Good.
Yes, ma'am. With regard to your door to your classroom, you said it was always locked, but did you have to lock it from the inside or the outside?
From the outside.
And in order to get it locked, did you have to slam it, or would it just shut on its own and lock?
No, we had to slam it. Even the students already knew you had to slam it because sometimes the lock wouldn't catch. Even though it was locked, if you didn't slam it, the lock just wouldn't catch. So they knew to slam it every time we closed it.
And you slammed it that day?
Yes.
How's the witness?
No further questions, Judge.
Recall? Anybody?
No, Your Honor.
No recall, Your
All
Honor.
right, ma'am, you are excused, released from the subpoena. However, the rule's been invoked in the case, so I would ask you not to discuss the case with anyone until you're aware the trial is over. Thank you very much. Your next witness, please.
State calls Aaron Robin.
Good morning. Could you raise your right hand, please? You do solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony given in this cause and be the truth, so help you God. Just have a seat over here and adjust that microphone, make it comfortable for you. And the state will proceed when they're ready.
Good morning.
Morning.
Please state your name for the record.
Aaron Robin.
And Ms. Robin, where are you currently employed?
At Dalton Elementary with the district.
And what is your current job position?
I'm the programs facilitator at Dalton.
And how long have you been employed with the Uvalde Independent School District?
This is my 13th year.
In May of 2022, where were you employed?
At Robb Elementary, I was a second grade teacher.
And how long had you been working at Robb Elementary?
That was our first year at Robb.
And what grades were you teaching?
Just second grade.
Okay. And did you begin the 2021-2022 school year at Robb?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, can you explain to the jury what the Raptor system was as you understood it?
I understood it as a way to let all staff or faculty that are on the campus know of any kind of emergencies or anything like that.
And can you explain to the jury what your understanding of what a lockdown is?
A lockdown is when the procedures are simple, like lights, locks, out of sight. We usually have one drill, maybe two, the whole school year. That's an actual lockdown. We'll have monthly drills, but they're not always a lockdown drill. Usually at the beginning of the year, we go over what to do, and it's just lock the door, make sure the door's locked, turn the lights out, and hide.
And who provides this training?
The principals.
And what about the students, the children? Who trains them?
The teachers.
Okay. And you said what the training was, but can you tell the jury specifically and for the record, what are the students trained to do?
So when I train my students, we kind of have a very calm discussion beforehand, kind of prepping them of like when we would have this scenario, when we would do a lockdown. You know, I always tell them like there might be a threat on campus, there might be somebody, you know, that's not supposed to be on campus. It could be an angry parent, you know, things like that that aren't like scary. And I always told them, you know, look around the room, find somewhere that if somebody looked inside the window, they wouldn't be able to see you. And we kind of talk about just like hiding.
Okay. Now, with regard to the training as to a lockdown, what are you expected to do as to the termination of the lockdown? How does it end?
Will you repeat that?
Well, while you're in the lockdown, what are you waiting for?
We're waiting for an announcement to be made that the lockdown is over
Okay.
and that all is clear.
Okay. And that's if it's a drill.
Yes, ma'am.
And if it's not a drill?
Wait for instructions somehow.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you back to May 24th of 2022. What were your hours that day?
7:30 to 4.
And may I press the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
There's a pointer there, Ms. Goffin. Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 1. Can you explain to the jury where your classroom was on this map?
So my classroom is right here on this wing, and it is next to the restrooms. This concrete piece right here are water fountains, and my classroom is right here between the bathrooms. There's a boys' bathroom and a girls' bathroom, and then my classroom sits right here, and then there's 2 more.
And for the record, you're pointing down to the 4th building south, which would be the D wing. Is that what you said?
Yes, if this is A.
A, C, D. That's the 4th wing down going south. And you already pointed out what the bathroom is, and the bathrooms are on the south and further south on that wing. Is that right?
They're right here, yes.
Okay, we just need to make a record.
Okay.
Now, is this part of the campus, this eastern part of the campus, is that known as the old part of Robb Elementary?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is this area right here?
That would be considered the new building.
And is that where the 4th graders were housed?
Yes, ma'am.
That's a 4th grade wing?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you walk into your classroom, can you explain to the jury what you see once you walk into your classroom?
In my particular classroom, when you walked in, the door is all the way to the right-hand side of the classroom. So you have an entire wall, then there's cabinets along another wall, and then the opposite wall from the door is they're windows, and they're like midway all the way up to the ceiling windows, and they're the whole wall. And then the other wall is like the whiteboard.
And did you have curtains or blinds?
I had blinds.
Blinds. Now, did you keep these blinds open or closed?
I mostly kept them closed. They were closed.
Did your classroom adjoin another classroom?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, on May 24th of 2022, was there anything going on special that day?
We had award ceremonies that morning.
What time were your award ceremonies?
I don't recall exactly what time, but I know that they were one of the first ones because the 2nd graders went first.
And what did you and your students do after the award ceremony?
We went back to our classroom. I don't recall exactly what activities we did, but we stayed in our classroom until lunchtime.
And what was the normal schedule for picking up your kids after lunch?
At the time of pickup, it's all set in stone in the schedule. You pick them up in the grassy area near the playground.
Okay. May I punch again?
Yes.
Now, your students were 2nd graders.
Yes, ma'am.
So where was, you point to the board for the jury, where was their recess area?
So we had recess on this playground.
Okay. Now, you were supposed to explain to the jury what you were supposed to do with regard to your children around lunchtime.
The students were lined up in lines in this little grassy area between the buildings, and this is just where the duty people had them lined up, and that's where you picked them up.
So they had been a little further south of that area, but then they were supposed to be lined up.
Yes, they play here, and then we line up here.
And what is your responsibility after they're lined up?
To walk them to our classroom.
And what time was that for that day?
I was about 5 minutes late picking them up that day. I was making copies during my lunchtime, and I had a jam in the copier, and it took me a little while to get that ready and unjammed before I left the copier. So I was late picking them up.
Now, when you pick up your students, what way do you walk?
We walk on the sidewalk, down the sidewalk, and then down our wing.
So that goes south, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And did you do that this day? Did you pick them up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then after you picked them up, what happened?
We always stop for a restroom break, and so I had a student holding our classroom door open, and I was standing in front of the bathrooms, and I was just monitoring the kids going to the restrooms.
Now, can you stand up and just kind of show the jury how you were standing so we can understand that?
I'm just standing.
Okay, okay. Did you have the door propped open or anything?
A student was holding the door open.
Okay. Now, what area were you facing when you were standing in front of the bathroom door?
I was facing the fourth grade building, I guess, that area. The para that watches the kids was walking down that sidewalk.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. When you say para, what does that mean?
She is the PE, like, paraprofessional. She's like an assistant.
Okay. Now I'm going to pull up State's Exhibit number 1 so I don't have to keep going up there.
Sure.
So, and I think we have a pointer up there for you so that you can point. I want the jury to understand where you were coming from. So.
Okay.
Well, if not, I'll get it. Let me get the easel. I'm sorry. Okay, Ms. Robin, if you can. Can you point on the board and show the jury where you were walking down? How did you head to pick up the kids?
I picked them up here, and we walked down the sidewalk, and then there's a sidewalk right here in front of our building, and we walked down on this way.
And you were facing the fourth grade building at this point.
Yes, walking this direction, we were facing.
Let me return to my seat. When you were standing there facing the fourth grade building, you said you saw a para,
Yes.
a paraprofessional, which is a teacher's aide, so to
Yes,
speak.
ma'am.
And what did you see her doing?
She was walking normally, and she got, do you want me to point to the sidewalk where she
Yes.
was? She was walking down this sidewalk to the PE pavilion because there was like a next PE class. She got about right here. She turned around and ran back towards me.
And what did she, did you see the look on her face, or could you see her?
Yes, she was very panicked looking, scared, and she got to me and she said, "There's a man with a gun." I was surprised as well, and it kind of took me by surprise, and I'm like, "What?" and she repeated it, "There's a man with a gun. I heard it on my walkie." She carries just one of our school walkies.
You mean walkie-talkie?
Yes, a walkie-talkie. Yes, ma'am.
Now, you're saying it very calm today, but was she telling you that in a calm voice?
No,
Explain to the jury her tone.
just frantic, panicked.
What else did she say to you?
There's a man with a gun.
Did she tell you to go on lockdown?
No.
Okay.
No, she said to get inside.
Okay.
I told her, I said, I have children in the bathroom. I have students in the bathroom. And she said, I'll help you. And I went in and got one student. She went into the girls and got the other student. And we all went, my students and I went into our classroom, and she went further down the sidewalk, and I'm not really sure where she ended up for the lockdown.
Okay. Now, at this point, all you know is that she said that there's a man with a gun,
Mm-hmm.
and so you immediately go into your training.
Correct.
Okay. So once you got all your students into your classroom, what did you do?
I made sure that the door was shut and locked. I removed the magnet from the door frame. We were issued these magnet strips that kept the door unlocked, essentially. I pulled the strip, my door locked. And I stood there for a second just kind of thinking of, like, what do I do next, and trying to remember my training. And I heard 2 pops. I knew that they were gunshots. One of my students looked at me, and his eyes were so big, and he said, "Miss Robin, was that a gunshot?" And I just looked at him and said, "I'm not sure, I don't know," just trying to not panic them.
Okay. So let's just kind of clarify your door. Was your door locked or unlocked at this time?
My door was locked.
Okay, and was that a practice of yours to keep it locked?
Yes, ma'am. I kept my door locked this year because we were exposed to the outside. At my previous school, we were inside the building, and so I didn't keep it as locked as I probably should have.
And you described a magnet. Why did you have the magnet on the door on this particular day?
It was like that every day.
And why is that?
Because kids go in and out to the bathroom all day long, or people, counselors, whomever need to come in.
Okay. But you pulled the magnet and
I did, and it was locked.
Okay. Now, after the child said, "Is that a gunshot?" Did you hear any more pops?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you receive a raptor alert that day?
I did.
Do you remember the time of that?
I believe it was 11:34.
Okay. But by the time you got the raptor, you were already on lockdown?
Yes, ma'am, in my classroom.
Okay. Now, what were you doing in the classroom while you're on lockdown? Could you describe to the jury what your actions were?
Once we heard the gunshots, I told my kids, let's get over here to this corner. I chose the corner of the room that the door was on. It's a concrete center block wall, and the other wall is the cabinets. There's a table over there, so we got underneath the table. Most of us all fit under the table. I sat down beside them and just kind of scanned the room.
You moved over?
I did. I moved some furniture over. While I was sitting there next to my students, I kind of scanned the room, and I kept looking at the windows, and that was kind of the direction of the gunfire, or the sounds we could hear. And so I thought to myself, I'm gonna die today. I felt like a sitting duck, just waiting to die. Sorry.
Did you rearrange the furniture to make like a cover for the children?
Yes. So I we have these little square wooden desks, and I started flipping them over, and I flipped them over their side, and I made like a wall, and I stacked a desk on top of the other, so I had 4, and I kind of crouched behind those, and I could see the door between the 2 cracks. I could see the window of the door. And we just sat there waiting.
Did you keep your eyes on the door?
I did.
And can you explain to the jury why that was?
While I was sitting there, my students complied with everything that I told them. They were very quiet. I did have some students crying. Sorry. So then, while we were sitting there, they were very quiet, and I heard something outside my room, like a voice. It was either like a shouting, yelling, something. And I thought, oh, what is that? You know, who is that?
So what did you do then?
I got on my hands and knees, and I crawled to the window at the door. And I stayed on my knees, and I looked out the window. And when I peered out the window,
What area were you looking? When you looked out the window, can you point to the jury and tell the jury what area you were looking towards?
I was looking at this direction.
And for the record, you're pointing to the south end of the 4th grade building. That's the area you were looking towards.
Yes, right here.
And once you looked out the window, what did you see? Explain that to the jury.
I saw a white police vehicle. It was a car.
Do you remember if it was a police vehicle for the Uvalde Independent School District?
Yes, ma'am. I knew it was a school vehicle because it was just plain white.
Okay. And approximately where was that vehicle parked, or where did you see it?
It was parked right here.
Okay. And did you see a police officer with the vehicle?
I did.
And what did you see the police officer doing?
I saw him go from like the driver's side around the front to the passenger side. The door was open. I don't remember if he was looking in the car for something or if he was using, like on top of the car, using it as like a shield, I guess.
Okay. And what else did you see the police officer doing?
Just kind of moving around.
The car?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, was he saying anything?
I didn't hear anything.
Okay. You didn't hear him yelling anything?
No, not while I was looking out the window.
Now, Ms. Robin, once you saw, let me back up, did you recognize the police officer?
No, ma'am.
Once you saw the police officer, can you tell the jury what your thoughts were at this time?
My first thought was, the good guys are here. The police are here. We're gonna be okay. You know, they're here. They responded.
Now, after you saw the police officer through the window, what did you do?
I got back on my hands and knees, and I crawled back to my students, and I sat with them, and I told them, you know, it's gonna be okay. The police are here. I still sat there continuing to monitor through the crack between the 2 desks that I could see the window.
Now, what was your initial thought process regarding where you had put the students? And I just want to clarify, where did you have the students along what wall?
Along the like center block wall.
And did you question that decision of yours at some point? As to whether or not they would be safe there?
Yes, and then I thought I need desks, I need more, so I moved more items closer to us.
Okay. Now, were you eventually evacuated?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how were you evacuated?
We sat there for a while. I was I continued to look through the crack of the desk, and eventually a man stuck his face into the window of our classroom. And at the time he said, "I'm officer," and then I don't know what he said. I don't know if he said his name and then like who he was with, or I don't know. He identified himself as "I'm officer," and that's all I remember. And then he left. And so I got up from where I was sitting with the kids, and I went to the door. And when I looked out the window, I could see another officer that was like a cross in the grass, wearing a vest, and he had a gun. And I also saw another officer, and then I could see him going down to the other classrooms.
Was this time that you saw these officers, was it a considerable amount of time after you saw that initial police officer with the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So can you tell the jury how you got your students out of that classroom?
The officer did come back to the door, and so I went ahead and cracked open the door, and he came to the door, and he said, "I'm Officer so-and-so with whatever agency." He said, "Prepare your students to evacuate." And I said, "Okay." So I'm just thinking back to, again, like our training, and, I'm thinking we just need to make sure we stay together. I went back to I closed the door, went back to my students, I crouched down, and I said, "Guys, we're going to be okay. We're going to evacuate. We're leaving." I said, "Hold each other's hands and don't let go." And they did. They did exactly what I told them.
Did you explain to them that they were going to see a bunch of police officers?
I did. I said, "There's some people outside. They have guns." I said, "It's okay. They're the good ones."
And at that point, you all were evacuated?
Yes, ma'am.
And in thinking about that day, Ms. Robin, what are your thoughts about your students that day?
They just did such a good job. They were such good listeners, and they followed me, and they did exactly what I said, and I'm just glad that we made it out.
And just to clarify, Ms. Robin, you are still a teacher as of today with the Uvalde Independent School.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the witness.
May I proceed, Judge?
Please.
Do you need a moment, Ms. Robin? Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you for coming in and testifying. And it's apparent it's very difficult for you and many other witnesses, so I think we all appreciate that. My name is Nico LaHood. I'm one of the lawyers that represents Adrian, okay? You've never testified before, I'm assuming?
No, sir.
Okay, so this is cross-examination. I've been explaining that to each witness.
Okay.
I'm not going to go at you. There's no trick questions. There's no gotcha moments. I'm just going to ask questions to bring context and clarity. And the reason why is because this was a stressful situation to you, obviously, right?
Mm-hmm.
And just for the record, you have to say a word, yes or no.
Yes.
Yes, that's okay. It's
Okay.
for the court reporter. And so the reason why we ask is because we're asking people something and kind of reminding them of what they said maybe previously. So, just for the jury's notice, you've said this, your experience to other people before, right?
Yes, sir.
And you I think interviewed with the Texas Rangers,
Yes, sir.
and you've also spoken with the government.
Yes, sir.
And have you spoken any other times before those two? Aside from those two?
Not publicly,
Right.
maybe to my therapist.
Yes, ma'am. But you and I have never spoken.
No, sir.
Or you've never spoken to anybody on the defense side.
No, sir.
So I want to talk about these drills. I think the government opened up asking you questions about the lockdown drills.
Mhm.
And if I heard you correctly, and it seems consistent, that there was only one or two drills the whole year.
Yes.
It sounds to me like you felt there should have been more. still work for the Uvalde Independent School District?
Yes, sir.
I'm not trying to put you in a bad spot. If you don't want to answer that question, you don't have to, and I'll move on.
Okay.
Is that better?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so, and it also sounds like you prepared your students yourself.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so there's some general, however many times a year, there's some general information shared with teachers, but then it sounds like each individual teacher, and you did a wonderful job of taking responsibility and you preparing your students yourself.
Sir.
That's
Yes.
right. Because you're with your students every day.
Yes.
And so, and it also sounds like you explain some practical things to them as well.
Yes, sir.
You said something, and I want to make sure we can get a feel for why you said it. You said you felt like you were a sitting duck out there.
Yes.
Is that because you were in a separate wing outside of a building, or is it because that the school did not have a designated police officer full-time?
I felt like a sitting duck because of my room, of the wall of glass.
Okay, so we know that you're in the wing, you're in the D wing, like D for Delta, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so A, B, C, D, E, you're a D, and you're in room 16?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so you just felt because you were kind of winged out, you weren't within the confines of a building, felt like a sitting duck.
Correct.
But I guess the second part of my earlier question was, it's also a fact that Robb Elementary, unfortunately, did not have a full-time officer assigned to it. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And so the high school had a full-time officer, but not the elementary school.
Yes.
I also want to bring your attention to the magnet systems that the school approved. I believe you testified to this jury that these magnets they were used every day.
I used mine every day.
And that was allowed by the school?
Yes.
And I believe you said they were issued by the school?
Yes.
Okay. So the school issues these magnets, is it because that the school, and I'm not ragging on the school, they just didn't have the resources to do like a key fob for the teachers and
Correct.
and install that?
Correct.
Have you worked at other schools where they had that, where it was easy access through some type of security mechanism that way?
Yes.
Okay. But Robb Elementary didn't have that?
No, sir.
Okay. So there seemed like that the school district had to adjust with the teachers, and from a practical standpoint, these magnets were used, but you testified that you could easily remove the magnet and it would automatically lock.
Yes.
So there's a latch in these doors, and so the magnet would stop the latch from catching on the frame.
That's right.
Am I using my hands properly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so then when you, on the inside, when you open it, the catch would come up and you open out, and it would come back, it would automatically lock on its own.
Right.
And the magnet would be inserted between, and they use terms like it would defeat the lock, meaning that it would allow it to be open and closing as you want.
Yes.
Okay. And was it was obviously approved and issued by the school, so most, if not all, most teachers use that procedure.
I'm not sure.
Okay, but they were issued by the school.
They were.
So the school approved this.
Yes.
You were not violating a policy.
Not that I'm aware of.
Right. So the policy was to keep the doors locked. Your door was locked, but there was this magnet used just to make it
Yes.
easy access. Okay. Now, to bring your attention back to the incident, and when you got your children out of the bathroom and into your classroom, you didn't have to lock the door because your door was always locked.
Yes, sir.
You just removed that magnet.
Yes, sir.
Got it. And then you made a strategic decision to go to a certain corner of the
Yes.
room. Now, the government asked you on whether you second-guessed that decision. Was that the corner that you had always practiced on those 1 or 2 times a year drill?
Yes.
But yet, at this time, once it was actually happening, you questioned on whether that was the best corner?
I questioned whether I needed to have more cover.
Oh. Cover meaning something that would stop a potential projectile.
Yes.
In your mind, what would that have been?
Well, I used a desk.
Okay.
I also rolled a book cart closer to some children because we didn't all fit within that, underneath the table, within the corner.
Now, and it sounds like it's these windows that really gave you angst, right?
Yes.
It's those windows that were just exposed
Yes.
you. Did you ever voice that concern to administration?
No.
No, okay. Now, I want to direct your attention now to when you were in the corner with the children, sitting with them, and then when you crawled up because you heard some noises. You ended up crawling to the window, and you peeked out, and you saw what you believe was an officer.
Yes.
And you said that officer was moved around the vehicle and it appeared to you, was using that vehicle for cover.
Yes.
Okay. But also you said it appeared to be some communication or yelling with somebody else in the officer's presence or around him.
I'm not sure.
Okay. But the officer was yelling or talking to somebody. You're not sure.
I'm not sure.
Fair enough. But is it fair to say that that officer was between you and the shooting that was happening on the other side of him?
Yes.
And do you now know that there was other officers on that side that did not drive in like this officer did into the
No.
danger? You did not know that?
No.
If there were other officers that stayed on the outside, that would be a distinction in your mind between those officers that stayed away at the corner and this officer, whoever it was. Well, you know it's Adrian now, right?
Yes.
Okay. Adrian driving in close to, in between your building and then the fourth grade building, right?
I'm
There's a
going to
difference.
object. That's speculation. She already said she didn't know there was other officers there, so at this point it's speculating.
I gave her a hypothetical, Judge. I said, if you know, you have an opinion.
You can answer if you know, ma'am.
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, let's talk about Adrian, this officer. This officer, for sure, regardless if there was other officers out there, this officer drove in to the campus close to the fourth grade building and in between you and that fourth grade building.
Yes.
And from your position, it doesn't sound like when you testified a short time ago that you remember a lot of gunfire sounds.
The initial ones, yes. We did hear several more once we were in the corner, but it wasn't a lot.
And you know that stress can affect people differently,
Of course.
right? There's tunnel vision,
Right.
right? There's perception distortion,
Right.
and there's something called, have you ever heard of auditory exclusion?
Yes.
Right, which things kind of, and it sounds like maybe that was happening, understandably, a little bit to you.
Mhm.
You're a blessing to your profession, ma'am. Thank you for answering my questions. Pass the witness.
No more questions, Your Honor. She may be excused.
Excused, Mr. Hood?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, Judge. Yes, yes, sir.
You're released from the subpoena, ma'am, and you're free to go. Thank you for being here. We would ask, because the rule's been invoked, that you not discuss the case with anybody until you're aware the trial is over with. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me go and give you your morning recess. Take about 10, 15 minutes. We'll call you back in shortly. Would everyone rise for the jury? You want to open up that?
big is your shift?
12 hours, 10 to 12.
And how many men do you have working with you?
Any given time, it could be 4 or 5.
And I'll direct your attention then, if we could, go to May 24, 2022. You recall that day?
Yes, sir.
Were you on duty that day?
I was off duty.
And around 11:30, what were you doing?
I had just finished up a run. I was on the way to the gym in my patrol unit. They let us take it off duty.
What do you mean by I just finished up a run?
I just ran. I was on the way to the gym. It was my day off. But I had my patrol unit. They let us take it to the gym. They don't pay you to work out, but they let you do it on your time off.
So on your time off, you were doing running. I mean, just jogging. Is that
I had done a couple miles and I was on the way to the gym.
to do weights?
Yes.
Okay. And did something keep you from getting to the gym?
I got a text message. There's a group message with it's the sheriff, the chief, the deputies, and that's when I heard about an active shooter at, well, they said a school. I didn't know what school yet. So I turned around.
You heard active shooter and you turned around?
Yes, sir.
Where did you point your vehicle?
I was going westbound on 57 towards La Pryor. I turned eastbound, headed towards Batesville to take 117 towards Uvalde.
So the active shooter, you knew it was in Uvalde?
Yes, sir.
And is that your jurisdiction?
No.
Is it your county?
No.
And yet you went?
Yes.
And how long did it take you to get there?
I think I stepped into the building at 11:50 something. I'm not 100% sure. 20 minutes or less, maybe.
Okay. And on your way there, did you drive the speed limit?
No. No.
Tell us how you got there.
As fast as that truck would go, I just quick.
As fast as you could go, you got there.
Hmm.
And when you got there, where did you stop?
I stopped at a parking lot. I don't know if it's the northeast, to the right of a cafeteria, to get my rifle and put on a vest that I had.
Okay. May I approach your honor?
Yes, sir.
There's a pointer right there in front of you. Take you a second to look at Geraldine Street, Rose Street, and Robb Elementary.
Okay. So this would be the cafeteria?
There's people right here on the end. If you could just scoot that way just a touch. I'll scoot it over.
Okay. If this is going to be the cafeteria, there's a little pickup area here. I parked around this area. There should be a parking lot or something. I don't know if it's in view, but there's going to be around this area here.
Just out of view by the cafeteria, there was a parking area, and that's where you parked.
Yes, sir.
And that's on that far bottom corner to the right, far right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. How were you dressed on the way over there?
I had I was wearing shorts and a t-shirt and running shoes.
Okay. And so is that the same way you were dressed by the time you got there?
Yes. Minus I put on a vest that I had on the seat.
So when you got there, you put on a vest. Tell us about the vest.
It's just bulletproof. I'm not sure if it's what the rating is, but it's all I had, so I just put it on. It's a black vest. Yes, sir. It said sheriff on it.
So you don't know if it was rated for guns or for handguns or for...
Not at the time, no.
That's what you had, so that's what you put on.
Yes, sir.
Did you have to have anything else with you? Besides the
No,
vest?
that was it. Phone, everything stayed in the truck. No body cam, nothing.
How about helmets?
No helmet.
Any weapons?
I had an AR rifle with I loaded maybe 12, 13 rounds in there.
And did you take that with you?
Yes, sir.
What did you do?
I see some parents, I believe those parents approaching from the right into the parking lot. There's two BP agents. Looks like they're taking cover. They have their rifles out. So as I see the parents approaching, I load real quick, get out. Then I ask where the shooter's at. He looks a little confused, but points somewhat in the direction of the main building he was at. So I run towards the cafeteria. I know there's a gate there. I picked my kid up there. I know the school. I just didn't know the name at the time.
Let me stop there for a second. You said you picked your kid up there?
Yeah, I picked my daughter up. Right there on the side of the cafeteria, there's a little driveway you pick up the kids. So I picked her up there before I know where the main office is at and the cafeteria. Other than that, I just know that location.
So was she going to school there that day?
Yes.
Okay. So then what happened?
So I know there's a gate right there to the cafeteria, so I make my way to the gate. There's a school, I think it was a school officer coming out. I think it was Mike Hernandez. He has something in his hand. He's walking away and ask him where the shooter's at. And same thing, he looks kind of confused, points. So I go past him. There's a parallel buildings after the cafeteria. Behind it, you have those parallel buildings and the main building. So I run in between those buildings. I think I don't know if it was county or those two officers. Same thing, I ask where the shooter's at, and they point towards the main building. Like, I don't know the direction. They say, be careful, he's shooting out of the window. So I make my way past that, and then next thing I know, I'm in the building. I don't remember if there was somebody at the door or not. And from there, I just remember linking up with Gonzales and whatever officers were there, pointing their barrels down the hall.
Okay. Now approach again, Your Honor, to show. If you'll show us the path that you took from your vehicle to get to the building that you're talking about.
So I was parked here. I made my way over here towards the gate. This is where I ran into the other officer. Ran through here. Those two officers, I believe, right here. Then I made my way into the building right here. These are the windows they were talking about that he was shooting out of.
Where were the officers when they told you, be careful, he's shooting out the windows?
Somewhere right around here.
And did they point to the windows they were talking about?
Yes, it was going to be these windows here.
Okay. So when you found out that he was shooting, did that stop you from going forward?
No, I just ran quicker.
You did what?
I just ran faster to get in there.
To get in there?
Yes.
When you found out he was shooting?
Yes.
And where did you go?
I made entry to this doorway right here, and that's where I can't remember what happened between here, and I linked up with those officers. I can't remember if someone was at the door either.
Okay. But you got to the main hallway,
Yes, sir.
and then you say you linked up with other officers.
Yes.
Tell us what that means.
So when I get there, I make contact with Lieutenant, I believe it was Lieutenant Adrian Gonzales, and they're just briefing me on the situation. They're telling me which classroom they think the shooter's at. I remember them describing the chair. They point, they're like, where the chair's at. At some point, I asked if they wanted to make entry, and no. They say something about a negotiator and a shield. He explains that they got fired at as they approached the door.
And so what did you do when you found out that that police officers had been fired at?
There wasn't really much I could do. Whatever they needed, I just joined in on whatever they were doing.
So what did you do? What did you join in on?
On the hallway, I just stood left of, I believe it was Adrian Gonzales. I just stood left of him, pointing my rifle there, waiting to see what was the next plan.
So you joined in with a group of officers?
Yes, sir.
And do you know what the purpose of those officers was?
I think they were waiting on like I said, I remember him mentioning a negotiator and at some point a tactical team of something.
And while you were there, did a tactical team arrive?
Eventually, Bortac showed up.
And what did you do when Vortex showed up?
It's a little bit of a blur, but I know I talked to them, asking if first, when they got there, I thought they were going to have some kind of equipment to breach the door, which they didn't. I remember asking about a sledgehammer. Eventually, that rifle-rated shield came up, and that did show up eventually, but just little things like that. I could hear them talking about breaking windows. It didn't happen.
And so, with Vortex, you expected there to be some equipment,
Yes.
and that equipment wasn't there.
No, just what they were wearing.
Okay. Well, and one thing specifically you said was a sledgehammer.
So anything to maybe break the door handle. That's what I was thinking at the time. And then the shield, maybe the shield, because I don't know how many whacks it's going to take. But just little things crossing my mind.
What do you mean by how many whacks it's going to take?
To break the doorknob.
For what purpose?
Or I don't even know, at the time, I don't know which way the door opens, just to try and break the door down.
And how long did you wait there?
I know I ended up leaving to make a call. I was still trying to find out where Ava was, if she was okay.
And Ava, what grade was she in?
I think it was second grade.
And who did you call?
My ex-wife.
And did you get her?
Not that time. On the way to the school, I had made contact, but she didn't know anything where she was at. She might have been at the school at that time, or by the time I got there.
So you didn't know the condition or situation that your daughter may be in?
No.
And as you're standing in that line, what's going on in your mind?
I don't know if she's in there.
And what, was there any further delay?
Just the locked door situation.
And how did y'all resolve the locked door situation?
With the master key.
Once the master key arrived, what happened?
I'm not sure if it was used on the janitor door, but when we breached the classroom, they did use that master key. So they opened the door and we breached.
So they used the master key and you breached?
Yes.
Well, you weren't a school district police officer, is that correct?
No.
Were you a Uvalde police officer?
No, sir.
Uvalde County Sheriff's Office?
No.
You were from Zavala?
Yes, sir.
How is it that you ended up ahead of those people?
Nobody stopped me.
And when you were part of the breach, why is it that you went in?
I was there. Nobody stopped me.
Wasn't it dangerous?
Yes.
But that didn't stop you?
No.
And why is that?
Because I was there.
And how many people made up the breach?
It was 4 or 5 that I remember, but the line could have been bigger because there was officers on both sides of the hall. But as far as I remember, it was 4 or 5 of us that were going in first.
And what agencies were they with?
It was me with Bortak, and then I'm not sure if the PD was behind me. Across from me, there was a sheriff's office for Uvalde County, and then maybe some PD guys with him. Everybody was there.
But no school district police officer?
I don't know.
Okay. And so tell us how you breached.
After they unlocked the door, I think they got both classroom doors open. We make entry. It's dark, can't see anything. As soon as I make entry, I realized I don't have a flashlight, I can't even see. So I look to my right and there's a pile of the bodies. We didn't get shot.
Excuse me?
I was expecting to get shot.
You didn't know where the shooter was?
No, I thought he was going to be to the right as soon as we made entry.
You thought he was going to be where the bodies were?
Yes.
So that's where you focused your attention?
Yes, but it was hard to see. It was dark. And then the door, you hear a door creak open in front, and then the shooting starts.
When you say a door creak open in front, what do you mean? Where was that door?
It was directly in front of us. Whoever was in front of me, whether it was a guy with a shield or a Bortac, I don't know if he was in the stacks a little. I was either 2 or 3, so I don't know if someone peeled right. But whoever was in front of me, the door was right in front of him. So the guy with the shield, more than likely.
Was it across the room?
It was straight in front of the door.
In front of the entrance door, there was another door across the room?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And so, tell us what you heard and what you saw.
So the shots ring out
From where?
directly in front. I could hear the shots coming. I'm carrying my rifle left-handed, so I can't even pick it up because we're so close together. Eventually, I transition to the right, fire a couple rounds, and it jams. Something happens with it. I'm still not sure. It felt like a long time. I know the video's fast, but it felt like a long time. Eventually, shooting happens behind me, and then it's over. And in front of me, there's someone with long hair face down, and I think I thought it was a teacher at first because he had long hair. They flip him over, and I could tell it's the shooter. He's in all black. We still have a classroom to the left. So me and another officer peel that way. And I look down.
You say that way to the left?
Yeah, we turned to the left to go into the second classroom, and I look down, and there's a little boy. And his shin looks pretty big. He looks older than my daughter. So I think maybe she's not in here. And then in front of me, there's a girl with a pink dress. And I thought I saw her stomach move. Like she took a breath and held it, I'm not sure. And I asked the guy to my left, did you see her breathe? But at this time, it makes sense now. I'm not getting responses, but I have a gas mask on. I don't know if he answered me or not. But right after seeing hers, when all the chaos in there started, the desks being pushed everywhere, screaming, I got out of there at that point. Once they flooded the classroom, I left to look for my daughter. I didn't want to look in there, see her in there.
So you took care of the shooter, and then you went to look for your daughter?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Turner, microphone.
I'm sorry, I moved away from the mic. And where did you look for your daughter?
From where I parked to the east of that towards Highway 83, there was a little field there. Somewhere along the way, I got info that there was kids there, like a staging area. So I made it there, looked for Ava. She wasn't there. The superintendent, Dr. Harold, was there. There was a teacher there, a teacher aide, and I asked for Ava, and she said she's at the Civic Center. So I felt a little relieved, and I asked her, you saw her get on the bus? And she says, no, and it makes me mad. I got mad that she told me that. So I asked Dr. Harold if I can get on the bus and go to the Civic Center, and he says yes. So we get on the bus. We're near Highway 83, and on the way they say there's kids at a car wash. So I told the bus driver to stop there. I don't know if he was already going to stop, but I tell her stop at the bus at the car wash on 83. Before we get there, more radio transmission comes out that they ran across the street. And sure enough, they're not there. So I asked the bus driver to turn around, and she's taking too long. So I have her open the doors, and I get off on the highway, and I run to the house. And you see the kids there.
To your house?
I ran to the house where the kids ended up. Yeah, I get off on the highway, and I run, get to the kids. Look through them, Ava's not there. They're in somebody's front yard. There's a lady at the door. I asked to use her phone. Same thing, no answer. So I don't know where Ava's at. The bus ends up getting there. We get on the bus, go to the Civic Center, get off, walk in there, and the kids are in rows, almost like a formation. And I don't see her at first. It feels everything leaves my body. And then out of nowhere, she like appears, and I hug her. We go towards a back wall. And then a teacher, but I don't know if it was a teacher, but she kicks me out of there because I have a rifle. So I leave my daughter with a relative there. He was looking for his kid. I asked him to give me a ride back to Robb because I fired my weapon. Pretty sure I had. So I knew I had to go figure out what they wanted to do with me. So I went back to the school. I met with a ranger, and he took my weapon later on that day.
Because it potentially had evidence of, since you had fired shots.
Yes, sir.
Is that standard procedure when there's a police shooting?
Yes.
So that's nothing unusual?
No, they take your weapon.
Very good. Thank you.
Pass.
Yes, sir.
You're a sergeant still?
I'm with the investigators now.
So you're investigator, not sergeant?
Yeah, no, not sergeant, just
You
investigator.
want me to call you investigator Vasquez or Mr. Vasquez? Or?
It doesn't matter, however, whatever's easier.
Well, my name's Nico, and you can call me Nico.
Yes, sir.
I didn't want to cut you off. A lot of that you were saying was not relevant to Adrian, right, or this trial, but
Okay.
I think we're all just wanted to hear from you, and we're grateful that your daughter's okay, and thank you for your service. But have you testified before in your duties as a police officer?
Not to this magnitude, but
In trial you have?
yes, sir.
Have you been cross-examined by a defense attorney?
Yes.
Maybe, okay. Well, there's no gotcha. You're not the opponent here. We're just going to ask questions. I'm going to ask for your information and what you knew or didn't know, and really talk about some of your experience, okay?
Okay.
If you don't understand my question, you stop me. Say, Nico, can you repeat that? Or I don't understand what you're saying, and I'll do that.
Yes, sir.
So it sounds like, may I call you Joe?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks, Joe. It sounds like that you were kind of operating in two functions. You were operating as a law enforcement officer, but also as a daddy.
Whatever I was needed.
I know, but you don't divorce yourself from being a daddy, right?
No.
I mean, you weren't just going to any school. You were going to the school. I mean, in all of us as parents, there's a lot of schools that we care about, but then there's the school that we care about where our children go.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. And no trick questions. Just
No, I
you
understand.
understand me if I'm. So you were driving. At some point, you realized it was Robb Elementary,
Yes, sir.
and then you knew that your daughter went to school there.
I didn't know at first, so I have the kids and the ex on a group, and I know two of my kids were going to Morales Junior High, one was going to high school. Ava, I didn't know what school she went to. They said Robb when I was on the way.
Got it. Okay. But at some point, you realized that was the school that your daughter goes.
Yes.
Because because you've actually, like you testified to this jury, you've picked her up from there before?
Yes.
Okay. And so you get there and you testified that it took you 20 minutes or less to get there,
Believe so, about.
and you said that you stepped in the building at 11:50 something, right?
So, yeah, I'd have to look at the video. I believe it was something like.
If I represented to you that it's 11:56:28, does that sound
It
about right?
sounds about right.
11:50 something. And you said that you threw on your vest, but you weren't aware of its rating.
Yes.
Is it a vest that you wear on a regular basis?
No,
Okay.
that's not a duty vest.
Okay. Where did you get that vest from?
It's from the sheriff's office.
So is it kind of a vest that you grabbed and maybe that's why you didn't know what was it rated for?
It's more of like a tactical style vest, something you wear over, not part of a uniform.
And for the jury's sake, for tactical, you mean people can put extra magazines in there, you can put a flashlight, a knife, something like that.
Yes, sir.
It's not necessarily for protection.
No.
Right. Okay. So then it looks like you showed up the jury on this, that you parked where the drop-off is, and looks like you entered the east side of the building.
Yes, sir.
You know now that there's a north side, there's a west side where this animal entered the building, right, this shooter.
Yes.
And then there's the south side, and then you entered the east side, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so, as you were going by, you testified, it caught my attention, you said that there were officers, even when you first got there, they were taking cover.
Yeah, it was Border Patrol agents.
They were taking cover that far away?
Yeah, there were. It's a parking lot,
Right.
so there's a drop-off area where you pick up the kids. The parking lot. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I've been there. And so, but my point is, that's still some distance from the building.
Oh, yes, sir.
And they still felt the need tactically to take some cover.
Yes, sir.
And whenever there's a shooting situation, active shooter, especially with a high-powered rifle, you could be in danger from a long distance away from that.
Yes.
And so if you don't know where the bullets are coming from, it's reasonable and it's tactical to take cover until you figure out where bullets are coming from.
Yes, sir.
So you're not criticizing them, you just thought that was normal.
No, yeah, it was normal.
Okay. But you passed them up, and then you ultimately make your way into the east side of the building, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I believe you said you ran into, was it Eddie Canales?
Yes, sir. Whatever officers were there in that group.
And you said Mike Hernandez as well.
So him, I'm pretty sure it was him. He was by the cafeteria after I passed the 2 Border Patrol, he was coming out by the cafeteria.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
We're hearing a bunch of descriptions, so I want to make sure that the
Yeah.
jury understands. You understand what this is? Yes, sir. Can you show us what we're against for clarity?
So this is the pickup area. I parked here. I believe if it was Mike, it was somewhere around this area.
And what was he doing?
I'm not sure if he was walking out. I don't know if he had keys in his hand or something. He was doing something, I don't know what, but he was walking. the
So you're
opposite.
walking this way and he's walking opposite?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, and Mike Hernandez, he works for
Justin,
what?
here, could you move? I don't think these folks can see, maybe just.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. And so Mike Hernandez works for which PD?
I think he was part of the school. at
Okay.
the time.
And then so you make your way down, and then where do you see the Border Patrol agents?
So the Border Patrol, the first ones I come into contact with were it's a parking lot. I believe it's right here. And then it's Mike, I believe it was Mike. And then I run into another couple officers here. I don't know if it was PD, county, I don't think it was Border Patrol.
And for the record, you're pointing out the Border Patrol agents were kind of parallel or side to the drop-off area on the entrance. This is really the entrance of the school, right?
Yes.
It's really it's east facing, but it's the entrance to the school, right?
Yes, sir.
And the Border Patrol agents reasonably and tactically were taking cover over here.
Yes.
You later knew that the shooting happened here, but they were taking cover over here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so then you make your way down, and then you enter through the east side of the building.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then now that you passed Mike Hernandez and you passed the Border Patrol agents, now you come in contact with Eddie Canales?
Yes, sir.
And who does Eddie Canales work for?
Uvalde PD.
Uvalde PD. That's different than the school district, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does he have rank with UPD?
I think he was a lieutenant at the time.
So Eddie Canales, and is he briefing you about what happened?
Yes.
Okay, you can have a seat, I'm sorry. So, and so you got briefed by Lieutenant Gonzales about the attempted breach, initial officers that had went into the building, and the fact that the shooter shot at those officers, and two of them were hit.
Yes.
One of them was skimmed in the head, and the other one was hit in the ear.
Yes.
You're aware now that officers early on initially tried to get into that building and tried to breach that classroom, right?
Yes.
And one of those officers was Adrian Gonzales. You know that, right? Now.
Now, yes.
Yes. At the time you didn't know, but you knew there were early officers before the 376 officers showed up. There were early officers, 5 to be specific, that tried to breach, that went into the building, and 2 of them were hit.
Yes.
Do you know now that they came in from different angles? Some of them came from the south, Adrian and another officer, and others came from the north side.
Yes.
And tactically, that's not wise, but you had no choice, right?
Yeah.
So may I stand up, Judge?
Yes.
So if you and I are in this hallway, and you're standing over there, Joe, and I'm here with a weapon, and we're both going to a danger, what could potentially happen between you and I?
Crossfire.
Explain to the jury what crossfire is.
Crossfire is pretty much as he explained it. I'm not going to want my partner on the other side of wherever I'm shooting. You got to keep in mind the backdrop, right? Make sure nobody's on the other side of the bad guy, pretty much. Stay out of the path of fire.
But you later found out that those initial 5 officers, they didn't even think of their own safety. They went in and they subjected themselves not only to this shooter, but to crossfire. Correct?
Yes.
It's called friendly fire or blue on blue fire. Right?
Yes.
Okay. And that happened. And so that might not have been explained to you at that moment, but you were prepared to help out in any way possible.
Yes, sir.
And by the time you showed up at 11:56:28 roughly, there were numerous officers there.
Yes, I'm not sure of the number, but those officers.
Did you later find out that there were 376 total officers there?
Yes.
And so then you offer your help to Lieutenant Gonzales to go in, correct?
Well, not me by myself, but I did mention making entry.
So you suggested, are we going to try to make entry?
Yes.
But not by yourself.
No, not by myself.
Why?
You need a team, and there was enough of us there to form one.
So I don't know if that's been explained to the jury. So explain, why do you need a team to breach a door?
Of course, they teach if you're by yourself, you go by yourself, but if there's enough for a team, you're going to form a team. The first guy, the second guy might get hit, second or third, the rest can return fire and take out the shooter.
And there's a difference in breaching a door. There's a difference between an inward breach door, inward swinging door, and an outward swinging door, correct?
Yes.
And we're going to talk about some techniques of breaching, but explain the difference between an inward swinging door and an outward swinging door and what the complications are.
An inward door, you'd be able to probably kick open. It's easier to breach. Outward door with a steel frame, you're not going to be able to kick it open. Usually those open towards hallways, corridors.
Judge, may I stand up?
Yes.
So if we have an inward swinging door this way, if this is our room we're trying to breach, this is the hallway, and you agree that a doorway is a fatal funnel.
Yes.
We explained to the jury, they've heard it before, but from your perspective, what a fatal funnel is.
Fatal funnel is this is where you're gonna die at the door. It's easy to, like right now, you can point where you came in through without even looking. That's the advantage this person has. They know where you're coming in, you don't know where they're at.
And you're funneled in, and so it's a narrowing of an area that subjects the person coming through the fatal funnel to high vulnerability.
Yes.
And that's what you said, you're going to die in a fatal funnel.
Yes.
And so officers are taught to, at almost at all costs, to avoid a fatal funnel.
Yes.
Tactically. So an inward swinging door, you said you can either get a ramming device or you can kick open a door and then you can breach it. Correct?
Yes.
And then actually the inward swinging door tactically is to your advantage because if there's someone back here, it's used as distraction or some type of distortion so you can tactically
Yes.
react. But an outward swinging door is different.
Mm-hmm.
So let's talk about that briefly. So Judge, may I use the witness for a demonstration?
Yes.
Joey, do you mind coming here, please? Do you mind if I use you in my demonstration?
No problem.
Okay. So what is it called stacking if we're going to breach a door? Speak
Stacking.
loud, please.
So stacking's gonna be me and 2-3 officers. They're gonna line up behind me. That's a stack team.
Do you need a shield to have a stack, or can you do it without?
Without
But a shield is better.
shield's better.
Okay. And so if you breach an inward swinging door, you go where you need to go and tell me where I need to go, because there's corners, and then you don't know where the thread is, right?
Yeah, well, it depends. If it's without a shield, you're probably gonna have the second guy peel right. The second guy's gonna do the opposite of the first guy.
Okay, so let's go. So you go first, and so peeling right would be, as you go in, I would peel to this corner, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then I would clear the corner, you would clear the corner, and we would try to see where this thread is.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so if you have, so one peels right, you would peel left, who would go for, who takes what role?
So if, like I said, if it's somebody with a shield, you might stay behind the shield. Especially if you're gonna get fired at, you're not gonna really be able to peel away. So your cover's gonna be behind that shield, and hopefully he takes care of it.
And so the shield person, depending on the rating, and there's different rated shields, right? There's one for handgun and there's one for long rifle.
Yes.
The one for long rifle is much heavier.
Yes.
Right. And so usually the person covered with the shield, and then is it called the stick, the stack? Is it called kind of a stick sometimes, slang? And so people are back here, the person with the shield, and the person holding the shield, that's their duty. They don't have a gun, they're holding that shield.
Well, yeah, it depends on the training, but there's some
Right.
that he's gonna be in charge, he's gonna be point, and his weapon's gonna be out. Like if it's a haul, then the other guys will pop out, but it's different tactics.
And so different people have different opinions about tactics, right?
Yeah.
Can we talk about an outward swinging door?
Yes.
Okay, can we use, Judge, may we use the jury room for a second? Just the door, we're not going in.
Yeah, I mean, they can see.
Can you guys see? Okay, so this is an outward swinging door, right?
Yes.
And will you explain, if you can, I know that the juror's behind you, can you stand where I'm at so they can see you? Explain what the complications are to an outward swinging door in a breach.
So the outward, like I said, this is something you're not gonna be able to kick in. If you don't have a pry tool or something, you're not gonna open that door.
Okay, you mentioned something, so explain to the jury what tools are needed for an outward swinging breach. You said a pry tool? What else? What is that exactly? Why don't you explain what that is?
So a pry tool is something you're gonna jam in there, usually like a Halligan, but you're gonna need a sledgehammer to wedge it in there and pry it open.
So one step at a time. So a Halligan tool has two sides to it, right? One of them looks like a pick and the other one looks like a pointy thing. And so you get this Halligan, some people say hooligan, right?
Yeah.
A Halligan tool, you put it in there and you're gonna want a sledgehammer or some type of battering ram to jam it in.
Yes, sir.
Right? Now the threat on the inside, as you're making all this noise, that someone on the inside, if they have bad intentions, they can be shooting at you through that door.
Yes.
Or they can be attacking you, whether it's one or more attackers, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you need the Halligan tool, and then you need a sledgehammer as well.
Yes.
Then what happens once you do that? Is somebody covering you? Is there a shield? Or there's people at the door trying to wait for?
Yeah, you're gonna have some people lined up with you. Hopefully, they're gonna make entry once you pop the door open.
Who's responsible for opening the door?
Whoever has a Halligan tool, it could be the point guy.
So I'm positioned here, you're positioned there. Hopefully there's a shield in front of me, but this person's vulnerable. Slam, 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 break the lock, and then I pull and I open up this way, and then you guys
Yes.
breach. And then is it the same peel off right and left?
Pretty much depending on the layout of the room.
But now that shield has to be first.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. So is it fair to say there's much more complication to an outward swinging door?
Yes, sir.
Do you know? I think you mentioned that they did not have the tools needed.
No.
Did you later find out that they were working on getting the tools?
I remember somebody saying I have a sledgehammer in the bed of my truck, something like that, and they went to get one. I don't know. It might have been Bortec. I'm not sure.
Do you know? And we're going to talk about Bortec in a second. Do you know if anyone had a reeded shield for a high-powered rifle?
I just remember that getting there towards the end. If it was there before, I'm not sure. But yeah.
And whether at some point when you have a fatal funnel and a high-powered weapon, may I stand up again, Judge?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I don't know if you want me to ask every time, but I will.
Now, do this. If you want to approach the witness, you want to use the well, just do it.
Thank you for that permission, Judge. So in some scenarios, and a fatal funnel, the reason why it's so dangerous, if the threat has a lot of magazines and a high-powered weapon, it doesn't matter if there's 1,000 officers on that side, right? I mean, if you have enough rounds, they're just going to pick them off as they come in, correct?
Yes.
And that's why this equipment is so critical. That shield is really critical, because even if you have 1,000 officers that are willing to go in, I mean, they're all going to be picked off eventually if the attacker inside has enough firepower.
Possibly.
If you had a choice, have you ever been in a gunfight?
Not before that.
Okay. Well, thank you for subjecting yourself to that. If you had a choice, this is kind of like a blue gun. It's an orange gun for training. Not real. If you had a choice to pick a handgun or an AR-15, which one would you choose?
The rifle.
Why would you choose the rifle over a handgun?
It's more accurate, easy to shoot somebody. A pistol, any little deviation and it goes off feet.
Right. And also you can shoot a target at a long distance with a rifle versus a handgun.
Yes, sir.
Now a handgun, you can shoot a certain amount of distance, right?
Yes.
But now, would you agree that combat shooting or training tactically with a handgun, you usually train within 2 to 5 yards, 7 yards, right?
Up to 20 at the range.
Right. And so when you pull, when you draw, you can do a fast draw. You usually at a high rate is pop, 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 double tap, triple tap, and you're doing rapid fire. Correct?
Yes.
But after a certain distance, a handgun is not as reliable, right?
Right.
And so you're typically gonna, if you're gonna shoot with a handgun from a distance, you're going to really take your time, sink down on your grip, make sure your sights are aligned, take a deep breath, and slowly squeeze that trigger. It's not going to be a fast shot, right?
Right.
But with a high-powered rifle, you can pick up a rifle and you can shoot a lot quicker at longer distances because it has the power and the velocity.
Yes, sir.
So now I want to ask you about potential activity by officers outside the building. So you now know where some of the early officers were in this incident?
Yes.
And just really quick before we get to this part, the breach to that door was at 12:50, correct?
Yes.
It was almost an hour after
Yes.
you guys, everyone got there.
Yes.
Okay. And that wasn't your decision, by the way.
No.
I'm going to direct your attention to Defense Exhibit 10. So, are you orienting yourself now? This is Robb Elementary.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, Geraldine,
Okay.
right? Groves over there, and this is the east entrance is over here. West entrance where the shooter came in. South entrance.
Yes, sir.
You now know that Adrian Gonzales drove all the way into this incident early on, and the jury will hear about the dispatch later, and he was parked over here. Do you know that now?
Are you telling me now?
Yeah, now you
happened
can.
yesterday?
Yeah, now
Yes,
okay.
sir.
And so, we can see that. Yes, sir.
Let me start there so you can see.
Yeah, give me a different view. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay.
You want to get oriented a little bit?
I got it. I understand the west, the east.
Yes, sir. You see that vehicle over there?
Yes.
Okay. That's. Excuse me. That's a police officer unit.
Yes, sir.
And that's where Adrian Gonzales parked. Okay. And so, if an officer is here, there's no line of sight to a shooter that entered into the west building, correct?
Correct.
And so, this officer here, after hearing gunfire without a line of sight, it's reasonable to take cover for some period of time to observe and orient yourself to what's going on and what's going on around you, correct?
Makes sense.
And if the officer's by himself, it's different. Do you think tactically it's different than an officer that shows up to a potentially dangerous situation by themselves versus having backup?
Yes.
And so your tactics have to be a little bit different, right?
Yes.
As you described and educated the jury about tactics of breaching, there's tactics of trying to assess a situation when there's shooting if you're by yourself,
Yes.
right? And so, would you agree with me that in this area there is no cover that you can see?
Just the car, but I mean, it's not going to stop bullets.
Okay, I want to talk about that. Why did you say that? Why did you tell this jury that a car is not going to stop bullets?
I mean, it could travel on the hood. It can go through doors. It'd have to hit the engine block to stop, more than likely.
Right. So with a vehicle, there's the difference between cover and concealment, right?
Yes.
And the jury's heard this already. Let's say this was covered. I'm concealed. My upper body's concealed from you. I'm not covered from you, right?
No.
You could shoot through this
Yes.
TV, but you couldn't see me. So a car is mainly concealment, and only portions of it is cover, right?
Yes.
And you said the engine block is pretty much maybe the wheel frame, whatever,
Yeah.
but is the only cover in a vehicle, right?
Yes.
A tree is not cover. No. An open field is not cover, correct?
No.
This tree is not cover, right?
I can't tell how large the root is, but if
Fair
that's
enough.
all you got, yeah.
Right. And so an officer is by themselves is going to take some time to assess sounds of fire, right? Not visual of fire, sounds of fire. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And there's no special training on being able to hear. If I hear a gunshot, that's a 9mm AR-15 on the south side of a building because there's echo.
Yes.
So you hear fire, it might sound different vibrating off this building versus inside of a courtroom or outside in an open field, right?
That's true.
And there's no special training that you can tell where fire's coming from.
No.
So, there it is. Now we're back to this one. So, we have an officer over here, and let's say for hypothetical, maybe you know now, there were 3 officers over here, right?
Okay.
And that these 3 officers arrived 25 seconds after Adrian to the scene. Would you agree that these 3 officers have a different line of sight to the west side of the building than Adrian over there in this southeast corner?
Yes.
Line of sight meaning that I can get a visual. Like I can see the people, the person at the back, I don't have my glasses on, the person at the back of the courtroom, I have line of sight to the gentleman at the back of the courtroom, right?
Yes.
These officers potentially, you may or may not have personal knowledge, have line of sight to the west side of the building, right?
Yes.
And if an officer had a long rifle, a long gun on this side of the building, that would be a weapon that would be more suitable to making that shot than a handgun.
Yes.
And if those officers thought they were undertaking fire, then they know that there's a threat from this individual on the west side of the building.
If they're taking fire?
If they thought they were taking fire.
Oh, yeah. Then they, yes.
Would it be reasonable for these officers to think they're taking fire even though there would be no evidence of them taking fire? Could it be reasonable? Maybe
If they're hearing gunshots coming from directly in front of them?
Yes, sir.
Yes. I'd wonder if I'm getting shot at.
Okay. What would verify that for you? If you're taking fire, you're wondering if you're being shot at, but then at some point, what would verify that to you?
Someone with a gun?
Maybe you'd hear or you'd see the bullets?
Oh, yeah. If bullets are bouncing off the road or
Right.
either that or you see somebody with a gun, then you know.
And are officers trained to ask for permission before they need to shoot?
I don't know of any. No, I've never.
So if one of these 3 officers says, I see him, can I shoot? He didn't have to ask to shoot.
No, you don't ask for permission. Well, I don't know what the policies are with whoever that was.
Let's just talk about the law.
Yeah,
There's a difference between law and policies, right?
Yes, sir.
Under Chapter 931 and 932 of the Penal Code, you have a right. Every citizen, including officers, have a right to self-defense and defense of a third person, correct?
Yes, sir.
If somebody, and this applies to everyday citizens as well, if somebody is is carrying a weapon and they see someone being attacked with deadly force, I don't need to ask permission to use deadly force to stop the use of deadly force against that third person.
No, you don't.
And so if this officer felt they were being shot at, saw an individual with a weapon, and had the time to ask for permission to shoot, that officer didn't have to ask for permission to shoot.
I wouldn't. I don't. He shouldn't. He didn't have to ask.
And you wouldn't have asked for permission
No.
to shoot. and you know that because you have training and experience. If you felt you were being fired upon and you saw someone on the west side of a school building and you heard through dispatch that there was someone at the school with a gun, discharging the gun, and you heard those discharges thinking you were part of the subject, you would take that AR-15 and you would put rounds downfield, right?
I wasn't there, but I have to believe I would.
That's such an honest answer. Thank you for that. Only one other officer answered that way. Everybody else answered like if they knew they were going to do something. Thank you for saying it that way. You would like to believe that you would put rounds downfield to try to stop that attacker from going into that school.
Yes, sir.
But there's nothing legally that would have stopped one of these three officers from doing that, right?
No.
Let's say that they didn't shoot that officer. That officer did not discharge that weapon. And this, as we know, this animal made it into this door. Do you have any knowledge of school policies of whether that door should have been locked?
So the chief, Arredondo, the town that I live in, Batesville, it has a school district that's part of Uvalde, and
Yes, sir.
and we had done a walkthrough where he walked us through the campus and he showed us that the doors were locked. So I would have assumed that
They should have been locked.
they should have been
And
locked.
so other officers would have assumed that as well, maybe?
Yes.
Right? Okay. But this door should have been locked. All school doors should be locked. Right?
Yes.
But if, for some reason, if these three officers saw this shooter get into this door, in your training experience, you would agree that those officers should have driven to that west side door and breached and gone into that door following this shooter, right?
If they saw someone with a gun going in there, yes.
Would it make any sense to you, practically, legally, tactically, why they would drive all the way around to this side of the building and enter the other way? Does that make any sense?
No.
So out of the four officers, the four first officers at the scene, between Adrian Gonzales over here, there's no evidence, and he did not see this shooter, and these three officers, who had a better line of sight of this shooter?
It would have been over here.
Who had a better opportunity to stop this shooter?
It would be the three on this side. If they actually saw the shooter, then it would be them.
Who had the ability to stop this shooter?
Whoever had a rifle.
And someone on the southeast side of the building could not see when this person entered the building, correct? From where their vantage point was.
Well, if they're from over there, you wouldn't be able to see anything around that corner.
Right. So out of these four officers, who would have known, from vantage points, who would have known when that shooter entered the building?
From
These
that-
three or Adrian?
It would have to be those three. on
It would
that
have
side.
to be. It would have to be these three, right? And so if it has to be these three, whose responsibility would, because they know, to chase this animal from going into this building?
It would have to be whoever saw him on this. Whoever had visual of him.
And you can't. Can you think of any reason why they wouldn't run and chase into this west building? Can you think of any reason why they wouldn't do that? Tactically.
I don't know.
I don't either. I just want to talk about the breach briefly. I think you testified that when they unlocked the door, they didn't use a Halligan, they didn't use a sledgehammer, they didn't use a wedge, a pry bar, nothing, right? They got a key.
Yes, sir.
And do you know now that Adrian Gonzales is the one that found the key for them?
No, I didn't know that.
Okay, so they finally got the key, and then they open this door and they breach. And when you guys come in, the shield takes fire. Right?
Yes.
Because actually somebody in the back of the stick, the back of the stack, takes a graze to his head.
Yeah.
And then they return fire and they send that son of a bitch to hell, right?
Yes, sir.
That's the witness.
May I interrupt?
Yes, sir.
I want to start with what you said about waiting for other officers to arrive versus going in by yourself.
Yes, sir.
What is your training if you're by yourself and you hear an active shooter?
Stop the killing. If we're going by alerts training, it's stop the killing.
Do you wait for 3.5 minutes?
No.
What do you do when you hear the gunfire?
Approach it, stop it.
Approach the gunfire and stop the gunfire.
Yes, sir.
That's pretty standard police work. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Nothing new about that.
No.
And so if you just hear the gunfire but you can't see the gunfire, what do you do?
Can you see that? Yeah, that's-
If you hear the gunfire but don't see the gunfire, what do you do?
Try to assess situation, see if you're getting shot at, or if somebody else is getting shot at.
And if there's shots and they're not at you, what do you do?
Look for where they're coming from.
And how do you look for where they're coming from?
Take off in any direction where you think it might originate from.
And that can be from the sound of the shots fired.
Yes, sir.
When you got to Uvalde, how did you find out where the shooter was?
Just by asking.
And you followed the direction from the people you talked to?
Yes, sir.
And did it take you 3.5 minutes after being told where the shooter was for you to act?
No.
Did you stand there for 3.5 minutes trying to decide if I should go forward?
No.
What did you do?
I just ran wherever they told me he was at until I met with the other officers.
Even though it could be dangerous for you?
Yes, sir.
You also said that you walked with Chief Arredondo. I want to make sure we're clear on that. Chief Arredondo, the chief of the Uvalde Consolidated School District.
Yes, sir.
The chief of the school district where this happened.
Yes, sir.
And why were you with him?
So the town I live at, that school is part of Uvalde School District. He was a fairly new chief at the time, and I'm not sure if we reached out to him, he reached out to us, but we were going to do a school walkthrough so the deputies could become familiar with that school. So we did a walkthrough. I'm not sure if it was a year before that, months, but it was shortly after he was hired, and that's where we went through, and he checked all the doors. Not every single one, but every door he checked was locked.
And what was his response to that?
He was proud.
He was the security for the school.
Yes.
And he was proud that his people did as he, the security chief, had said.
Yes.
And when you say you wanted to be familiar with the school, tell me about that.
Well, I was familiar with the school. I grew up there, so unless they renovated, added an extra room, other than that, I knew the whole layout. But the other deputies, they needed to become familiar with it.
So before something horrible happens in a school, the people that are going to be in charge of responding to it go familiarize themselves with the layout of the school.
Yes, sir. Because that school don't have security. There's no campus police there, or wasn't at the time.
But if there were campus police, you would expect them to get familiar with the school before something horrible happened.
Yes.
That's consistent with what police work is all about, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you know Adrian Gonzales?
I don't know if he recognizes me, but I mean, I know that he worked at the PD, and I remember he worked at one of my kids' daycares.
Okay. And did you see him in the hallway that day?
No. I don't remember anybody on the other side.
And if you hear gunfire and you're by yourself, what do?
You have to, if there's active killing going on, of course, you're supposed to stop it.
And so what does that mean? What do you do?
Find the source and eliminate it.
Is time of the essence?
Yes.
If you wait longer, what happens?
Possibly death. More people die.
And you're trained on that.
Yes, sir.
The time is of the essence.
Yes, sir.
Every second counts.
Yes, sir.
And because you've been trained and the defense has sponsored you on that issue, police officer in a vehicle here by this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th building, in front of the 5th building,
Okay.
and you hear gunfire over here, and you're by yourself, what do?
You have to head towards the gunfire.
And so what direction would you take?
The direction where I heard it.
Would you show us with the...
So it depends where I would have heard it. If I heard it over here, I'd go over there. If I heard it on this side, I'd make my way this way. I just go towards where I hear the sounds.
Would you go on the other side of your car?
If I didn't know where the shots were coming from or if they were directed at me, the first thing I do is probably take cover to make sure I'm not being shot at. And then from there, if it's not at me, if it's somewhere else, then I'd approach that.
And if you heard repeated fire?
Yes, I'd be under the understanding that somebody else is being shot at.
So it's time of the essence at that point.
Yes,
And then you move.
yes, sir.
And if you're alone?
Same thing. Take cover if I think I'm getting shot at. If I realize it's someone else being shot at, approach that area.
And if you believe the shots are coming from the teacher's parking lot and you start here, what happens? I mean, is this building covered for you at that point?
It's brick, yes.
If it's brick, it is covered. But what happens as you get to the end, to the edge?
And there's something in the way, so you'd have to stand far away from it to get a pretty good view. But you just pile around here and see what you see.
And if you see the shooter, what do you do?
Eliminate them, shoot them, whatever you can do.
And if you have a handgun?
That's all you have, you use it. Preferably you want to get close enough so you don't miss, but you use what you have.
What if he has a rifle?
I try to get close to something as I shot to get stable.
But you would still shoot,
Yes,
even if you had a handgun and you knew he had a rifle.
yes. Especially if there's other officers over here, they'd probably follow suit if I started firing, and maybe they'd have a better chance.
And you might be able to distract him.
Yes, suppress something.
And fire, you could delay him,
Yes,
even if he missed.
yes,
Is that correct?
yes, sir.
So just engage. You would engage.
If I see someone with a gun as I cross that corner right there, yes, I have to.
And would you distract
Either or,
or delay
yes,
or eliminate?
yes,
But you do what you could do to do one of those things.
yes, sir.
And do you know how full the parking lot was that day? With cars?
I made it out after, I didn't come out of there till it was over, so 12:51, 52. By then it was flooded with everybody. So I don't know before how many cars were there.
Thank you.
By the time you got there, you were being briefed by people.
Yes, sir.
So by the time you got there, you were taking instruction by fellow officers that you trusted.
Yes, sir.
And they had been there longer than you, so you knew the circumstances. You already been heard. You had heard some of them. So you taking direction from officers that have already been at the scene and are briefing you because they've been dealing with it for a while is different than you arriving at a scene with a potential witness. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
So the first officer that showed up, if there's a witness there with him on the southeast side of the corner, and that witness could be hysterical, you don't just take directions from a potentially hysterical witness, do you?
Well, I mean, if they say they point somewhere, I'm going to look and see if what they're saying is making sense.
Well, okay, see, you said some things that make sense to me now. You're going to look, you're going to observe, you're going to orient, and then you're going to confirm whether it makes sense or not.
Yes.
What you're not going to do is show up to a situation, you hear gunfire, you think you're being shot yourself, and then you deal with somebody who's a witness saying, over there, no reasonable officer is just going to start running over there, in this area that you don't see the threat, right?
Yes.
I mean, you wouldn't do that right away.
No, I wouldn't. I'd try to figure out where it's coming from and then head that way.
That's right. And so when you say try to figure out, that takes a little bit of time to try to figure things out, right?
Yes.
It took 376 officers over an hour to figure things out, right?
Objection outside the record, Your Honor.
Well, no, I asked him about it earlier, Judge.
Overruled, you can answer if you know.
It took 376 officers over an hour to figure things out, right?
Yes, sir.
But the government was asking you about 3 minutes with Adrian by himself?
Yes, sir.
So we talk about takes time to assess the situation. That's observe and orient, and then you decide, and then you act, right? That's what your training is.
Yes.
But it's so much harder when you're not seeing a threat, when you're hearing the threat, right?
Yes.
And you testified earlier, there's no special training. All these wonderful officers here, they don't have special training on hearing a gunfire and then knowing exactly where it's at, correct?
Not that I know of.
Neither me as well. And so now I want to direct your attention to So I want to talk to you about what you know now, maybe what Adrian did. They were looking for a master map, a layout of the school, correct?
Yes.
Because you said you were familiar with the school because of your daughter being there.
I knew of the two buildings. I knew where the check-in was and the cafeteria. All the other buildings, I've seen her run from every direction. I don't know which kids go where.
So you know now though that Adrian drove into the trouble, right? All the way in the southeast corner.
Yes.
Right? By himself, right? By himself.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you know now that he was one of the first officers, one of the first 5 in the building.
Yes, sir.
You know now that he was in a fatal funnel with those first 5 officers, and 2 of those officers got shot.
Yes,
right?
sir.
You know now that he stayed in the fatal funnel until he got directions from a supervisor to go call SWAT, right?
I didn't know that.
You know that now?
I know that now.
But if an officer is told by a supervisor, once there's other officers in a fatal funnel or in a situation, to go get help, get SWAT, would it be reasonable for an officer to leave the school or leave a situation to call SWAT?
If the supervisor tells you to, you're going to follow his instructions, more likely.
Right, and that's reasonable because other officers are there covering and containing, right?
Yes.
And you would agree that animal that was in room 111 and 112, he was contained, right?
Well, he couldn't leave without us
That's my point.
shooting him.
So
Yeah.
he was contained, right?
Yes.
And if it wasn't for those first 5 officers, let's forget the 376 for a second. If it wasn't for those first 5 officers, that shooter potentially could have walked through the whole school and done the same thing to all those other precious children.
Yes.
Potentially.
Yes.
Because without those first 5 officers to contain that animal, there would be nothing stopping him from going to the other rooms, right?
Yes, sir.
So those first 5 officers played a key role in containing, which is part of your training, containing the threat. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And then so you also know that Adrian ultimately, not only did he go to the danger initially by himself, not only did he go into the school as one of the first 5 officers, not only did he stay into the fatal funnel, not only did he take instruction from his supervisor to call SWAT for backup, he ultimately found the map of the school so they can make further assessments. You know that now, right?
Now I know that.
And you also know that he's the one that found that master key to give to them to breach, so you guys could breach. Correct?
Now I know that, yes.
And you also know that he, with other officers, once he saw that hallway was covered, they are the ones breaking the windows and helping those other children get out. There's pictures and video of him getting out,
Yes.
right? You know that now.
Yes.
So Adrian wasn't just standing around for 3 minutes doing nothing. You would agree with that now that you know this, right?
Yes.
Would you think that's a mischaracterization of his behavior?
Everybody
Standing
has.
around for 3 minutes?
Everybody says different things. What I say doesn't matter. They're going to have their own opinions.
That's right. And really what ultimately matters what these 12 people think. But what I'm saying is everyone has an opinion, and we're trying to talk about some of the facts.
Okay.
Right? Do you agree that facts matter over people's opinions?
Yes.
We have to analyze the facts. And so I'm presenting facts to you, and you're just sharing your thoughts with me, right?
Yes, sir.
1 second, Joe. Did you have knowledge, did you come to find out that radios were not breaking in the school? Do you know what I mean by breaking?
No, I understand.
Yeah.
we have that problem in my town, but I found out about it later, yes.
Okay. Will you explain to the jury, because that's a term of art, breaking, if a radio breaks, will you explain to them what that means?
It's pretty much if you don't have signal, like inside a building, it's hard to make communication with dispatch or anybody else who has that radio. It's just a brick, it doesn't work.
And so maybe that makes more sense why the supervisor instructed Adrian to go outside to call for SWAT, because radios weren't breaking just like in your town?
Yes, sir.
And direct your attention to that breach that you and the other board TAC officers did. That, and again, this wasn't your decision, but that took an hour to happen. That breach took an hour before it happened. From when you got there, it took an hour.
Yes, sir.
Right? But the government asked you about 3 minutes of Adrian being by himself, right?
Yes, sir.
But it took over an hour for that breach to happen with 376 officers there?
Yes, sir.
That's the witness, Judge.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Officer, if we could, once again, we have a police officer in a vehicle at this spot, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he hears shots fired in this area, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's a witness there, I believe, has been the representations, correct?
Yes, sir.
When the officer hears the shots fired and a witness gives you information, what do you do?
I'll follow up on the information.
For what purpose?
If there's shooting going on, to stop it.
To stop it, eliminate the shooter.
Yes, sir.
Don't you go get a map?
Not if I hear the shots. I'll try and figure out the general direction and then approach it.
Don't you go get keys?
No, if it's outdoors, you don't need keys.
If it's outdoors, you don't need keys.
No.
You don't have a family phone.
No, sir.
You don't need a map. You don't need to go get keys. Do you need to stop and evacuate people?
No.
So the fact that you may end up eventually evacuating people doesn't say what you were doing those 3 minutes, correct?
No, sir.
But he certainly wasn't approaching the gunman.
No, sir.
And you didn't hesitate to do that.
I just asked and went.
You just went.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Absolutely.
You asked about there's no fatal funnel outside, right?
Yes, sir.
You ever heard of a fatal field? I made it up. So a fatal field, yeah, don't worry, it wasn't a trick question. So if I'm in a field, an open field with no cover, a handgun versus an AR-15.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, it's bad, right? And so you don't just run without any, you said follow up on information. And follow up on information means assess and figure out, right?
Yes, sir.
And listen and observe. Again, in that scenario, there's still been no line of sight. A shooter is not in your view, in Adrian's view, right?
Yes, sir. No, sir.
I mean, and then we can see the distances. These are long distances, right?
Yes.
And so you talked about taking that corner. It's called cutting or slicing the pie. The jury's heard about that.
Yes, sir.
But you also acknowledged that AC unit with that fence changes the tactics on that corner, right?
Yes.
First of all, we know now, and they're not even contesting this, Adrian does not see this shooter, correct? Right?
Yes.
And Adrian can't tell if it's on the west side or the north side. He just hears shooting, right?
Yes, sir.
So whether he should run east or west, maybe getting instruction from a person that's frantic and stressed out, right?
Yes.
And stress, as we've heard other witnesses, but you know through your training and experience, can do interesting things to your sight, your perception, and your hearing, right?
Yes.
You've heard of tunnel vision?
Yes.
You've heard of auditory exclusion?
Yep.
You've heard of perception distortion, correct?
Yes.
Perception distortion means that what really happened is distorted by stress, so your perception becomes your reality and you think that that's what really happened?
Yes, sir.
And that can happen. And that's why you're trained that if somebody is excited, understandably, by the way, nobody is criticizing this young lady at this point, but that you're not going to just do whatever they say immediately. You have to wait, assess, follow up on the information, meaning it takes a little bit of time.
Yes, sir.
Especially if you don't have line of sight of the shooter, right?
Yes.
If you have line of sight of a shooter, like those 3 officers in the corner, you don't have to, your assessment's gonna be a lot quicker,
Yes.
right? So the 3 officers in the corner, if they were getting information from a very understandably excited witness, but they can assess that words that they're getting because they have a visual, because they're following up and they're observing and orientating themselves to the circumstance because they can see what's going on, right?
Yes, sir.
Very different, right? And so those officers had a line of sight. One of them asked for permission to shoot and had the ability to shoot and stop, right?
Objection repetitive, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
But what we know for sure is nobody from that corner followed the shooter into the west building.
No, sir.
What else we got from this witness?
No, no. Well, I'm doing one,
That's what
check
I'm
one
asking.
thing, Judge. Yes, sir. Do you know now, but by the time that Adrian radioed in potential position of the shooter, he was already in the building?
Yes.
Pass the witness, Judge.
Okay, recall either side.
No, Your Honor.
No, Judge.
Okay, sir, you are excused with our thanks. I'm going to tell you the rule's been invoked. You know what that is.
Yes, sir.
Just try to avoid talking about the case until you know the case is over with.
Yes, sir.
It's your time today. Thank you very much.
You know who went into the fatal funnel? My
Ma'am?
sister went into
Yeah.
the fatal funnel.
Ma'am,
Did she need a key? Why do you need a key?
ma'am, go ahead and
Wasn't
have
it
a seat.
locked? Y'all are saying that she didn't lock her door. She went into the fatal funnel. She did it! Not you, bastard!
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to disregard the outburst. I forewarn these folks, if they do that, there's not going to be any warnings. They're going to be removed for the rest of the trial. That's unfortunate, very unfortunate. So thank you very much. We'll see you back here at 1:30, and remember my instructions, 1:30. Days in trial. I want this case to go to verdict. Any further outburst will just echo the attempt for another motion for mistrial. So please think about that. We're trying to get this case to the jury, and these are not helping. And soon enough, if it continues, I will have no choice but to grant a mistrial. So please think about that. All right, we're in recess, 1:30. All rise. Okay. If the lady's gone, yeah. I don't have to disclose the screen. seated in the courtroom. Members of the jury, the state has called its next witness in the case, who is under oath. So you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Yes, sir. My name is Teresa H. Samaripa.
And Ms. Amaripa, can you tell us where you live?
I live in Uvalde, Texas.
And how long have you lived there?
28 years.
And are you employed there?
Yes, sir, I am.
Can you tell us who employs you in Uvalde?
I work with the Southwest Texas College Law Enforcement Academy.
Okay. Southwest Texas College?
Yes, sir.
And is it exclusively a law enforcement academy?
It's part of the college. It's one of the programs the college offers.
Is the law enforcement academy?
Yes, sir.
And what is y'all's general purpose?
We train students to become peace officers.
In addition to training students to become police officers, is there also continuing education?
Correct. There is additional training for the officers in the surrounding areas to take additional trainings to keep up with their 40 hours per 2 years.
Okay. You said to keep up with their 40 hours. Would you explain that to us?
The officers need to have a requirement of 40 hours every 2 years to keep their licenses activated.
And you and this department help provide that continuing education.
We provide classes for them.
And is there a supervising agency or department that supervises law enforcement training in the government?
I didn't
In
understand.
other words, do you report your training to somebody?
Yes, sir. We report them to TICO, which is the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement.
And what records do you report to TICO?
We report in-service hours that are trainings that we provide to the officers, and we also report the cadets that complete the course, so they could also be certified officers.
And does TICO require proof of the type of courses being presented?
Yes, sir.
Do they have certain requirements for each course that is presented?
They have the guidelines that we need to follow to be able to provide those courses.
And they approve the course before it's presented, is that correct?
The courses for the BPOC program, the Basic Peace Officer.
Yes, ma'am, and how about continuing education? Do you also report to them on your on your continuing education?
Yes, sir, we report those hours to TICO.
Okay. How is it that you get your people to lecture in this continuing education?
The coordinator assigns an instructor for the class that we're going to be teaching.
And do they have to have certain requirements for TICO to accept them?
Yes, sir.
And tell us what that is.
Well, they have to have a basic peace officer certification to be able to teach a class, and then it's up to the coordinator to decide if they qualify to be able to teach that certain class.
And so tell us what your part in this work is as far as training officers in continuing education. What do you do?
I'm an office manager for this Law Enforcement Academy. And what I do is they tell me what course they're going to have. I need to prepare all paperwork for it. And then I need to be also, when they finish the paperwork, I need to verify that everything is correct and in file. And then the coordinator approves that, and then I report that to TICO.
And does TICO audit your work?
They do.
And so do y'all maintain the records that you have on training, continuing education?
Yes, sir. For in-service training, we need to keep records up to 7 years.
And that's part of the regular course of business for this department, is it not?
Correct.
And is the information provided to you by someone with personal knowledge of the events?
Yes, sir.
And do you also review, as part of your work, maybe ancillary TICO reports or TICO Does TICO keep records of law enforcement officers, is a better way to say it?
TICO keeps record of all. Actually.
Excuse me?
TICO keeps records of everyone's certification.
Every police officer certification?
Yes.
And that's where you go to find out if somebody is certified or not?
That's, yes.
And if they're a basic police officer or not,
Yes,
as well as their training?
correct.
And you reviewed those kind of reports a
Yes.
number of times?
Yes, sir. If the coordinator says we're gonna have a certain class, he asks me to run their PSR, which is their personal status report. And it indicates all the classes, all their licenses, what they're certified in, and then all the classes they've taken.
And have you done that kind of running the PSR, the personal status report, for Adrian Gonzales?
When I was asked to, yes.
And does Adrian Gonzales, did he train also for your school?
What happens is that the departments sometimes request that we need a certain class, and it's up to the coordinator to say we have the class or not. And in this case, the school district was requesting to have a certain class, and the coordinator said, yes, we're good to have this class. So he gave me the paperwork, said, let's get started. We started posting, and then we started getting all the paperwork ready for that training.
And was the trainer that was selected Adrian Gonzales?
On record, yes.
And do you know Adrian Gonzales?
Yes.
And is he the man sitting at the far end of the defense table?
Yes, sir.
We'll stipulate. Thank you, Your Honor. And so you've talked to me about you gather all of the paperwork for the training, is that
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And then as training day comes, do you have additional duties?
Just make sure I hand all the paperwork. If it's in-house in the office area, I make sure I give the paperwork to the instructor, or if it's off our area, out of our area, I give that to the coordinator so he can take that over to wherever the training is taking place.
And how do you keep up with who attends the course?
I see the sign-in sheets.
Excuse me?
I see the report of training and the sign-in sheets.
That paperwork is all given back to you as well?
Yes, sir.
And then what do you do with the paperwork?
And then once I check attendance, I check everybody that signed in on the reported training and everybody that signs in on the attendance sheet for the AM and the PM, because if it's an 8-hour training, we do 2 sign-in sheets, one for the morning session, one for the afternoon. So I just verify all the attendance signatures are on all paperwork.
Okay. So is it safe to say that you take care of the paperwork for the continuing education for law enforcement from start to finish?
Correct.
May I approach Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
So in showing you exhibits 1027 through 1035, do you recognize what that document is?
Let me get my other glasses, please. Where do you want me to see?
Can you tell me what that document is?
This is the personal status report, the PSR report for Mr. Adrian Gonzales.
The same man in the courtroom today, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
State offers exhibit 1027 through 1035. We tendered this earlier. Your Honor, after speaking with the defense, they would prefer that I offer this as one document. I have no objection to offering State's Exhibit 1027 as the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement Personnel Status Report.
We don't, no objections presented there, Judge.
All right, submitted.
May we explain that to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
Starting with page 1, on the top left, well, this at the top it shows that this is a personnel status report. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it's for Adrian Gonzales.
Correct.
And the next section, could you tell us what career and professional training is?
You're talking about the service history? Where?
Excuse me?
I'm sorry, what did you ask?
What is the section, the top section there, career and professional training?
Oh, okay. It just, it says where he received his training hours. It's got institution, it's got Southwest Texas Junior College. He has 83 college credits. The total higher educational hours are 83 hours. And then it says total higher educational points, 1,660 hours. Total military hours is 0, so the total is 1,660 hours.
Okay. So there's a difference between education hours and total higher education points.
Mm-hmm.
Is that just TCOL assigns a number of points to each educational credit hour?
It means that he submitted his college, Southwest Texas College transcript to TCOL, and they recorded 83 hours.
Thank you. The next section is service history.
Okay, yes, sir.
And does it indicate how long Adrian Gonzales has been a police officer?
Yes, sir. It indicates when they start, the service started, and when the service ends.
And what was Adrian Gonzales' first work with law enforcement?
He started back in 2010. He started working as a peace officer for the Uvalde Police Department, and the service ended on 7/16/2021. And then he went to work for the school district starting July 19th of 2021 through November 18th of 2022.
And you say the school district, is that the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And so was he working there on May 24th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
As a police officer?
Yes.
So how many total years did he have with the Uvalde Police Department?
It shows here with the Uvalde Police Department as 10 years, 10 months.
And with the school district?
1 year, 4 months.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
If you'll now go to the second page.
Okay.
Award information. Could you tell us what what information is contained in that?
What is contained in that is his level of certification. Whether he's a basic peace officer, intermediate officer, advanced officer, master peace officer license, and the school-based law enforcement officer.
And those certifications that you just read out, Adrian Gonzales has each of those?
Yes, sir.
Not just the basic peace officer, but all the way up to master peace officer?
Correct.
As well as certified as a school-based law enforcement officer?
Correct.
Thank you. And then we have a major section called courses completed.
Mm-hmm.
What are we speaking about here?
That is that's where the officers take all in-service trainings. It starts with the very last training that they've had all the way to the beginning.
So it starts with the most current?
It starts with the most current, yes, sir.
So it kind of goes in reverse order?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
And if you would, could you go down to the bottom of page 2?
Okay.
And could you tell us what course that is?
That is the SBLE Active Shooter Training. that was held on December 17th of 2021.
And how many hours credit did Adrian Gonzales get for taking the active shooter training course in December of 2021?
8 hours.
And was that at your institution?
No, well, we reported it, yes.
Oh, so
But-
this just means you reported it?
Yes, sir. I believe that, yes, that's what it says, Southwest Texas Junior College, LEA.
And that's your group?
Mhm.
Thank you. And on the next page, page 3,
Okay.
at the top, school-based law enforcement training.
Mhm.
Is that also at your,
No, sir.
okay, where was that?
That was taught at the Texas State University Texas School Safety Center.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And then, to finish out 2021, is there a total number of unit hours that he took that year?
Yes, sir.
And how many was that?
101.
Thank you. Going to the bottom of page 3,
Mhm.
are you familiar with who the Middle Rio Grande Law Enforcement Academy is?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us who that is?
That is us. We used to be called the Middle Rio Grande Law Enforcement Academy, and then we switched our name over to Southwest Texas College Law Enforcement Academy.
Okay. And so, can you tell us course number 2050? I think it's the fourth line from the bottom, what that course is?
2050 is the very first one on that. The SWAT class, other than 3301 or 3310, is that? The class is 2050. That's the course number, 2050.
And what is SWAT?
SWAT stands for, I don't remember,
That's
sorry.
fine, that's fine.
Okay.
How many hours of SWAT training did he get?
He received 60 hours of training.
Thank you. And the next page, about halfway down, I'm looking for course number 3305.
Okay?
Do you see those?
Yes, sir.
And could you tell us what the first 3305 states?
It's active shooter response. First class was on 4/13/2018 for 40 hours with the Middle Rio Grande LEA.
And was there a second training for active shooter response?
Yes, sir. There was an active shooter response on February 27th of 2018 at Texas Department of Public Safety, LEA.
And the 3310 just below that?
It's the SWAT in-service training on January 30th of 2018 for 8 hours at the Uvalde Police Department.
And what is in-service training?
In-service is the trainings that we do for the officers.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Going to page number 5.
Okay.
The last two courses that were reported by Adrian Gonzales.
Okay.
Course numbers 3310. Could you tell us what those were?
It was a SWAT in-service training on October 22nd, 2015 with the Uvalde Police Department training roster. And then 3310 was also done on SWAT in-service training on 9/15/2015, 8 hours with the Uvalde Police Department training rosters.
Thank you. Turning next to page 7, toward the top. Is there a course entitled 2050?
Yes, sir.
And could you tell us what that was?
That was the SWAT class, SWAT, other than 3301 course or 3310.
And when was it taught?
This was done in November 22 of 2013 for 60 hours with the Middle Rio Grande Law Enforcement Academy.
60 hours?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And page 7, toward the bottom, 4 lines up, I'm looking at course number 3301.
Mm-hmm.
Could you tell us what that was?
Yes, sir. Basic SWAT course on October 12 of 2012 for 60 hours by the Middle Rio Grande Law Enforcement Academy.
Thank you. And so then, the last page, page 9, under total hours,
Yes, sir.
there's 2 sections there. Can you tell us what those 2 sections are and for how many hours he was given credit?
Okay, the totals hours were 1,948. It says total career professional hours, 1,660. And then total TCO course hours was 1,948 for a total hour of 3608.
So 1,948, specifically 2 TCO approved courses.
Correct.
And at the bottom, is that the certification to show that TCO issued this document?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So in addition to Adrian Gonzales taking some classes from y'all, I believe you testified earlier that he also trained for y'all. Is that correct?
He was an instructor in one of our classes, yes.
And did you provide us the paperwork for that class that he trained?
Yes, sir.
And I'll show you State's Exhibit 927 and ask you if this is the instructional lesson plan that Adrian Gonzales provided.
Okay, this was updated by my coordinator. He's the one that composed this together.
Okay, and who was the instructor of this course?
It shows here instructors were Adrian Gonzales and Mike Hernandez.
And that would be the same Adrian Gonzales as the man that's here.
Yes, sir.
And while you're saying, I guess you're saying he didn't create the document, but this is what he taught.
Yes, sir. That document was given to me from my coordinator.
State Office Exhibit 927. It is marked a number of ways, but I'm going to offer this 927.
Your Honor, may I take the witness very briefly on board, Okay. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name's Gary Hillier. I've got a couple of questions for you.
Yes, sir.
We'll, if I'm speaking too fast, just let me know. I was going to ask you a couple of questions about this document
Yes,
that
sir.
the prosecutor just handed you. Did you get a chance to review it?
I didn't review it right now, but I believe that's the lesson plan objectives for that class.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness very briefly? Yeah, that's correct. Now, in the interest of fairness, I just want to show it to you.
Okay.
Right. So I think it's been marked as various numbers, but I think the intention is to enter it as 927. Okay. Do you understand it?
Sure, not at all, no problem.
So I think, Bill, is that right? We're not doing individual pages?
That's correct.
So it's just been marked as this number. So I believe you said this is in a lesson plan, right?
Yes.
So is it your testimony that you had anything to do with putting this together?
I did not put that together.
So you've got, when I say that, I mean putting the information on the pages,
No, that is something the coordinator does.
Right, okay, that's what I wanted to. So you've got no personal knowledge of any of the contents of this document?
Correct.
It's just that it exists?
Yes.
In that case, Your Honour, we have no objection to 927 as labelled.
Submitted.
And so just to be clear, this is part of y'all's official business records, correct?
Correct.
Y'all keep these records because it is something that TCO will be auditing,
Yes.
and so you maintain the accuracy of it,
Yes.
and it is presented by people who do have personal knowledge.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I'm going to do the same thing and hand you State's Exhibit 927 so you can refer to that.
Okay.
Starting on page 1, if we could, could you tell the jury what the course that Adrian Gonzales taught for y'all?
It was the active shooter for school-based law enforcement, number 2195.
And did he have a co-teacher?
Yes, sir. It was Mike Hernandez.
And how many hours did he train in active shooter?
It doesn't indicate here. It says the course is a limit of 8 hours to 10 hours.
Thank you. And on that same page, does it state what the purpose of the instruction is?
Instruction on materials, prerequisites. It does.
And would you tell us what the 6 goals and purposes of the instruction were?
The first goal was history of active shooter events and training requirements, priorities of actions for school-based law enforcement. Number 3 is stop the killing, solo response to active shooter events. Number 4 is unified response. Number 5 is stop the dying, transitioning to first aid and evacuate of the injured. Number 6 is active shooter scenario trainings and evaluations.
Thank you. And then, can you tell us what the next topic is found on page 2?
This one is, the subject is the active shooter response for school-based law enforcement. It's got the learning objectives to each area that they will be working on.
And the third learning objective is what?
The student will be able to compare, contrast an active shooter event and a hostage or barricade crisis.
And then the 5th learning objective, 2 down?
Is the student will be able to identify expectations of school-based law enforcement officers during an active shooter event.
And the next learning objective?
The student will be able to identify response prioritized during school shootings.
And then the very next one, please.
The student will be able to explain the need to potentially adopt a solo response to an active shooter event.
Thank you. And then from there on, does it talk a lot about tactical operations that are the learning objectives in addition to what you just discussed?
Yes, sir.
Turning to section 1.2, that section being historic active shooting. is the first historic active shooting that was discussed?
The student will be able to discuss HB 2195, 86th regular session, and require law enforcement training requirements under the Act.
And the next paragraph?
It says,
I have to object. I'm sorry, but one, it's not relevant. Two, this is the wrong witness to be testifying about the contents of this document. She's already said that she has no knowledge of the actual words that are on the page other than she's the person who can prove it up. We have the wrong witness discussing that document. That's my objection.
It's the business records, Your Honor, that we're reviewing, and they've already been approved. We submitted these months ago, and there was no objection to them.
I agree with
The
that.
contents of those records.
But the witness has already said, Your Honor, that she has no personal knowledge of the contents of the records. The record exists, and that's what this witness is for. This is for the subject of another witness.
And this is reviewing the,
It's in evidence. I'm going to overrule the objection. You can inquire.
thank you, Your Honor. And moving to 1.2, the Columbine High School shooting. And I've asked you to look at the last line just before Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. Could you tell us what that says?
the last line before that?
Yes, ma'am.
It says organizations such as the National Tactical Officer Association, which stands for NTOA, and Texas Tactical Police Officers Association, stands for TTPOA, started developing and delivering first responders based response tactics for active shooter situations. Programs like the Rapid Response to Active Shooter from the Alert Center in San Marcos, Texas, grew out of this period.
And if you will move now with me to 1.3.
Okay.
And then not the first sentence, just the second sentence. Does it describe what an active shooter event is?
An active shooter event involves one or more persons engaged in killing or attempting to kill people in an area occupied by multiple unrelated individuals.
And the next paragraph, the last sentence before the 2 bullet points.
The number of deaths in the active shooter event is primarily affected by 2 factors.
And what 2 factors are those?
How quickly the police or other armed response arrive and engage them, and how quickly the shooter can find the victims.
Thank you. Turning to the next page then, priority of action.
Okay.
Excuse me, I'm going to go all the way down to 2.2.
Okay.
Is there a section there under 2.2 called priority of life?
Yes, sir.
And would you read that paragraph for us?
Yes. First responders to the active shooter scene will usually be required to place themselves in harm's way and display uncommon acts of courage to save the innocent. First responders must understand and accept the role of protector and be prepared to meet violence with controlled aggression. The priority of life scale is used to guide first responders during the critical decision-making process that is required to effectively neutralize any threats. As first responders, we must recognize that innocent lives must be defended. a first responder unwillingly to place the lives of the innocent above their own safety should consider another career field.
And that came from Adrian Gonzales' training.
This came from this training paperwork. I don't
And on
know.
the next page, is there a priority of life scale?
Yes, sir.
And what is that priority of life scale?
Innocent civilians, first responders, and offenders.
And the very next sentence.
Immediate decisive action by the school-based officer can have a dramatic impact on reducing casualties.
Thank you. And the paragraph right after that, it begins with "in the event."
In the event, you want me to read that paragraph?
Yes, ma'am, please.
In the event of an active shooter attack, school-based law enforcement officers should do the best that they can to fill the gaps until other first responders can arrive. That will probably mean adopting a solo response to the threat.
Thank you. And without reading all the sentences, there are 3 bold statements, is that correct?
Correct.
But could you read the sentence just above it and then state what the 3 bolded words are?
Yes, sir. Officers have 3 primary goals in responding to an active attack on their schools. These goals are isolate, distract, and neutralize.
Thank you. And just a couple more, but on the page 7, 2.3.
Okay.
Could you read the first of that sentence, please?
The student will be able to identify responders' priorities during school shooting.
And the next.
First respond during an active event, be working during the following priorities during event.
And the first party.
Stop the killing.
What does it say about the killing?
Officer, first priority is to move in and confront the attacker. This must include bypassing the injured and not responding to cries for help from children.
And the next priority?
Stop the dying.
And what does the first sentence say there?
Once the threat has been isolated, distract and or neutralize, they should begin providing medical aid to those most seriously injured.
And the third priority?
Evacuate the injured.
And when do you evacuate the injured?
As soon as the scene can be secure, every effort should be made to quickly evacuate the severely injured to medical facilities where they can be properly treated, where they can get proper treatment.
And finally, Unit 3.
Stop the killing, solo response to active shooter events.
And the first sentence of 3.1.
The student will be able to explain the need to potentially adopt a solo response to an active shooter event.
And finally, the last paragraph on that page.
Time is the number one enemy during the active shooter response. The short duration and high casualty rates produced by these events require immediate response to reduce the loss of life. In many cases, The immediate response means a single solo officer response until such time as others can the best hope that innocent victims have in that officer's immediate move into action to isolate, distract, or neutralize the threat, even if that means one officer acting alone.
Thank you. And from there, we move into muzzle discipline and tactics. Is that correct?
Correct.
Pass the witness. Mayor.
Proceed.
Hi again, Matt. It's me again. Have you ever testified in a trial like this before?
Never.
Have you testified in court before?
Never.
You haven't? Okay. And how are you feeling right now?
Okay. A little nervous, but okay.
No, that's understandable, and you're doing good. Again, my name's Gary Hillier. I've got a couple of questions for you, okay?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to have to ask you a couple more because of some of the things that I objected to and the prosecutor asked you. But so I'm going to start generally with your role, if that's okay.
Yes, sir.
Right? And if I'm speaking too fast or you don't understand me, please say, Gary, hold on, and I'll slow down.
Okay.
Because I've got a habit to do that, all right? So you've been employed at Southwest Texas College of Law Enforcement Academy.
Yes, sir.
Right now.
Yes, sir.
And because on the records, some of the evidence that's gone back to jury, it's got different names in it. So that was formerly Middle Rio Grande Law Enforcement Academy.
Correct.
So when we see those two names, Bill, is the exhibit up there, by the way? The exhibit up there? Yeah. May I approach the exhibit judge and just retrieve it?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just going to come and grab the first. This is what I'm going to talk about, then we'll go
Okay.
in a second. So when the jury sees those two notations for this learning institute, it's the same thing. Right.
Yes.
It just changed its name.
We changed our name. Yes, sir.
I mean, like, is there a reason it changed its name? Or?
I don't know.
It doesn't matter. So either way, so your role, I believe that you said, is so you're the office manager for the Law Enforcement Academy, right?
Correct.
And so basically, you are the person who is in charge of the records.
Correct.
And so, like I said, that's you don't know the contents of these lesson plans.
Correct.
I mean, you can read them if the prosecutor asks you to.
Yes.
But you're not testifying to say you have any knowledge of the subject matter in here.
Right.
Similarly, you've got no knowledge of any of these classes that are in this TCOL report.
But other than numbers and titles, that's it.
That's what I mean. Other than the title, and TCOL is the Texas College of Law Enforcement, Texas Commission of Law Enforcement, right?
Correct.
And that collates for the whole state any training that a police officer does.
Yes.
That's reported.
Yes.
There's a section on it, and the jury can see it because it will go back with them. It says any awards.
If they get awarded a certain certification, yes.
Yeah.
They're the ones that.
And have you ever seen it? You've seen a lot of TCOL reports before.
Yes.
Have you ever seen any with disciplinary action on them?
No.
But
I don't remember.
But if an officer is disciplined, it can go on the TCOL report.
It will. It should go
Right,
on
and you reviewed Adrian's?
there. Time back.
Judge, I'll approach the witness again.
Right
Ralph.
now.
I'm going to give you the
Okay.
exhibit back. I don't know that you have that from it. You see, there's no. You'd agree with me. There's no a record of Adrian having been disciplined for anything in his TCOL report.
There's no record on there. I don't see one. It usually says not in compliance if they don't do their additional training hours.
So he's obviously in compliance with his training hours. It looks like that he has a lot of hours, and of course that report goes back over a decade, right?
I don't know how far it goes. It goes as far as when he started with his license.
So I mean, obviously this incident happened in 2022, and the record I believe goes back to testified back to 2012.
This record goes back all the way to December 7th of 2029 when he completed the academy.
When it, what, 2029 or 2009?
I'm sorry, 12/7/2009.
So it goes back even further than 10 years. Is that right? That's the point I was making. So that is a record of any training that Adrian has ever done as a police officer that is reported.
Correct.
And the reason for that is, of course, as you said, a police officer, to keep their certification, has to do a certain amount of hours every 2 years.
Correct.
Right, and I think it's 40 hours you testified to.
Yes.
Right, so you're not here to testify to the jury. You weren't present during any of this training.
Correct.
No. You can't testify to the quality of that training.
Correct.
You can't testify to its content.
Other than the paperwork that I received, but that's it.
No, and some of that, you'd agree, some of that training on that TCOL report was possibly done online, right?
I don't know how the coordinator got it.
But it's possible, right?
I don't know. I don't know if it was done by another instructor or the coordinator or what.
Because not all the courses on there are done from your agency.
Right.
So there are other. So someone does a class that your agency is involved in, your law enforcement agency or academy is involved in, right? And you collate all the paperwork to do with that, like you testified, correct?
What is given to me? Yes.
And then you check that it's correct, and you talk to the coordinator, and if it's correct, you then submit it to TCOL.
Once I check the paperwork that's returned back to me with signatures and all that information, yes.
Yeah, once it's correct. So for your academy, once it's correct, you report it to TCOL.
Correct.
So the point I'm trying to make is that other agencies do training for law enforcement officers, right?
Yes, there's all over Texas.
Yeah, we've looked at some of them, right, on the TCOL report that we've got there, and they're in control of their own curriculum and course content as well, similar to your agency, right?
Yes.
So I'm saying, are you aware that some of these classes, they get given code names? The prosecutor kept saying, course number 2050, what is that? That these other agencies or institutions will put training on for students that is done online. Are you aware of that?
Some of these trainings must be done in person, and some can be done online.
Right, okay. So I wanted to talk to you very briefly about how a person gets to be an instructor for one of these classes.
In order to be an instructor, to teach a class for us, they have to have a basic instructor certification.
Right, and so precisely, so that comes from TCOL itself.
Yes, that is a class that they take. It's a 40-hour class, number 1014, and then they submit that information and require and get a certification for that.
Yeah, and that is a certification, that's a general certification just to teach other adults who are police officers, right?
Correct.
That doesn't mean that you are a subject matter expert in something you're teaching, right? It just means that you have taken the TCOL authorized class in teaching.
To teach classes, yes.
To teach at any class.
I don't know about any class. The coordinator's the one that says he's qualified to teach a certain class. I don't.
And let's talk about that, because that I wanted to talk to you about the coordinator, because you said the coordinator a couple of times. Now the coordinator is in your agency, right?
Yes.
So, because we've got two things going on here. We've got the training that's done through your law enforcement academy, and other training that gets reported to TCOL, right?
Right.
So just to straighten that out. So in order for a police officer to be able to teach a TCOL sanctioned or authorized class, they have to do the TCOL 40-hour instruction class.
Correct.
And we've already had some testimony before the jury. It's almost like train the trainer, teach the teacher, right? And it's like, this is how you make pancakes. And this is so you then can teach people to do things.
Correct.
Right? And that could be teaching an officer about investigating sexual assault, right?
Right.
Could also be about reporting a crime.
Correct.
Right? And it could also be at the other scale, firearms tactics. That's what we've got here. But by value of nature of having done that 40-hour TCOL instructors class, that just means that you are qualified to facilitate classes for TCOL. That's all that means, right?
Right.
And then going on from that, in your institution, because that's what you've got knowledge of, right? The coordinator is the person who decides if an instructor has the qualifications to teach a specific class.
Correct.
Right. And in this case, we've pointed out there's a couple of notations in there that Adrian has taught some active shooter classes for your academy.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think you mentioned, who is the coordinator in your organisation?
We have a different coordinator at the moment that this class was taught. This was updated by Mr. Johnny Field. He was our coordinator back in 21.
So Johnny Field, do you know who's working now?
He's working at the Uvalde County Sheriff's Office.
He's not the constable.
He's not a constable anymore.
He was the constable.
He
right?
was a constable.
So your testimony is that, going on from what the prosecutor said, that Johnny Field, who used to be the constable, was your training coordinator.
He was also my academy coordinator.
And Constable Field also taught classes for your academy, right?
Correct.
He didn't teach this one with Adrian, but he's taught others with Adrian.
I don't know about that, but I know that he oversaw this class.
All right, and so so it would be, because again, I know it's not you, right? It's Constable Field who was doing another role for the agency. Your academy would see whether or not this person has the prior requisites to be able to teach this class.
Right.
So a lot of that is based on Mr. Field or Constable Field or Deputy Field's judgment and decision making, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you have no idea whether Adrian was qualified to teach these classes or not. Constable Field said he was, so he got a chance to do it.
Yes, sir.
All right. And so, and I appreciate you clearing that up. So, and these, I'm going to, very briefly, we'll finish with the TCOL thing, then we're going to go on to the next exhibit.
Okay.
And so what we're looking at is the PSR. It's called a Personal Status Report, right?
Yes, sir.
And that is it. So that if it's not on that PSR, it didn't happen for that officer.
Correct.
Right? So if they've had training that is authorised by any law enforcement academy or agency in Texas, it goes on that report.
Correct.
Right. So if it's not on that report, it didn't happen.
Correct.
Because the prosecutor made you read something out from. May I approach the witness to retrieve? It's 927.
Yes.
Actually, 927. If I may, now.
This one right here. Okay.
This, if I may, Mr. Turner asked you to read some things out. And we're going to visit about it in a second. So the prosecutor, I'm going to ask you, I'm going to draw your attention to page 3 of State's Exhibit 927. I'm sorry to make you do this again, but I'm going to ask you to read a couple of things out, if I may, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to read, and I think Mr. Turner asked you to read this out. I'm going to ask you to read, and I'm pointing your attention to the bottom of page 3, the last sentence of 1.2, which discusses the incident at Columbine High School. If you could just read that last sentence out.
Okay. It says programs like the Rapid Response to Active Shooter from the Alert Center in San Marcos, Texas, grew out of this period.
Right, thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm going to leave you with this because I would like you to have a look at the Adrian's PSR, which is his very detailed training record. So alert, are you aware that stands for Advanced Law Enforcement Rapid Response Training?
Yes, sir.
You'd agree with me that there is nowhere on Adrian's training record that he ever had any training from Alert?
I'm looking at the list of classes that he has taken. No, sir, I don't see an alert class in here.
We don't see an alert class in there. That's because, and again, like we said, I know I've asked this already, if a police officer, a licensed police officer, has training, it gets put on that record.
Correct.
If it's not on that record, that means that someone hasn't had that training.
That's what it indicates.
So we can conclude and we can say to this jury here today that Adrian has never had any training from the alert center in San Marcos or any alert training according to his record, right?
Yes, sir.
So you'd agree with me, if anyone was to judge him by alert standards, that would be inappropriate, right?
If anybody, what, I'm sorry?
Judges him by alert standards, that would be inappropriate because he hasn't had any training.
Correct.
Right, thank you. So I want to move on to, and I think I might have left the exhibit up there. If may I approach again, Judge, I want to inquire about an exhibit.
We've made a blanket rule for this trial. If you want to approach, you want to use the well, just do it.
Thank you, Judge. And I'm going to come up there, ma'am, and I'm going to talk to you about the next document. And again, it's, I'm going to talk to you about State's Exhibit 927, right? And we've already, that is an instructor lesson plan that was prepared by someone in your agency, correct?
No, I don't know who that person is.
But it was updated by Mr. Field,
Yes.
Constable Field, right?
Yes.
So this lesson plan and these documents and these materials are provided to an instructor to facilitate to a class, right?
Correct.
Right, and so in this case, I mean, we've already established that Adrian Gonzales and Mike Hernandez facilitated this class,
Correct.
an 8-hour class.
Yes.
And that would be to fellow law enforcement officers who are school-based, right?
Yes, it says active shooter for school-based law enforcement.
Yeah, and so if Adrian wasn't, let's pretend for 1 minute that, example, let's say I was instructing this class, these materials would be provided to me if I was a peace officer and I was chosen to do it. I would be facilitating the same materials.
Correct.
It's not my materials.
Right, it's what was provided.
By Constable Field. And you know, you read some things out, and I'm going to leave you with that and then ask you to work from my notes. The prosecutor asked you to read some things out to the jury, right?
Yes.
And again, we've already established you're not a firearms instructor.
Right.
You're not a peace officer.
Right.
You haven't been trained in rapid response.
Right.
Or active shooter training.
Right.
But the prosecutor's asked you to read a couple of things, so I'm going to do likewise. Is that okay, ma'am?
Okay. Yes, sir.
I appreciate your help. So, on page 1,
Mm-hmm.
it says the goal, purpose of the instruction, right?
Yes.
And it goes through units. If you read the units out for me again, please, if you wouldn't mind.
Unit 1 was history of active shooter events and training requirement. Number 2 is priorities of active for school-based law enforcement. Of action, for school-based law enforcement. Unit 3 is stop the killing, solo response to active shooter event. Unit 4 is unified response. Number 5 is stop the dying, transitioning to first aid and evacuation of injured. Unit 6 is active shooter scenario training and evacuation.
Thank you, ma'am. And I promise you I'm not going to make you read the whole document out. There's like 15 pages, right? But I'm going to focus on a couple of things. If we turn the page over, we see that it says lesson objectives, and then we're going to go into it later on, whether or not those objectives can be met by the materials provided.
Okay.
But if we look at the objectives, and don't read it yet, because otherwise you'll lose your voice, because there's a lot of it. So can you count down to the 7th learning objective?
Okay. The student will be able to explain the need.
That's the one. Can you read that out for us?
Yes, the student will be able to explain the need to potentially adopt a solo response to an active shooter event.
Correct. Thank you, ma'am. So now, and you don't know how that is done, right, in the training, but the learning objective So the objective to be filled at the end of this training is for a student to be able to explain something, right?
Correct.
All they've got to be able to do to pass this class according to that learning objective is to be explaining the need to do a thing, right? It does not say that they have to be proficient in a tactical skill.
Right.
It doesn't, does it?
No.
So to pass this class, a student just has to be able to say, the learning of the aim is this, not be able to demonstrate how to do this, because you've reviewed that document, right, ma'am?
Right.
You'd agree with me that nowhere in that document does it tell an officer how to do that.
It just says will be able to explain the need to potentially adopt a solo response to an active shooter.
I know, and I feel unfair asking you this question because it's not your document, but the prosecutor asked you, but you would agree with me that having reviewed that document, these training materials don't explain to an officer how to do that.
I don't know what.
That's
If
fair
they
enough.
have, I don't know how it's explained or if it's explained.
Yeah, I'm going to represent you, it doesn't. Okay. But I want to turn over to page 6, because there's lots of things that weren't read out. But this is a long document. All right. Page 6, the top of it. Can you read the first line, please? It's talking about the scale, and I'm sorry, it's talking about if I set the scene, it's talking about the scale and priority of life.
Okay.
Just read the first line.
The scale does not suggest that any first responder approach the mission will with recklessness abandon for safety.
Right. And then if we can go down, you'd agree with me, I'll read it for you. Under the priority of life, before isolate, distract and neutralize, there's a paragraph there. Can you read the first sentence of that last paragraph before it says officers have 3 primary goals?
Let me see real quick. It's the last sentence.
Yes, ma'am. And Judge, I'll approach you to be easier. So I can identify it. Try not to read it.
Oh, this one? Okay. In the event of an active shooter attack, school-based law enforcement officers should do the best that they can to fill the gaps until other first responders can arrive.
Right, and they should do the best they can to fill the gap until the first responders arrive. That's the training, right?
That's what it says, yes.
And again, the jury's heard a lot about it, but these are the training materials, right? Where it says isolate and distract, right? The first word of distract says engage the attacker.
Engage the attacker.
Right. It doesn't say how.
Right.
You'd agree with me on that?
Right.
And presumably, in order to engage an attacker, you've got to be able to see it.
Right.
If you turn over the page to page 7.
Okay.
And it says, well, it says stop the killing. Can you read that first sentence?
This one? Okay. Officers' first priority is to move in and confront the attacker.
Okay. Right. Again, it doesn't say how.
No.
No. Well, I represent to you that Mr. Gonzales did in fact that. He moved into the school.
You're asking me?
No, I'm just telling you.
Oh, okay.
And again,
Well, I'm going to object to sidebar comment, Your Honor. He said it's not a question.
Mr. Stein.
I'm going to move on to Unit 3 further down. Again, and we may have already covered this. Can you read 3.1 out?
The student will be able to explain the need to potentially adopt a solo response to an active shooter event.
Now, and these are the training materials, right? This is it.
This is lesson plan, yes.
It does not go on to explain how that should be done. You'd agree with me on that, ma'am?
I don't know what all this has in there.
I know. I'm sorry to talk over your shoulder, it's just so I can see it, but
Okay.
the prosecutor got you to read things out, and so I'm just doing the same thing, right, in the interest of fairness for Adrian, right? And I'm going to ask you, the last thing I'm going to ask you to read is this paragraph here. The prosecutor didn't ask you to read that. Can I ask you to read that from you, ma'am?
Yes. Most response to active shooter training has been based on team tactics that normally leverage 4 or more officers operating as a cohesive unit to search for and neutralize the threats. Training historically involves forming a diamond or a T formation to rapidly advance towards the sound of the gunfire. The tactics and techniques have a great deal of value when the resources to use them are immediately available. It is obviously safer to deploy teams with overlapping areas of responsibilities. More eyes and more guns pointed at the problem would be preferable.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mhm.
I'll pass the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is State's Exhibit 950, is that the flyer that went along with this training?
Yes, sir.
And does it have, the state offers Exhibit 950?
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
So what date was this active shooter for school-based law enforcement? What date was that taught by Adrian Gonzales?
The date here says March 21st of 2022. It's from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
March 21st, 2022,
Yes,
2 months before May 24th,
yes,
2022.
correct.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
You're going to need to retrieve the exhibit. Ma'am, I've got a couple more questions for you, if I may.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. It's up there. So, we do it, though.
That one is right there.
So I want to ask you some questions about this one, ma'am, 950. So this was a prosecutor just pointed out. I can sit down and we can look at the TV behind you. This was a class that was from May of 2022.
This
March,
was
sorry, I apologize. It's
March,
March
yes.
2022. And if you turn around and look at the screen,
Okay,
we can look at it.
okay.
This was a class that was taught at the Uvalde High School, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if any classes or training was ever conducted for law enforcement at Robb Elementary, the elementary school?
I don't recall.
It wasn't. Thank you, ma'am. I've got no further questions.
Okay, is she excused?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you are excused, not subject to recall. Please don't discuss the case until you're aware the trial is over.
Okay,
You're
sir.
done today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Rick Gerardo.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence and the testimony given the cause will be the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Have a seat over here, please. You may proceed.
Thank you. Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Ricardo Guajardo, Texas Department of Public Safety, Texas Rangers Division.
And how long have you been a Texas Ranger?
5 years.
What did you do before you were a Texas Ranger?
I was a special agent with Criminal Investigations Division for 6 years with DPS. Before that, I was uniformed highway patrol officer for 6 years.
When did you start in law enforcement?
January 2004.
2004?
Yes, sir.
So now you're sitting on over 20 years, is that correct?
22 years, yes, sir.
And so has that time been with DPS, or have you been with other agencies also?
For 5 years, I was Eagle Pass police officer. I was assigned to patrol a motorcycle and SWAT team until September 2008 when I was hired by Texas Department of Public Safety.
And where are you currently assigned?
Crystal City, Zavala County.
And back on 2022, May 24th, where were you assigned?
I was assigned to the Cotulla office, which is in LaSalle County, but my secondary county was Zavala County.
So you had two counties?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And why is it that are all rangers assigned to a county, or how does that work?
Most of the rangers are assigned to, they have an office in a certain county. Some rangers cover more than one county, often up to 3 counties at one time, depending on the terrain.
And you were assigned 2 counties at the time?
Yes.
So how far was your home base from Uvalde?
I would say about 40 miles.
Okay. On May 24th, 2022, did you go to Uvalde?
Yes.
For what purpose?
I was told by my lieutenant that we were responding to an active shooter in Uvalde.
And how long did it take you to get there?
I don't remember.
Okay, fair enough. Well, when you got there, were you given assignments to do?
Yes.
Can you tell us what assignments you had?
When I arrived there with my lieutenant, one of the first things I was assigned to was we had children that were leaving the Robb Elementary through the south side of the school. So we were assigned to keep them off the street and get them to a vacant lot so that they could be later transported by school buses for accountability purposes.
So other officers had already had other assignments, and this was what you were given to do?
Yes.
And is that the assignment that you carried out?
Yes.
And how long did that take?
I don't remember how long we were out there for.
Fair enough. After that assignment, what was your next assignment?
We entered the Robb Elementary property through the south side, and I met there with my supervisor and 2 other rangers just to get an assessment of what had occurred.
And after getting that assessment, what was the next thing you did?
We moved to I was approached by a highway patrol sergeant who advised me that there was still a teacher with children in a classroom. So I took a handful of troopers and made my way down a hallway, and we secured that room and safely escorted the teacher and the students off the property.
Very good. Eventually, were you placed in charge of any of the investigation?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that was?
The scope of my investigation was to investigate the officer-involved shooting, which involved the officers that actually made entry into classrooms 111 and 112. I was given the assignment to write search warrants for residents, cellular phone, and a Ford F-150 that had been involved in the shooting.
I'm sorry, I heard the first about writing search warrants. What was the second thing?
So I investigated the officer-involved shooting with the officers that were involved in the actual shooting of the suspect. And the other assignment was that I was to write search warrants for residents 552 DS Street, 2008 Ford F-150 that was next to the school property, and a cellular phone.
Okay. So the Ford F-150, the truck that we've known to be, is in the ditch, is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe earlier it was referred to that 522 DS, that's where the grandmother was shot, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Eventually, after securing search warrants and getting that out of the way, did you begin questioning witnesses?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of questioning witnesses at this point?
To gather as much information as we could as to the accounts of what had occurred at Robb Elementary.
And so, how did you develop a list of who you were to question?
We started by attempting to identify the officers that first responded, and throughout the weeks and the months of the investigation, we had to view. I didn't view it, but there was audio and video, body cam footage attempting to identify officers in the hallway, so we could get statements from them too.
Okay. And so, how did you pick where to begin questioning witnesses?
My supervisor brought us all together and basically gave us a list of officers and witnesses and victims on a daily basis. So we'd cut them up between however many rangers were working that day, and then we'd go down the list and just start calling witnesses or the officers or victims to get statements.
At that point, had any suspects been developed?
Yes.
As to the officer-involved shooting?
The only suspect that we identified was Mr. Ramos at the time.
I apologize.
Yep.
The gunman is the suspect that you
Yes.
talked about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, even as to officer-involved shootings, there were no suspects involved at that point?
No.
It was just general gathering information about what happened?
Yes.
And did you talk to Adrian Gonzales, this defendant?
Yes, I did.
When did you talk to him?
May 25th, 2022.
May 26th?
Excuse me, May 25th.
So it was the day after this event?
Yes.
And how many witnesses did you end up interviewing?
I don't remember. It was several. We interviewed over the next several months, so I don't have an approximate number of how many interviews I conducted.
Was it in the dozens?
Yes, easy.
And how many Texas Rangers were out collecting interviews?
At any given day, we could have approximately 10 or 15 Rangers doing various assignments. We had Rangers coming into the area and then having to go back to their respective areas, so there's no telling how many Rangers we had. We never had an approximate number. It was just whoever they were deploying that was available to assist.
What was your purpose of talking to Adrian Gonzales?
To gather an account of what he saw, what he heard, and what he was told when he responded to Robb Elementary.
When you take a statement, is there any way that you preserve that statement?
Yes.
How do you preserve the statement?
We record it using an audio-video recorder when it's possible, or an audio recorder.
And you did that in this case?
Yes.
And did Adrian Gonzales come in voluntarily?
Yes.
This was not a custodial interrogation?
No.
So there was no reason for Miranda warnings or those kind of things?
No.
And have you had a chance to review that statement?
Yes.
Is it in completed form, that is, complete from start to finish?
Yes.
And does it include your entire questioning of Adrian Gonzales on that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time the state would offer Exhibit 1038, the statement of Adrian Gonzales.
No objection. Submitted. Publish if you like.
May we publish it? Yes, sir. And Ranger, there may be a couple of times where I hear language that may be police talk that I may ask to stop and explain, if you know what that police talk is.
Yes.
Fair enough?
Yes.
Thank you. And if you stop it right there. Is this the interview that you had with Adrian Gonzales?
Yes.
On the day after the event?
Yes.
Thank you.
May 25th, 2022, approximately 4:41 p.m. We're at the Uvalde DPS office in Uvalde, Texas, 78801. In the interview room is Rick Wahada with the Texas Rangers. Former Crucia, Texas Rangers.
And Officer Adrian Gonzales with the Uvalde CISD Police Department.
Okay. What's your date of birth, sir?
5/15/73. And it's Gonzales with an SFD.
What's a good contact number for you? And your address?
And that's really Studer S.
What's your radio numbers?
422.
How long have you been employed with the school district?
With the school district PD since July, about 10 months.
So you started in July 2021?
Yes.
Okay, to present. And before that, sir?
I worked for the Uvalde Police Department from 2009 to July 2021. I resigned from them, went to work for the school district. I was about 10 years, 10 months with them.
10 years, 10 months?
Yes.
So working for the school district police, what school are you assigned to?
The Uvalde High School.
How long have you been there?
I've been there since school started.
What's your shift?
It depends on yesterday I was the 9 o'clock guy to 6 o'clock.
So 9 a.m.
9 a.m. to 6 p.m.
6 p.m.
And that would have been, well, today I would have been covering Morales School because one of our officers has left the department, so I would have been covering her shift from 8 to 5 today.
Okay. But yesterday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. you were assigned to the high school?
Yes, I was assigned to high school.
Okay. How many police officers in the school district police department?
6.
6?
And then the female she's getting ready. I don't know if she's officially resigned, but I know her last day was last Friday. I think she's just burning her vacation and stuff like that.
So it's 6 police officers, and then what about, is that including the chief and?
The chief, lieutenant, and three officers at the high school.
It's a chief, lieutenant,
and then
and 3 officers?
3 police officers, yes.
And 3 police officers. So the 6th one would have been the female that just?
The 6th one's actually housed, she covers, her campus is Morales Junior High, which is the junior high.
Which you said she's leaving?
She wasn't on scene, actually. Officer Ruby Gonzales was covering the school over there.
Okay, Officer Ruby Gonzales?
Ruby.
Okay.
And that one's Gonzales with the Z.
Okay.
She was covering Morales Junior High, Monday and Tuesday.
Who was assigned to the Robb Elementary School yesterday?
Nobody was assigned to Robb Elementary
No
School.
officers, no assigned. How many schools do you have in Uvalde that you guys cover?
Uvalde High School,
Mm-hmm.
Uvalde Morales Junior High, Flores Elementary.
Mm-hmm.
We have the Dual Language Academy, which is Anton School. If you actually look it up, it's Anton School.
Mm-hmm.
Robb Elementary, and then we have Crossroads, which is the kids they work at their own pace, to get their GED or their diploma and things like that, and for expecting mothers. And then we got a campus at Batesville Elementary. Yes, and Dalton Elementary, which is our pre-K and kindergarten class.
So during the day, are you guys assigned marked units?
Yes, we have a marked unit.
Okay.
They're actually we take them home.
Okay. So, going back to yesterday, can you walk me through just basically your entire workday from the time you checked on and what you did and then how?
Okay, I checked in at the high school right before 9 o'clock, and I actually met one of the sergeants from the police department. We're out there talking for a little bit. He asked me if I was going to go to the park, which is we call it the West End Park, the Mexican Park. It's actually named Parque de Adjournment, Park of the Heroes. The senior class was having activities out there for them, which is a senior class because they're getting ready to graduate. He goes, "Are you going out there because they told us to actually patrol the park?" I go, "No, nobody's told me." Then my Lieutenant Mike Hernandez texted me and said if I can go out there from 9:30 to 11:30 with the seniors.
Okay.
So I got on location to the West End Park, drove around because there's some of our local, I guess, drunks hang out there just, waiting, just, doing whatever, utilizing the restroom, taking baths and everything like that. So patrolled, there was a couple of people there, just drove around because the kids, like I said, towards I want to say the back end of the park, there's a little basketball court and a volleyball court. Some of the kids were playing basketball and the two people that I observed were actually sitting on the park bench. So I just drove around, just let them know that I was there.
Okay.
Parked a couple of spaces, stopped, looked to make sure everybody was, nobody was getting approached. Drove around, finally got off and, interacted with the kids and the principal and some of the staff. I want to say maybe about 11:15, they started debriefing the kids, telling them, we're going to get ready because they bus them out there. So they have about 4 to 5 buses out there in the park. So they were telling them, hey, we're going to give you some packets. The packets were for the pictures for graduation. And you need this, and you need to turn in before the day of the graduation and stuff like that. So they were telling the kids before they get on the bus to make sure they were, stuff like that. So some of the kids started walking towards the bus, and then I heard on the police radio of 1050, which was an accident at Geraldine and Grove Street. So I told the assistant principal, Joel, what's ahead? I'm taking off. I go, there's an accident by the school. So at the Western Parks, I want to say maybe about the 800 block. Robb is like 400 block of Geraldine. So I came up, I left, and then when I was actually getting in my car, I heard the radio traffic that the guy has a gun. So I turn on my red and blue lights. I'm not running sirens, so just red and blue lights. I come out of the park, which is Farrar Street, take a left on South Farrar, because the park's actually on Farrar Street. So I go up Farrar Street, cut on West Garden, the 300 block, 400 block, and then I go up South Evans Street. From South Evans, I hit Geraldine. So Geraldine actually is where the school's at, sits on Geraldine and Oak Louisa. When I approach, I don't know if you're familiar with it, Geraldine has a little twist on it. Okay, towards the back of the school where the vehicle was at, like a half a block up, there's a little twist. So when I came up, I heard the traffic. I don't know if it was when I was on Geraldine on Evans that he was running towards the school. So there was no clothing description provided. So when I came up, I saw people at that curb, like standing, looking towards the school. So when I came up to school, I observed the truck inside I could say a bar ditch, but it has like a concrete where I guess the water sits, so it doesn't sit, so it flows. It was sitting in there, and the rails were all broken up and stuff like that. So when I came up, the actual back gate, the teacher, I guess it's a teacher parking lot. There's a teacher parking lot towards the Old Carrizo, and there's a teacher. I guess the teachers that have classrooms in that where the shooting happened parked there. But there's a gate. It should have been closed. It was wide open. So when I approached, I actually saw a lady in a peach, maybe orange t-shirt running. I didn't know it was a lady or not. I knew it was a lady after I made contact with her, but I saw her, went to her because they said they were running towards the school. I was going over there towards her. No sirens, just light, red and blue lights. I see her fall in a dust of cloud. So I get to her and I realize she's one of the coaches. I don't know her name, dark complected coach, short hair, boyish, tomboyish coach. And she tells me, he's over there. I go, who's over there? He goes, he's over there, the shooter. He's wearing black. I go, where? So when I turn, actually, my vehicle's still there. At the school, it's the Crown Vic that says UCISD. It's like, it's close over there. So when I get out and I approach her, she's like, he's over there. I go, where? She goes, he's over there. He's in black by the teacher parking. So when I look, I start hearing rounds going off. I don't know where they're coming from, but I just know they're getting muffled. They're behind the building. So then I hear like banging. So I think I under my radio, I don't know if I break. I said, hey, shots fired at Robb School. And then I tell him, the general location where he's at. So I start moving up, trying to get from front of my vehicle to the back. There was the only thing that was the tree and then the building. So I started walking towards there, and then I see an officer, one of the PD officers coming, and then all of a sudden I see like glass coming out and firing. Somebody firing in glass. A couple of rounds come out of the glass, and I tell the PD officer, get back. It's coming from over there. So we get there. I want to say Sergeant Page from the Uvalde Police Department show up, and the chief show up. Chief Arredondo show up. So the chief, Donald Page, and myself go in on one side. Lieutenant Martinez from the Uvalde Police Department and Sergeant Gonzales come in through the other side, through the back door. And
what door did you enter?
I entered the door where my vehicle's at, so it's going to be the south door.
Okay, because the school's right here.
Yes.
And then there's a big field.
Yes.
And then this is a ravine, right?
Yes.
And this is where the vehicle was.
Yes.
So you approached.
There's a gate right there. Yes, there's a gate. Yes.
Okay. So you parked here?
No, I drove in because, like I say, I saw that lady running. She was actually about right here in this area.
Okay.
So I made contact with her. There's like a breezeway with the kids, like an Onyx.
Yes.
Okay. I made contact with her, and she tells me he's over here. She's pointing this way. He's over there. He's dressed in black. I go, where? And she goes to the teacher parking lot. I want to say I saw a black car at that end, and then I started hearing the rounds go off, and then like banging, like somebody hitting a metal door. I can't see nothing because it's behind the building. I can't see it. So I notify everybody on the radio the best I could, and then as soon as I start walking over there, I see the rounds come out of the window.
Okay. So when you drove through this gate, you said it was open?
That gate was open.
Okay.
And it should have been locked.
How far did you drive in?
To where my vehicle's stopped. Yeah.
There's a pavilion back here, like a big seat,
Yes.
big roof.
Yeah.
So it's in between the school building?
Yeah.
Okay. So you park here because I know that there's a hallway that goes.
Yeah, there's like a walkway, yes.
Okay.
Actually, where the vehicle's sitting at, that's where I actually stopped at.
Okay, so you drove up to her,
Yeah.
and she's pointing that he's over here?
Yeah, he's behind the building in the black. He's dressed in black.
Okay. And when you drove through, did you see anybody?
I didn't see anybody.
Okay. Does your unit have a camera?
No.
So there's no audio, video in your?
No. There's
Okay.
no.
Do you guys wear body cameras?
Okay.
What unit number is that?
Unit 44.
Unit 44. What kind of vehicle is it?
It's 2019, maybe Ford Fusion.
Ford Fusion.
Yeah, white and color.
Okay. So you drove up to her, she's pointing this way, and when you're talking to her, that's when you start hearing?
Yeah, she said, he's over there. I go, where? She goes, he's over there by the parking lot. And then she goes, he's dressed in black, and then I hear the rounds go off.
Okay, because there's a door right here, right?
Yes, there's a door, yes.
All right.
There's actually a door.
Windows here?
And then there's a side door right there.
Here?
Yes.
Okay.
That's where we made entry with the chief and Sergeant Donald Page.
Okay, so you and Page came through here. Okay.
And I want to say Lieutenant Martinez and Sergeant Canales from the PD came in through that back door because we were facing each other. Yes.
Okay. In Canales, you said?
Yes. Chief Arredondo was with us on our end.
When you said you heard the you heard gunshots, would you believe to be gunshots, and you
Yeah.
saw a window?
Like glass shot,
breaking?
yes.
Coming, now was it on these windows or these windows?
No, it was actually on these windows.
On these windows?
Yes.
Okay. When you saw that happen, where were you?
I was,
So at that point, did he point to a spot for you?
Yes.
And which windows was he talking about?
He was talking about the windows on the east side of the main hallway where the shooting occurred, of rooms 111 and 112.
And so, looking at State's Exhibit 1, you're familiar with the Robb Elementary setup, are you not?
Yes.
This is the fourth grade wing. Which windows was he speaking of?
He was speaking about these windows on the east side of the building.
Did he saw shots coming out?
Yes.
Thank you.
there was actually a tree right there in that area.
Yes.
In that area, I was walking towards the building.
Okay. So when you made entry with Adrian and Chief Arredondo, what did you see inside the school?
Just, when we opened the doors, it looked like, have you ever seen somebody sell a fire extinguisher?
Mhm.
The smoke, that's what it looked like,
Okay.
smoke burn, something burning, So, we went in there, we kinda knew he was in that area, cause I kinda told him, I don't remember if I told him, hey, it's like 3 or 4 windows down,
Mhm.
he's in there, so we kind of all, came in together, and, I didn't see, Lieutenant Martinez get hit, but I don't know what he did,
Mhm.
that he started firing, and then you see him go like that, and everybody scooped back, so I think he got hit, so we kind of moved back, as we're departing, because he was laying fire.
Mhm.
When Donald Page stepped back, you see a piece of the sheetrock come through, a round come through.
Mhm.
So we back up, and Page is yelling at Javi, hey, are you hit? Are you hit? And I see Javi holding his inner thigh, and he goes, yeah, I'm hit, but I'm good. So they walk out, and we walk out.
Okay. When that's
Well, you
going
know what?
on,
Sergeant Coronado was with us too.
Coronado?
Yes. He's with the UPD.
When these gunshots are going off inside where exactly are you inside the building?
I want to say I'm going to be by the first classroom,
Mhm.
right here.
Okay. Do you know what number it is?
No, like I said, there's a hallway.
Yes.
It's a hallway, so I'm going to be the first one right here. Then I want to say Pages right here.
On the same highway, but across the hallway?
I'm actually on the back hall, the back wall, and Pages on this front wall, and Chief and Coronado's on this side.
Okay. And while you four gentlemen are here, where do you think the shooter's at? I know there's a hallway that goes this way, right?
Yeah, that's going to be further more to the end over
Okay.
here. Yeah.
All right. Is there another hallway that comes down this way?
I know it runs from that back door to the front. There's a door over here.
Okay, that long hallway.
Yeah.
All right.
So I want to say there's a hallway here,
Mhm.
and like I said, Lieutenant Martinez was here and Sergeant Canales was there.
Okay. So they were in front of you?
They were in front of us, yeah.
Okay.
We were like, angled in it that way.
Okay. You didn't see Martinez get hit?
No.
But when did you notice that he might be?
Because he's brought it down, and then I heard Paige tell him, "Are you hit? Are you hit?" And he said, "Yeah." And he like moved backwards, and everybody kind of went back because he started laying around. So I don't know. Like I said, I talked to him. He said he kind of peeked in, and that's when the rounds went in. But he said he never saw him.
Mhm.
So the classrooms were dark. From my point of view, the classrooms were all dark. So
Okay. Were the teachers that turned off?
yeah, the teachers are instructed to turn off. That's part of the lockdown procedure.
Okay. What else is part of the lockdown procedure?
Whenever something like that happens, there's a threat on school, they go on a lockdown.
Okay.
Doors are supposed to be locked,
Mhm.
all doors, outside, inside that hallway, and all the perimeter should have been locked.
Okay.
For some reason, I guess they weren't,
Mhm.
But that's the process of a lockdown. But the lockdown didn't come into effect till the shooting was already occurring.
Okay.
Yeah, because we have it's called a Raptor system, and that sends automatic notification to everybody on campus, all the teachers through either through their laptops or their iPads, whatever they have. It sends them the system, and it automatically goes to lockdown. And the front office should deploy something over the intercom saying the lockdown. So.
Okay. So, you guys how many rounds do you think you heard when you were inside the building?
Inside the building, 7 to 9 maybe.
7 to 9 rounds? And when you were outside?
About 13 or 14 rounds.
13 or 14, before you guys actually
Yeah,
went in?
yeah.
Okay. So after Martinez gets injured, what happens right after that?
We scoot back, and I think we call for the SWAT team to come in.
Do you remember who called for the SWAT team?
I don't know if it was me or Sergeant Coronado, because we couldn't break in the restroom. We couldn't break in the hallway. For some reason, our radio repeatedly don't break inside the buildings, none of the buildings, school buildings.
Okay.
So I think we called them while we were outside.
So the four of you, Donald Page, yourself, Chief Arredondo, and Sergeant Coronel, did you exit the same
Yes, exit
door?
the same door.
And where did you guys go after that?
We held perimeter right there at that door.
At the door?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know where Martinez and Canales went?
No, I don't know. I couldn't.
Okay.
They were out of my view. The last time I saw them was when Page was asking Martinez if he was hit, and he goes, "Yeah, I'm okay. I got hit. I'm okay." They're in that hallway right
But
there.
you could just hear them coming down?
I can see them.
Okay,
We
you
can see them. Yeah, you can see them. Yeah.
About how far are they from you down the hall?
Maybe 50 yards. No, that's just wrong. About 25 to 30 feet. 25 to 30 yards
25 to 30
Yeah.
yards down the hallway?
down the hallway.
Okay.
They're in actually the hallway that runs from that back door to the front door.
Okay. So you guys exit, and then who started calling for the SWAT team?
I want to say either I broke or Coronado broke. One of us broke because, like I said, we weren't getting service. So we walked out, and I want to say I called, but I don't know if I called to activate the SWAT team.
Okay.
I called the dispatch.
Now, during the break that you guys went outside, were there still
No
rounds
more,
being
no,
fired?
no.
Okay. How long do you think you guys were out there for?
Maybe 20, 30 minutes.
20, 30 minutes?
Yeah.
Was there radio traffic going back and forth?
Yeah, there was a lot of radio traffic.
Okay.
I know one of the traffics I heard somebody said, call as many agencies as you can.
Okay. But you don't recall who it was? No. Okay. Now, during those 20 or 30 minutes, you said you heard 7 to 9 rounds while you were approaching the building, right? That's when the glass is breaking that you said on this side?
Yes.
Okay. And then you went
No,
inside?
7 around 9 inside.
Inside?
Yes, outside was
You
more.
heard 13 or 14 outside?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. And then this was inside?
Because I know Chief Arredondo stayed close in the hallway, and we're trying to, I remember talking to, I want to say Officer Salcedo, and there was a female trooper that was with them, and I told them to stay where they're at because glass, they were shooting out the window. And if you look from that window that's broken, there's a hallway, classroom hallway, and then there's another one. And I want to say Lieutenant Hernandez came up there, and I told him to keep the other hallway clear because that had a straight shot, line of fire, so nobody, nobody else, none of the blue guys can get hit there. So I told him, keep that area open. So.
Okay. When you come back outside and you guys radio for the SWAT team and you're requesting assistance, you guys were out there for 20 to 30 minutes. Was there any more, did you hear any more gunshots?
No more.
So everything just got quiet?
Quiet.
Was there teachers running out, or could you see any students in the hallway?
No.
Okay. So initially when you guys made entry, the doors were closed,
The
You
doors
saw
were
lights were off?
Yes, lights were off. Yes.
No kids were.
No kids were running around. Or anything else. The thing is, on the lockdown, it's everything quiet. They hide, take cover, and complete silence. You know, we teach them. You know, if they have cell phones, you know, turn them off or silence them. Mostly the older kids, but they'll start texting family. So that's kind of one of the things that we preach in the in-service, because we teach this program in the in-service. You know, that hey, the secure, the hold, and the lockdown. You know. So yeah, and that's on our Raptor system. It's like I said, every employee at the school district is required to be on it. That way they can, you know, they can be outside and the coach can hit that alarm and put that whole school on lockdown and not, you know, not do anything, you know, can just be there because they have first-hand knowledge of what's going on. Because they're outside, the coach can actually get on that Raptor system and lock down the school from his location. He doesn't have to call the main office or the principal say, hey, we're gonna go on lockdown. He can lock it down and everybody, it's a mass text, or get a mass alert. Your phone bill goes off and it gives you an alert.
So any faculty member, police officer, any employee?
Any school district employee can set it off.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on school, the Uvalde Police Department, the Sheriff's Department, none other than have access. You have to be a school employee to have that, so.
So what happened after, you guys were out there 20, 30 minutes, what happened after that?
Just the radio traffic back and forth. I went and checked on Officer Ruben Reese, because he told us that his wife called him, Miss Mireles, and that she was hit and she was dying.
You went to go check up?
I checked on him. He was in one of the back of patrol. I want to say Lieutenant Balagas's unit. He was sitting there with Lieutenant Hernandez. I was trying to, you know, calm.
Because he had already gotten.
Because he got a call from his wife and Detective Rodriguez and Lieutenant Hernandez. He tried to make entry, and they held him back from going in. And they took his pistol, his duty pistol away, because he wanted to go in. So after he received that phone call, so they actually had to take his gun away and sit him down. So
what happened after that?
I want to say we started pulling kids out from the first classroom. If you look at on this side, there's the first window. We opened that window and we pulled kids out.
Okay.
And what we did, we pulled kids down, we just told them to run.
Okay.
There was officers there and maybe some family members. They were running too.
Okay.
And then we came to this one, and I want to say it was myself, Donald Page, and I want to say, I just know his last name Gonzales. He's a Border Patrol agent. He broke that window.
Okay.
And once again, he showed you on a paper which windows that they were evacuating the kids. Is that
Yes.
correct? And which windows were those?
Windows on the west side of school.
On the opposite side of where you
Yes.
saw the glass breaking out with the shots fired.
Yeah, it was these windows to these classrooms.
Thank you.
Broke that window, and then we pulled kids out of there, and we just went strategically all the way down, pulling kids out of the windows, breaking windows.
When you guys were pulling kids out of the classrooms through the windows, did you notice that any of the kids were injured?
No, none of the kids were injured, yes.
So all of the kids that were on these windows, they were removed safely?
They were removed safely, yes.
Okay, and they were taken to the front of the...
They were taken towards that gate where that I came in through.
Okay. During all this time, is there any more gunfire that
No.
you hear? Okay.
Somebody came up and said there's I guess the Vortex team was coming up, and I want to say somebody said there's gunfire, but I didn't hear it. But somebody said it, you know. Who said it, I can't tell you, because like I said, there was at least 30 to 40 people hunkered down right there at that entrance, you know, just people waiting to, you know, get there and stuff like that. You know, I guess the Vortex team was waiting for their guys, and, you know, troopers were getting there. Everybody, it was just a big old cluster, you know.
What happened after that?
After that, I guess the Vortex team got there, and I want to say I ran from this location. There's another part of the school here that runs the fence line.
Yes.
I ran there, and I went and got some master keys
Okay.
We needed your master keys to the classroom.
Who did you grab them from?
Cubish, I know he's one of the mains guys, one of the second guy in command with the mains. I know his last name is Cubish. Yeah. I actually met him by the cafeteria.
Okay.
Met him there, and he gave me the key, and he said, "There our master or our something." He said one of those will open all the doors.
Okay. Now, you were by the door for 20 to 30 minutes, and then you said you went to go check up on
Ruben Reese.
Ruben Reese?
Yes.
And you said he was with Lieutenant Vargas?
Lieutenant Hernandez. He was in Lieutenant Vargas' car.
Okay. And Lieutenant Vargas' car. Mariano Vargas?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where were they stationed at?
There were, I want to say their vehicle, there was teachers parking right here, there was somewhere in that area.
So there was teachers already coming into the
No,
gate?
the teachers were already parked there.
Oh, okay, they were already parked
Right
there?
there, yeah.
Okay, so he parked behind the vehicles?
I want to say he's parked somewhere in there, his vehicle's actually still there.
Okay.
It's a black Tahoe.
How long were you there with Ruben Reese and Lieutenant Vargas?
10 minutes maybe.
Mhm. Just assessing Ruben
Just,
Reese?
yeah, making sure he was okay, because he was like, she's in there, she's bleeding, April, she called me, I go, Ruben, calm down, trying to calm him down.
Mhm.
But, he was like, I guess in the daze, he was just.
Okay. Is that where you ran to go meet Cubish for the?
Yes, because we have our school radios, and Lieutenant Hernandez called me and said, hey, can you go get keys from the office? So I tried to call Officer Gonzales on our school radio. She wasn't breaking in the location she was at, and we ended up meeting there at the actual office. And she was looking for keys, and I went and got them from Cubish in the front. So.
Okay. So after you grabbed the keys, where did you go from there?
I went back to
the front?
To the front, to actually back right here, and I met Ranger Kendall, and I gave him the keys.
Okay, so you gave the keys to Ranger Kendall?
Yeah.
Okay. What happened after that?
They made entry. Before they made entry, we set up EMS right there at the door, at least 3 or 4 stretchers. And then I grabbed some gloves, and they made entry. They said it was clear, and they started pulling bodies out, and we started, pulling kids out.
During this whole time that you're grabbing the keys, did you ever hear any gunfire?
No.
So the last time you heard gunfire was when you were in here?
Yes, when Lieutenant Martinez got
And
hit.
you guys pulled back?
Yes.
To the rear? Do you remember who was with Ryan Kendall?
No.
And they made entry through the side door, right? On this one?
Yes, they made entry through there.
How long do you think they were in there for?
I was in there for maybe 3 or 4 minutes, and then they started pulling everybody out. One of the border patrol agents said only medics are allowed in there, to work on kids. And when I walked out, they were working on missing it, and that's right there at the door.
Right
That
now?
door, yes.
Okay. So when Kendall made entry with the team, did you go in there with them?
No.
You didn't? No. You stayed on the outside?
I stayed outside with the EMTs,
Okay.
myself and Detective Rodriguez.
Did you hear any more gunfire after that?
I heard maybe 2 to 3.
Mhm.
That was it.
Okay. And they were coming from inside the school?
Yes. Somebody said, hold the line, hold the radio, because they were making entries, so.
Okay.
Right before they made entries. I want to say that's going to be Officer Michael Water that made that remark. And the voice is kind of, he has this distinct voice that, I can see him behind me. I know he's talking, so I worked with him for several years. So.
Officer Michael
Wally with the Uvalde Police Department. 320.
When they made entry, you stayed by the door, and you said, did they return to the door and start handing you kids, or did you go back in?
No, we actually went in and, I actually went in and tried to see if I could help, but they were just dragging bodies out, you know, taking kids out and stuff.
Who did you go in there with?
I just followed the group that went in, so that nobody in particular. So I can tell you right now, I was probably the only CISD in there, besides Chief and I think just Chief. The Chief was the only. I saw Chief in there, so.
Okay.
But I was nowhere near him, so.
So you two, Chief Arredondo and yourself, were the only ones from?
I want to say from school district that was in there. Yes.
But you didn't go in with the initial?
No, I didn't go with entry team.
You just waited?
Waited, yes.
Okay. Did anybody come back to open the door, or say it was clear, or anything like that?
They cleared the building, and then I remember giving somebody the keys because they wanted a secondary search to clear the rest of the classrooms.
Okay.
So I know the guys that cleared the hallway where they made it, the hallway that they came in through. I gave the keys to the guys, and they cleared those. Or I gave mine to Chief Arredondo. I gave them the keys. I go, here's the master keys. And there's 2 master keys out, so they were checking them.
Okay.
So.
Ranger Kendall had one of the sets
Yes.
of keys? Okay. How long do you think you waited when they made entry? How long do you think they were in there for?
Maybe a couple of minutes, 2 or 3 minutes, yeah.
Before the initial clearing, right?
Yes.
Did you ever fire any rounds
No, sir.
during that conference? Okay, so you didn't fire any rounds?
No.
What were you, is that the uniform you're wearing?
Yes.
Okay, the exact same thing?
Same thing.
Okay.
Minus a tourniquet. I
Okay.
gave a tourniquet to one of the EMTs and one of the Portec guys, and we were grabbing as many as we can, so I gave him mine.
Okay.
Just a prepping, you know, for the victims.
When you were approached to school, are you guys issued a rifle?
No, sir. We don't
So
have rifles.
just your sidearm?
Just your sidearm.
And is that issued, or is that?
That's an issue.
Okay. What kind of?
It's a Glock 40
Mm-hmm.
by a Gen 5,
Model 22?
Model 22.
40 And how many magazines do you carry?
3 magazines of 15, and then I got 1 in the chamber.
Okay. So 46 rounds total?
Yes, sir.
During the entire course of when you first drove in and made contact with the female coach that fell, and then she's giving you direction of where he's at, she never gave you a description?
She just said he was wearing all black.
He was wearing,
All
okay,
black,
so
yeah.
she told you he was
Yeah,
wearing all
she
black?
was, he's over there, he's wearing, by the parking lot, wearing all black. And
Okay.
that's when the round started going on.
Okay. Did you ever see the subject?
No, I never saw him.
Okay. Did anybody that was with you get a glimpse of him?
As far as I know, no.
Do you know if anybody on the entry team was wearing a body camera? Detective Page, Chief Arredondo?
Maybe Sergeant Coronado was wearing one. I can't guarantee you, but maybe Sergeant Coronado and Sergeant Canales. Because Sergeant Page is the sergeant of, I guess he does internal affairs and stuff like that, and the hiring and stuff like that. So I don't know if they carry, him and Lieutenant Martinez, I don't know if they got a body cam available.
And they're both with
With the Uvalde
PD?
Police Department. But Sergeant Canales and maybe Sergeant Coronado may have body cams on.
Do you have any questions?
No, I'd like to just clarify something, that way we're all on the same sheet. So, when you come up here, right, sir?
Yes.
You never see that individual anywhere?
Never see
You
him.
never see him
No.
drop in?
No.
Okay. And as you're entering that door, right, you're hearing gunfire, correct?
No, we never entered the store.
So you never went inside the school?
Never went inside the school till I got coverage over here, then we made entry.
Okay.
Yeah.
But as you're standing out here, you're hearing.
I heard.
I want to ask you about the statement he just made that I never went in until I got coverage.
Yes.
We have been talking for quite some time about cover as a wall or something of that nature, cover
Yes.
from gunfire.
Mhm.
But it's used differently here, is it not?
Yes.
And what does, I didn't go in until I got coverage, what does that mean to you as a police officer?
He didn't make entry until there was other officers covering the west door.
So coverage means other officers
Yes.
covering for you.
Yes.
And he didn't say west door, is that correct? He just said coverage.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Or like 3 or 4, and that's what, no, when I went in, no, there's no gunfire.
Right. I guess what I'm just trying to make sure I understand is, when you guys went in, right,
Yes.
you were hearing gunfire?
No, not at that time, no.
The gunfire is done?
Done. And then when we try, I don't know, like I said, I don't know what Lieutenant Martinez did, then, 7 to 9 rounds go off. And it's, like I said, it's a high, I know it's, I can't say it for sure it's an AR-15, but it's a high-power rifle. You can hear it,
And do you guys take the hallway? What I mean by take the hallway, you guys are inside in the hallway,
Yes.
right? So do you take that hallway? In other words, are you there? Are you ready to go if he comes out?
Yes.
Okay. And then, because there's no radio traffic and the radios aren't working, do all y'all come out or just you?
Me, Coronado, and I want to say Page come out. Chief stands in the area where he's trying to make contact with them. He's trying to talk to him, come out and talk to him.
Okay.
That was the last of traffic.
Okay, is he inside the building?
He's inside the building.
So just inside the door, would you
Yeah,
say?
right there, yeah.
Okay, so then the only one left in there at that time is the chief, and then it's you
Yeah.
three are outside.
Yeah, we have the door open and we're holding it.
Okay. And then you're telling us that as you're standing there, you're hearing more gunfire?
No.
The gunfire is over.
Gunfire is over.
All right. I just wanted to clarify that. Your dispatch, will they have audio video recording?
They should have radio recording of it. So.
Or you would come out and say, hey,
Yeah.
I know you mentioned that you call for backup?
Yes. And I want to say I think Lieutenant Vargas was the first unit I saw, and I told him to come to me, but he, went the other way, and then Sergeant Page came up to me, to my location.
When the rounds are being fired, sir, are you, I don't need the paper, I'm just trying to, as the rounds are being fired, is there a reason why you don't fire?
Because I don't see where the rounds are coming from.
That way we can
Yeah,
explain.
I know they're coming from the back over here, I just don't know where they're coming from.
And you know anybody else that you know of at that time fired back, right? Because nobody.
Not that, as far as
At least you.
At least me, I did not fire. Yeah, I did
And
not.
that's because
I didn't see them. I heard them, but I didn't see them. And they're echoing, so I don't know. I know they're coming from the back. I just don't know where from.
When you guys made that entry into the hallway, there was 4 of you. Did anyone in that group of 4 say, hey, we need to go down this hallway and we need to find this shooter?
No.
No? Did you think about that, or did it ever cross your mind?
It did cross our mind, but we just never, nobody ever made, we're just covering each other, that's what basically what we're doing. Holding, covering Chief and covering Page, and then, Ronaldo covering us, so. I want to say there was only one AR, and that was Sergeant Gonzales had the AR.
So
Everybody else had
pistols?
pistols.
Okay. Did anybody ever suggest that when Lieutenant Martinez was hit, hey, we need to go grab Lieutenant Martinez, or we need to...
No, because he was actually mobile. So,
Okay, he was...
so
moving.
yeah, so it was moving, and I want to say Lieutenant Vargas
Mhm.
called for EMS.
Okay. Was Lieutenant Vargas with them?
He was in the back. I don't know. I didn't see him, so I can't.
Okay.
I can't tell you for sure.
You could just hear...
I know he was there because he was the first one that I saw from my location where I was parked,
Mhm.
and I told him to come to me
Mhm.
for cover because he had the bigger unit, and but he did.
We have that word cover and unit there, correct?
Correct.
That he saw Vargas, I told him to come to me for cover because he has a bigger unit. Would you tell us what that means?
From what I observed in the interview, I understood that at some point he may have wanted to use the Lieutenant Vargas's vehicle because it was a bigger unit, bigger vehicle as coverage if he needed it.
And so he called Vargas over so he could have more cover.
That's correct. But then Lieutenant Vargas went to the west side door, and that's when Sergeant Donald Page went over to Mr. Gonzales and met him at the south door.
The next car that came was Page.
I believe so.
He deterred and went to that area, and then Sergeant Page is the one that came to me.
And of course, you know, because it's a lockdown, there's still kids
Yes.
in the classrooms.
So that's our concern. Do we fire and do kids get hit? So we don't know the status of it. I tried to call the office. I know when I was out there and seeing that the kids were in class, and they kept telling me that there was kids in that classroom.
Mhm.
So when we came out, which was a school radio.
Now, when you hear the gunshots inside, do you hear any screaming?
No,
Do you hear any teachers calling for help?
no, nothing. By the time we went in, it was quiet.
Mhm.
So I don't know, like I said, if they were injured or they were doing what the lockdown is, keeping quiet. So.
Mhm. Do you know approximately what time the lockdown came into effect? Through a text or?
Check if it's on the Raptor. Sometimes when the alerts go off, they kind of.
Is that an app?
That's an app. It's a Raptor.
How do you spell it?
It's
At 11:32, and Raptor is
R8.
Mhm.
Let's see. Oh, that's it right there. So,
R alert.
R alert, yeah.
And you said at what time? 11?
11:32, the school goes on a lockdown. Doesn't give me the teachers can message and stuff like that. Say one of the teachers, hey, I sent John Doe to the counselor's office.
Mhm.
Does somebody have them? And whoever the counselor can respond, yes, I got her. Or some of the teachers say,
So it's a mass?
it's a mass, yeah. All the teachers are required to log in and set up an account,
Mhm.
to their school. So
And just to be clear, there was nobody assigned to Robb Elementary
No.
that day.
nobody was assigned to Robb.
Is that a normal?
Yes, that's a normal.
Okay. And
And usually we have an early guy. The early shift is from 7 to 9. From 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Okay, that's the early person. The early person does the rounds outside of the high school. Goes and visits the other campuses in the morning.
so there is not one school
There-
that has a permanent officer, as far as you know, here in Uvalde.
The only one that has a permanent officer she's stationed there is Officer Flores and ourselves. We're at the high school. That's our home base. So, but there's days that, hey, you need to go, the traffic, hey, there's a pursuit coming in. Go stand by Rob or go stand by dual language. We don't get involved in the pursuit. We just make sure nobody comes in and out, because sometimes they just put the campus on secure. On a secure means that if you're inside a building, you're free to move within the building, but nobody outside the building. You know, on a lockdown, everything, lights off, everything out of sight, you know. No communication, no nothing. The teachers are prompted, the principal's prompted to have a password with the teachers and only share it with the teachers. And when he comes on to that intercom, he'll say, okay, password so-and-so, we're good, the secure's been lifted. But he also, the administrators, whoever sets that alarm, can put the school off of lockdown, can close it. So.
Does Uvalde ISD 3D have non-commissioned security guard at any of the schools?
We have a security guard at the high school.
Non-commissioned?
Non-commissioned. He's just a security, that's his, he's part of the school district PD, but he's just a security guard. And all he does is basically man the gates, and we'll utilize it for security at the local football games, basketball games, whatever we need, so. He has our authority, he just doesn't have the arresting power, so. Yeah.
Does he carry a weapon?
No.
And who's answering?
That's gonna be Chris Sanchez. And he's always at the high school. He's always stationed at the high school. That's his campus.
Just going back on someone else. So you've been assigned to the Uvalde High School,
Yes.
correct? On that particular day, or that's your normal?
That's my normal campus, yes.
From 9 to 6?
It
Is that
depends.
okay,
Well,
that can
because,
change?
yeah, because we have the early shift, which is 7 to 4, and then we got 8 to 5, and then we have 9 to 6.
How often does it change?
It changes every week. Like this week, I would have been the 9 to 6 guy, so
Okay.
next week I would have been the 7 to 4 guy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it goes backwards?
Yeah, it goes, yes. And the only ones that actually utilize that shift are Officer Ruby Gonzales, Officer Ruben Reese, and myself. The lieutenant usually comes in at 8, chief comes in at 8, and Cecilia, Officer Flores, who's stationed at the Morales, she comes in at 8.
Okay.
Sometimes we've had an incident where the traffic control at Dalton, the principal refuses to put somebody out there crossing guard, so we do that. So lately, it's been since I think after the holidays, the 8 o'clock guy comes in early and does the traffic control at Dalton from 7 to like 7:45.
Okay.
So we do that, and then we go to the high school.
Okay. Are you allowed to leave the high school?
Yeah.
To go patrol?
Yes.
Say I want to go to the junior high?
And then what I was saying, the early guy, the 7 to 4 guys, does the early rounds, visit all the other campuses, and then the late guy visits all the campuses. So.
Okay.
Unless there's something major going on, and like I said, sometimes all 3 or 4 of us are have something going on. We're all working something together, So there's not. Sometimes we don't do rounds, because we're housed there with the administrators. So.
Where's the main office for the school district? Department?
It's going to be there at the Uvalde High School.
At the Uvalde High School? That's your main office?
Yes. And it's going to be number 1 Kyle Trail.
Number 1 Kyle Trail?
Yes, sir. The chief has his office there, along with his administrative secretary, and we call it the squad room, where she's at, and then all 3, Lieutenant Hernandez, Officer Reese, Officer Gonzales, and myself have our own independent offices.
Okay.
And we're scattered throughout the inside of the high school.
Okay. So the school district police department, you said, is the chief Arredondo, lieutenant, 3 police officers, plus the female that recently just left?
Yes, 4 officers.
Okay, so it would have been a total of 6, like you said?
Yes.
But right now it's 5?
Yes.
Okay. And how many marked units do you have?
6 units.
6 units? So every officer...
Well, actually,
has
there's only, the 3 Ford Fusions are marked, and Officer Reese is marked, but he has the ghost decals.
Okay.
And Chief and the lieutenants are just explorers, great explorers. They have red and blue lights and sirens, but no decals on them.
Because they don't do traffic stops?
We don't do it, we don't.
Okay. So just to be clear, every independent school district police officer has a way to be mobile?
Yes.
Okay, and they're all take-home units?
They're all take-home
Okay,
units.
so at any given time, you can respond from your house if
Yes.
there's an emergency? And you get, that's within your policy, I guess your police department allows you, hey, you hear something major?
Yes.
You can
yes,
respond?
Yes. Yeah.
Is your-
And most of the time, we'll get the traffic, the radar traffic, and we have like a group text and, hey, there's a pursuit coming in.
Mhm.
They're coming in and they're gonna be, by either the dual language, which is on 90 West. It's
Mhm.
closer, it's a block away from 90 West,
Mhm.
about the 1,000 blocks, so it's there. So if we know it's coming that way, we'll start going to that area. If it's coming off of 83 South, we'll generate towards the Robb area. The early guy that's just driving around patrolling, well, that's their job. You know, if we need to come out more, we'll pull the one that's doing the traffic at Dalton, will go assist, you know.
Okay. Going back to when you and the officer were breaking the windows here by the teacher parking lot,
Yes.
did you notice that there was anything on the ground? Anything that
No.
someone may have dropped?
No, not until after the fact, somebody says that, hey, there's a bag there and it's full of AR magazines, but which officer said that, I couldn't tell you right now. Possibly wearing green, maybe the camouflage, I don't know, to tell you the truth.
Okay.
So,
All right. But it was after everything, kids were getting
yeah,
evacuated?
yeah, kids were getting evacuated. And the last classroom, I was closer, I was checking on Ruben again, and I was more towards the back. So, their kids were running, so I was just telling them to go run towards it.
When you guys were over here on the last
That
classroom?
one of the last classrooms, yes.
Okay, because they were pulling them out of the window?
Yes.
So you kind of guiding them?
Yeah.
Hey, run this
Yeah,
way.
on that last classroom, I was kind of further back and I was guiding the kids out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember how many windows you guys cleared? How many classrooms?
I want to say 4.
4?
I say 4, you know, but it could have been more.
Okay. And I'm not looking for a precise number.
Yeah, I want to say 4.
Okay,
We opened one, and I want to say I observed them break 3 windows.
okay. And this is after you guys came back outside to regroup?
Yeah.
When the shots were fired inside?
When the shots, there was no more firing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Do you know who suggested, hey, let's start?
I want to say it was Sergeant Page.
Sergeant Page
Yeah.
said, okay.
And I want to say Corporal or Detective Landry was there. His rank is a corporal with the Uvalde Police Department.
When you guys were doing this, did you ever see Lieutenant Martinez or Canales outside?
No, I know, I heard the traffic, like I said, Lieutenant Vargas called for an ambulance to have one of the officers check,
Mhm.
and he got checked out, and I guess he came back and joined the crowd, so.
Okay.
So, but like, by then, it was massive, you know, there was officers everywhere, so.
Okay. So you exit, you're standing by the door, right?
Yes.
And then how many minutes go by before you guys start evacuating the kids, opening these windows?
I want to I say maybe 15, 20 minutes we're out there,
Mhm.
and then we started pulling kids out, about 5 to 10 minutes after that.
Was that before or after you went to go check up on Grease and Lieutenant Vargas? Because he was in the unit, right? With,
He was inside Lieutenant Vargas' unit,
unit.
yeah.
So did you clear the classrooms and then go check on Grease, or did you check on him first? and then-
I want to say we cleared some of the classrooms first, and then I went to go check on him.
Some of the classrooms?
Well, yeah, because then I went to go check on him after we cleared 2, and like I said, the other agencies started clearing them out.
Okay. So when you start clearing these windows, how many officers do you think are in the area already? Is it more than just you four?
Oh, yeah, there's
Okay,
at least 40 to 60.
okay.
Yeah.
So there was plenty of
Yes,
officers
yeah, yeah,
to help,
yeah.
and you went and checked up on?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to say I helped with two of the, one window was the first, like I said, the first classroom, the closest one to that door, back door. That's when we opened, and we were let kids out, and I actually pulled the curtains. The teachers have curtains, I pulled the curtains out. The kids were getting tangled up.
Okay.
And then the second one, when they broke it.
Okay.
They broke it with a baton.
Mhm.
I want to say it was, I want to say he does undercover work for the Border Patrol. His last name's Gonzales, maybe Louis Gonzales.
Mm-hmm.
He's a special agent. He's always he's always driving an Impala. That's why I know who he is.
Okay.
And then Coronado started breaking with the baton, and I remember pulling kids out because the glass was broken. And then that's when I kind of went towards Ruben to make sure he was okay. And then, like I said, I was further back with Lieutenant, and Lieutenant, he was inside the vehicle. And then that's when they started pulling more kids out, and I just started guiding them.
Okay. And the vehicle's right behind the teacher parking lot?
I want to say the teachers are parked there, and I want to say maybe 1 or 2 rows of teachers, and Lieutenant Vargas' vehicle's there. It's a black Tahoe, all blacked out.
All right.
I don't even think it has decals on it.
Okay.
And it's an older model Tahoe.
All right. Commissioner Young? No? Is there anything you want to add or something you think you might want to know?
No, now that I can sit back, I went tunnel vision, like I said, with the lady that was running. Like I said, they said they were running to the school, and that's where I saw, and you know, I knocked in. You know, that was my mistake, but it was just the adrenaline rush going, and you know, shots fired and stuff like that. So it was just, you know, because on the radio it said there was a lady shot in the head on Diaz Street, which is 2 blocks down, but I didn't know that the relationship on that. So.
Okay. So that call came in?
That call came in when the accident came in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was it a few minutes apart?
I want to say it was within a minutes of each other. You know?
Okay.
I want to say the first call came in of 10:50. A guy wrecked into the bar ditch.
Okay.
And then a call come out that he had a gun and he was running towards the school. So, and then they say, hey, there's also a lady shot in the head on Diaz Street. She's been shot in the head. So.
Okay. Okay. So at the beginning of the interview, that 1050 that you're talking about, was that the pickup truck?
That's a pickup truck.
That
It
they're
was
calling in?
brown in color, almost
Okay.
like a.
So that's why you're responding to
Yes.
Robb Elementary
Yes.
School? Okay.
Well, I'm responding because they say the guy's running to the school. I didn't respond to the accident. That's a PD traffic. I'm going over because they say the guy's going to the school and has a gun.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm going. That's what I'm responding to the school.
Okay, so from that bar ditch, he would have went into this gate, correct?
Yes.
And if he's walking and you're coming in, you saw the lady, so you really never saw him.
No.
I mean,
No, I tunnel vision on her. I shot at her. I went at her.
You said she's a female coach, right?
Female coach.
Short black hair?
Short black hair.
Okay.
Maybe named Natalie. I'm not sure.
Okay.
And she was wearing like a peach, maybe orange shirt, maybe khaki shorts, white shorts. I can't.
Okay.
Yeah.
But once you made contact with her, she kept telling you
Yeah.
he's running this way?
He's over there, and he's by the teacher parking lot. He's wearing black, and then that's when the shots started going. But I never saw him.
So really, when you and now, so now I'm starting to understand that. So this is the building, right? This is the school, and teachers park like this, facing the wall.
Yes.
Okay.
Some
And you
going,
said-
some in reverse, some are
Okay.
facing forward. Yeah.
So they can be facing this way,
Yeah.
that way,
I
whatever.
want to say the last vehicle was a black vehicle.
Black. Okay. And you said there's 2 rows.
I want to say there may be a second row.
There might be
Yeah.
a second row, pretty spaced out.
Yes.
To give these
Yeah,
people maybe.
because I think
I'm assuming-
the only, and like I said, I'm just I'm not saying for sure, but I think only the teachers that are housed in that back room
In this building?
and that building are the ones that park there.
Okay. But on occasion, you remember seeing that there may be a second.
Yeah, there may be a second row. Yeah.
So the fence line runs something like this, and then here, the horseshoes.
Yeah, for the
right
school
here,
buses.
with the
yes.
half moon, and then the fence comes down this way, and you have the let's call it a culvert, that concrete
Yeah.
drainage ditch?
Yes.
Okay, and the truck's facing this way, right?
The actual front of the truck is
Yes.
facing southbound.
Southbound?
Yes.
That
Yeah,
way?
yes.
Okay, the tree line? Okay. And this gate's wide open?
Yes, that's the gate I come through.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, if the female's about right here, the door, and then there's a walkway, because there's a pavilion. I know
There's a tree there. Yeah, there's a tree.
A pretty big tree, right? It gives a lot of shade.
I want to say
I saw it yesterday. So
there's two trees. There's a tree more closer. I want to say there's a tree closer to the basketball court. But that one, the one I'm talking about, maybe about 12 inches wide, 13 inches wide.
Because there's a sidewalk right here, right, in front of the classrooms that goes into this door.
A sidewalk?
Or is there trees here?
There's trees there.
Okay, and then you got vehicles.
Vehicles.
So you come in, you hear there's a subject running
Yes.
into the school. Did they give a description?
No.
Just
She gave me the description.
She gave you the description. Over the radio?
No, no description.
So when you're coming in, you notice this vehicle
I see the
crashed
vehicle,
out,
yes.
and then she's wearing orange or
And she's
peach.
right, yeah.
So you drive in all the way up here, right?
Yes.
Do you think it's possible that maybe when you were driving up, the subject could have been behind cars and trees?
He could have been, like I said.
But you never saw him?
I never saw him.
Okay. Okay, now I understand. And that weird curve is right here, right?
Yeah, and like I said, I never saw him make entry, so, but that's the gate I came in because it was wide open, you know?
So it just makes sense to go through there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because my thing is, the radio traffic said he's running towards the school. And, you know, the girl, the coach, short hair, you know, I want to say maybe
Somebody could have
between
taken her.
65, 100 yards away from me. You know, I don't have great vision, you know, but it's not bad, but I can see somebody running, you know, and just, I went on her.
Do you wear glasses?
They call shooting glasses because to shoot.
Okay, but not like reading
No, no, not
prescription
reading glasses,
glasses?
no, no.
Contacts?
No.
Okay, all right, just checking. This road right here?
Geraldine.
Geraldine?
Yes.
Okay. And this would be Old Carrizo?
Old Carrizo.
Okay.
And where the truck wrecked out, that's gonna be Grove Street.
Grove Street over here? Or
Yes.
this, the one that cuts it?
The one, yeah, one intersects right there.
Okay.
The
Grove
T is
Street.
right, yeah.
Okay.
And it's a little bit off, so I wanna say
Yeah, it's not a perfect
it's
team.
not a perfect team because just what I saw was more towards, if you're looking at the rail system, the one more to the right hand side. Looking at it, the right hand side had more damage
Okay.
than anything else, you know.
All right. Okay.
You know, I wanna say the driver's side door was open, but, you know, I can't tell you for sure, but, you know, a quick glance, you know, radio traffic said they were running to the school, so that was my priority, you know.
Yeah.
So,
No, there's a lot going on.
oh yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and terminate the interview. It's approximately 5:46 p.m. and we're gonna stop the interview at this time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to finish that. I don't know how much more he has on direct, but go ahead and take your afternoon recess. Take about 10 minutes and we'll bring you back in. Will everyone rise for the jury? Good. I'm gonna appoint you.
Major Guajardo. My name is Jason Goss. I'm one of the attorneys for Adrian, represent him. You and I don't know each other, but I do have a few questions for you about the statement that you took. I guess the first question, if I could, and maybe you have it up there with you, maybe you don't, but do you remember how many different people's statements you took?
No, sir, I do not.
Do you have a rough estimate of how many?
I couldn't even tell you.
Like, was it more than 10?
Yes, sir.
You think it was more than 50?
Close, but I wouldn't be able to tell you.
And I guess, you know, it's not like a gotcha moment on you. I just want to make sure that it's clear that you took statements from a lot of different people who were involved at the scene on that day, right?
Correct.
And as far, I didn't really get to see. I know that you responded because you responded there and you started taking statements as one of your duties. Were you? I guess what time do you remember getting there? Did you get there on the 24th?
Yes, sir.
Did you get there while it was still ongoing, meaning before they shot the suspect or the shooter or the killer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember when?
I don't remember exactly how long I was there before the suspect was shot and killed.
Right. And so what, if I could just walk back through it, what were you doing when you first got there? I know you might have answered it with him, but I don't think I caught it.
When I got the call from my supervisor, we responded from Crystal City in Zavala County. So by the time we arrived, it took us a while to get there. I don't remember exactly how long we were on the road for. But by the time I got there, we ended up parking on the south side of Robb Elementary on Old Carrizo Road. We couldn't proceed any further because of all the law enforcement officers that had already arrived and were blocking Old Carrizo Road and Geraldine, which is north of Robb Elementary. So we met on Old Carrizo Road. We pulled off, and I met with my lieutenant. And at that point, my lieutenant was just trying to gather as much information that he could from one of our rangers that was actually inside of Robb Elementary during the event.
Okay. So do you know which ranger was inside Robb Elementary?
Yes, sir. The Texas Ranger Ryan Kendall.
Okay. And I think that we get a reference on that from Adrian's statement. Ryan Kendall was the ranger that Adrian went and I guess gave the master key to.
Correct.
All right. And so one of the rangers, was that the only ranger that was inside the school?
I believe so.
Yeah, and I mean, if it wasn't, I'm not going to come back later and go, oh, there was another guy there. But just to your knowledge, he was, to your knowledge, the only one that was there.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Right, and then as far as rangers outside of the school, do you know how many of you guys were outside of the school or kind of in that mass of law enforcement?
Upon arrival, it was myself and my lieutenant, and then there was multiple rangers arriving at different times, but I couldn't give you an exact number.
Okay, that's fair. The reason I say that is because you know in some of these parts where Adrian said, well, we were waiting here, went to get kids out here, and then we were waiting here, or right before the breach, I was waiting over here or standing over here. That would also apply to all the rangers that were out there. They were waiting. They didn't breach and go in, the ones that you're talking about that were outside of the school, including yourself.
Correct.
Right. So you were also like kind of out there waiting right before the breach happened, wherever you were. You agree with that?
When I arrived, I was immediately given an assignment because we couldn't approach the school anymore because of the traffic on Old Carrizo and Geraldine Street. But immediately after arriving, there was students from those classrooms running south across the field on Robb Elementary towards Old Carrizo Road. So we gathered uniformed officers to kind of keep them off the street and get them to an empty parking lot, or an empty lot, that's south of Robb Elementary. So I was assigning troopers to stay with the kids and put up crime scene tape so we wouldn't have non-essential personnel coming into that lot because of the safety of the kids. And I was instructing the uniform officers to get with the homeroom teachers if they could, and make sure that the kids at least could find their school teacher, so we could make arrangements to have them bused from that area that was already cleared by law enforcement to get them evacuated out of that neighborhood and get them somewhere safe.
And this is still when that monster's in the classroom alive with those kids, right? In 111.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And here's why I say it. I don't say it to say that you were doing wrong by not rushing yourself and going into the room. It's that you had other assignments that you were assigned by a supervisor, right, when you first got there.
Yes, sir.
And you were helping the kids that were able to get out. It's important also that they remain safe in an active situation. Do you agree with that?
Correct.
Right. Because, you know, like training can be twisted around to say, well, if you knew the location, your training, alert training says it's your job to run over there and run into the classroom. I mean, training can be twisted that way. You would agree with that?
I wouldn't say that the training could be twisted. Every chain of events is going to have a particular way of how you treat it in a critical incident.
Sure, and I guess what I mean is that if you just took the training as, you know, we've seen and kind of heard from different parts of training, if you just took the training as it is, the training doesn't say on alert active shooter, because he's still an active shooter at this time that you're there, right?
There were no gunshots being fired when I arrived. So we were still gathering information as to, there was information that it was an active shooter, and then there was information that it was a barricaded subject,
right, and
possibility of a hostage situation. So there's still phone calls being made and information being processed that we needed to get, so we knew what proper steps that we need to do.
And I want to key in on that. Because I think I think you made a good. I think you made a good distinction. So what I said is I said, well, when you got there was still and I wrote here there was still an active shooter. And you said, well, yes, but we were getting information of, can you repeat that?
Of a barricaded subject.
And then what was the other one you said?
The hostages.
A potential hostage situation.
Potentially, yes.
Now, you would agree, because you've had the same, I guess, you as a ranger, you get the same types of trainings that any law enforcement officer in the state of Texas would get through TCO.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, it's not like rangers are special or different in the sense that, I mean, you know, you might take different trainings, but at least you're getting the same kind of active shooter training, hostage training, barricaded subject training.
Correct.
All right. And you know that the trainings teach you to respond to these in different ways.
Correct.
Right. Because if a person is barricaded You don't necessarily respond to them as if they were an active shooter.
Correct.
If a person if it's a potential hostage situation, you don't necessarily respond to it as if it's an active shooter or a barricaded subject.
Correct.
Okay, and so the reason I say that is because, and I'm not faulting you. I think that you would agree with me that there was a lot of confusion about what was happening out there, right?
Correct.
Yeah, because if you're getting conflicting accounts of, okay, this is an active shooter, okay, no, it's a barricaded subject, or here we're hearing it's a possible hostage situation. They have people, I guess you may not know, but it would be consistent on a hostage situation if somebody's kind of trying to talk to the shooter, saying, hey, come out, don't do this, those kind of things, trying to negotiate, like that would be more similar to a hostage situation, right?
Correct.
Okay. You wouldn't do that with an active shooter. You don't go, hey, please, will you stop shooting, right? Your training for that tells you to do something different.
Correct.
Okay. So the idea is that you guys, as the Rangers and all these other officers on scene, it is a chaotic and confusing scene. You would agree with that?
In the observation or the investigation, there was a lot of events that were happening. And going back to the active shooter, barricaded subject, and the potential hostage situation, in the alert training, it's very important for the first officer that arrives that he's the one that initially decides, is this an active shooter or a barricaded subject, and then acts according to the alert policies that they've been taught.
Sure, I understand that, but I guess that you're assuming that I guess Adrian is the first one that arrived.
Based on the investigation that I did and the statement that I took from Adrian, that's what I was led to believe.
Sure. And I'll tell you that you're right by about 25 seconds, right? So, but let's talk about the first ones to arrive. If I can use this map. Because when we're talking about a school, it's the first one maybe to arrive like on the grounds of the school. That's one thing. But also, you could have the first ones to arrive on the same side of the school as the shooter and seize the shooter. Like, that would be different, right?
Correct.
Right, because somebody could arrive over here on this very back side of the school, and they could be the first ones here, but not know anything that's going on over here. You would agree with that?
Correct.
Right, because if by necessity, the first one to arrive is not getting radio traffic from other people who are there that's telling him this is where the person is, or descriptions or whatever else, right?
Correct.
Maybe they've talked to a witness, and we'll talk about that. But I guess the idea is that there is the first to arrive, but there's also the first to actually law enforcement to see the shooter and what the shooter is doing, right? And that would be different.
Can you reword the question?
Sure, and let's just talk about it, how it went, because we've been pointing at this map, for 2 weeks. But you know that Adrian's down here. That's when he arrives. This is where he is.
Correct.
Okay. You also know from your investigation that there were 3 officers that were right here: Mendoza, Saucedo, Coronado.
I don't recall physically or talking to any of them that were actually there. Mm-hmm. Any of the 3 officers that you just named were at that intersection. That's information that I had learned later.
Okay.
But I never got to interview any of the officers.
Okay, but you do know the information. You learned it.
Yes.
Okay, and that's kind of what I'm going to be talking about is what because if you have the information, they need the information. So I'll talk about the information you have now. Okay. Mm-hmm. So you know now that you got these 3, and they arrived about 25 to 30 seconds after Adrian arrives here. Right?
I'll take your word for it.
Okay, but you do know there's 3 here.
Again, it's information that was given to me secondhand, so I've never verified it or checked it.
Well, I can tell you that it's true, and if it wasn't true, they would say it's not true. I'm telling you it's true.
Okay.
Okay. So, but I guess here's what I mean by that. And this is what I mean, that training can you can use training in a lot of different ways. Like, well, our training says the first to arrive. Well, I guess that's true, but if you're the first to arrive by 2 seconds and you don't have a line of sight to the shooter, then that may not be the person who has to determine whether or not it's an active shooter, right? It would be the first to arrive that actually has line of sight and can see what's going on and knows what's going on.
Correct.
Right. And so because it's not like this, it's not this black and white rule that if your car gets there first, wherever it gets on the school campus, that you're the person that has to determine it. Because like I said, if you're in locations that can't see what's happening, you may not have the best information. It may be other people who arrive a little bit later than you, but have better information about what's happening.
Correct.
Okay. And so because I want to talk a little bit about the nature of interviews. As part of and let's just talk about what set the scene of when you did that interview. You did that interview on May 25th, 2022.
Correct.
Which is, was it less than 24 hours or a little more than 24 hours after this thing occurred?
A little more than 24 hours.
Okay. And you know, and you've heard, I'm sure, that interviewing anybody who's gone through something like this that soon after, it's not the most advisable thing as far as getting the most accurate information. You've heard that.
That would depend on the officer that's been involved in that critical incident.
Sure. There's some that may be fine and, that can accurately recall all the details. But you have heard, I'm sure, now that there's like advice that says, look, you need to wait 72, sometimes 4 or 5 days until after that before interviewing somebody.
That's usually done when officer's been involved in an officer-involved shooting that's used his weapon or things of that nature. Because of the scope of this information, the scope of this investigation, how large it was, we needed to get as much information as quickly as possible because we needed to assure that the suspect that was shot and killed at Robb Elementary didn't have co-conspirators. So that was the urgency of trying to interview to gain as much information as we could.
Yes, and do not get me wrong. I'm not saying you shouldn't have done that. You should have done that. You needed to do that. That's not the issue. You got to interview people when you got to interview them, especially if there's a potential threat out there. And I remember, and I know even from the time, but I know that you guys were looking for any other Confederates, anybody else that could have helped him or been a part of that or knew about it before he did it, right? That was a big part of what we
That's
did.
correct.
Right. So you have to do it. But I guess what I'm saying is that if you can acknowledge that, yeah, sometimes the circumstances mean we can't do best practices, and that also may mean that we're interviewing somebody who's gone through a traumatic event, right? And so you have time compression and all those other things that you know can happen to police officers or others when involved in a situation like this, right?
Correct.
Right, because an officer-involved shooting, it's not necessarily tied to the fact that an officer has had to use their gun and fire their gun. It's tied to the fact that they're in a situation where either they fired their gun or they've been fired upon.
Correct.
Right, or they believe they've been fired upon. Right?
Yes.
And one of the things that Adrian told you in the interview was these shots are starting to get fired, but he cannot see the shooter and he doesn't know where they're coming from.
Well, that's not exactly accurate. Or if I may, when I'm interviewing Mr. Gonzales, he says that he's talking to the female teacher that's running and falls on the ground, and he drives up to her, and when he's talking to her, she's telling them he's over there, and she's pointing towards the teacher parking lot, and you can hear that in the interview. We go back several times because I'm not familiar with Robb Elementary. I've never been to that campus before May 24th. And that is not his regular place where he's stationed. We got that out of the way right at the beginning of the interview. So we're going back and forth where I need to draw a map and I need to get my bearings too, so I know exactly what Mr. Gonzales is talking about and what door he's talking about and which door he walked into and where other details, right? But
sure.
That was the whole point of having the map and just going back and forth. But he does recall that he's talking to the female teacher. He turns around, immediately starts hearing rounds go off that he later describes as he believed were gunshots in the interview. Right, just to clear it. And he says...
My question, if we would go back, because you kind of answered a long way around.
Okay.
My question was, he was clear that he did not see the shooter and didn't know where the shots were coming from, specifically. Because you can't know where the shots are coming from if you can't see the shooter shooting. You understand? You get that, right?
So it's a two-part question that you're asking me. He never saw the shooter. You're correct.
Never saw the shooter.
Never saw a shooter. When he hears the rounds, he says they're being muffled. He goes, and I know that they're coming from behind the building.
Right. Okay, so let's talk about it. This is behind the building, right, from where he is.
Yes.
This is behind the building.
Yes.
This is behind the building.
Mm-hmm.
This is behind the building. All of these are behind the building from where he is. If he's looking here, that's behind the building. You would agree, a shot coming from here.
Yes.
Okay. And this is behind the building, and this. So all I'm saying is that that's not saying behind the building does not say I know where these shots are coming from. He knows a general area that covers about half a mile where they could be coming from, but he doesn't know exactly where the shots are coming from because, and we'll talk about it. He even mentions it. He says because there's echo, right?
Correct.
He said they're echoing. Now, when we talk about echo, you know this as an officer. The gunfire, gunshots, especially a gunshot that comes out of a rifle, such as the one that this murderer was using, are loud. You would agree with that?
They are loud, yes.
Very loud. Right?
I agree.
Yeah. I mean, you wouldn't fire one intentionally if you could help it without using ear protection.
Correct.
Because they're so loud it can damage your ears. Now, if you're using it in the field and you have to, you're not maybe going to put on ear protection, you deal with it. But they're that loud that you would protect your ears if you could while firing one of these, like on a range or something like that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you also know that gunfire, because you're trained in this, that gunfire will echo off of structures if there are structures around, right?
I've never received that type of training where it specifically talks about the report of a firearm being shot, that it bounces off. I understand there's echoes, but to tell you that I've received formal training, I know exactly where it's coming from or how far.
Yeah, let's talk about your experience, because there's been a lot of officers before that have testified, and they talked about it's common, that an echo, what will happen is that the sound will bounce off of a structure and it can enter your ear in a different place than it's actually coming from because of the echo. Have you had a personal experience with that, like firing rounds and maybe hearing like it sounded like 2 rounds getting fired when it was only 1 because of the echo?
No, sir.
Ever. Have you ever been in a place that had an echo and even when you're a kid and said, hello, 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 hello? Have you done that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I don't make light of it. It's just I'm trying to gather, you do have experience with echo.
Yes.
And you understand the process, that sound bouncing off of things and then coming back to you.
Understood.
So I put out hello and it comes back hello.
Yes.
Okay. Gunfire can be the same. Gunfire reports bouncing off of structures can cause a human being not to understand or know exactly where it's coming from. Because the echo, if the echo's coming in their right ear, something that's being fired on their left side could sound like it's coming from the right. Do you understand that as a concept? Even if you haven't been formally trained in it?
Yes.
And that can throw off the human body's ability to understand and locate where gunfire is coming from. You understand that?
Yes.
And he actually, the day after this happened, he told you that that's what he was experiencing. He was experiencing echo, which caused him not to be able to understand where the gunfire was coming from. Right?
Correct.
Except behind the building somewhere. Now, these officers here, I don't know, I guess I'll see if you found out later, but these officers here actually, when the shooter is shooting into the windows here, these officers here believe that the gunfire is actually being fired at them. Did you know that later?
No.
Okay, that they were like ducking and diving under their cars because they thought that the gunfire was coming at them when it was going the opposite way, right?
Correct.
Okay, so if that's the case, you would understand that because of the concept of echo, he's firing at a building, it's bouncing off the building, and they believe that the gunfire is coming in their direction, and that would make sense to you.
Yes.
Right? The only thing that you could really figure out, like, oh no, he's not firing at us, is if you see him, and you see the shooter, and they are firing in this location, and you realize, okay, the gunfire is going that way, not coming at us, right?
Correct.
Okay, but if you cannot see him, you're still in that problem of trying to echolocate, you know, where these shots are being fired. And I would point that out to say, to go with what you were talking about, one of the things you said to Adrian, there was a lot going on out there, right? That can add anything that can affect your sensory perceptions of what's happening is just added into the mix of a lot going on out there. You would agree?
Correct.
Right. Like, and you know, and you've been trained, and I know you've been trained on this because all police officers have to know that if you're in this situation, you will start to have an adrenaline dump, right? And you've heard that term or something like that. Increased levels of adrenaline going through your body.
Yes.
And then with an adrenaline dump, it can affect the way that you are hearing things and the way that you are seeing things and the way that you perceive time. You have heard that.
Yes.
Time can go very slow or it can speed up very fast for you at different times.
Correct.
Even the same person could experience time going very slowly and then going very quickly. And the reason they tell you guys that is because they say, look, you need to understand and know this so that you can expect it and then control it to the best of your ability.
Correct.
Right. Because if they didn't teach all that and, you know, you guys, and something like this happened to you, it might distort your ability to respond. Right.
Correct.
Right. Because of how that's going. So he's telling you that he hears banging. He's saying like he's somewhere behind the building. I don't know where they're coming from. I can't see him, but I know it's somewhere behind the building. Then he does talk about seeing this coach. And now I want to talk. I don't in fact think she was a coach. I think that she's a teacher's aide, a teacher's assistant. But either way, you came to find out in your investigation that that's Melody Flores.
I do know.
You're right, that he was speaking to. So I want to go through and talk about a few of the things he told you. So he told you, for one, that he was at the high school, well, he's at what they call Mexican Park, which is with the seniors, because they were having a senior awards day, or something, some senior fun day, or something going on at Mexican Park, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then he hears it. He hears that there's a crash at the elementary school, outside the school. And then he hears that there's a person that has a gun that's going towards the school. Right? That's what he tells you.
He makes two separate statements. I believe the first one is man with a gun. And then while he's en route to Robb Elementary, he hears he's running towards the school.
Well, and I guess if you, I don't know, is because part of your investigation, regardless of how everything seems now, your investigation wasn't to investigate him. It was just to get his statement about what happened that day.
That's correct.
Right. So, just like with the other maybe 50 officers you investigated that aren't charged in this case, you weren't intending to investigate them. You were intending to find out as witnesses what happened that day. Right.
That's correct.
Right. And as far as the dispatch, as part of that, I'm assuming you probably didn't at the time, you didn't go like listen to the dispatch to follow up to see if that's really what was going out over the radio.
No, I did not.
Okay. And I guess to this day you haven't done that.
No, sir, I have not.
Okay. But do you know from your knowledge now, because I know that I know that the Rangers spent a lot of time investigating this and eventually have some shared knowledge about what happened, either through the reports, the committee reports, the Uvalde ISD report, all the reports that don't have him guilty of anything at all. But in reviewing all of those things, have you been able to see that this radio traffic actually that's what was being radioed out, that there was first a wreck, oh my gosh, somebody's wrecked. Then there's, oh my gosh, this person has a gun. And then Adrian told you that he heard a lady got shot in the head about 2 blocks away, also while he was en route, right?
Correct.
And we know that was the shooter's grandmother that he
Yes.
shot in the face.
Yes.
Okay. So all of this is going on in his head, and he tells you that he responded. He took action. You would agree with that?
Correct. He responded.
Right. And took action. That's taking action.
Yes.
All right. Now let's talk about what else is taking action. Put this up here for you, please. Let's go to this one first. I'll just need you to go back on the thing. Okay, so I'm gonna come up here with you. So what Adrian is explaining to you in this interview is that he's receiving this information, and he did not say, I'm going to stay here, not do anything about it. He got in his car and he responded as you would expect him to do, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then what he tells you, because the phrase and the language that he says is, he said, well, I made a mistake, but I want to talk about whether or not he really made a mistake in this situation with what he knew. So he says he's coming down this street and he tells you that this gate has been left open, right? This is the teacher gate.
That's correct.
And this would be a teacher gate that goes into the teacher parking lot on the west side, which is what he explained, that the teachers in this building would park here, access that parking lot through this gate. And it's supposed to be closed, but when he pulled up, he noticed 2 things. There's a truck in the culvert, and this gate is open.
That's correct.
Right. And then he noticed a third thing. Somebody is running towards the school up here. And he saw that. He told you he saw somebody running towards the school.
Said he saw a person running. Whether or not it was towards the school or away from the school, that was never said in the interview. But I agree that he saw a person running.
Saw a person running. Now, you're a police officer. It's been dispatched. Now, remember, on the dispatch, it doesn't say that they have a long rifle. I'm sorry about the block. It doesn't say the person has a long rifle. It says the person has a gun. Now, a gun to you can mean a long rifle, right?
Correct.
Could also mean, yeah, thank you.
Correct. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I think we can move it a little bit because I know it's been awkward for every witness to have to do that. Maybe that'll help. So, a long rifle is a gun, but a handgun's also a gun.
Correct.
Now, and we can just talk about the difference, if it had been described that the person's running with a long rifle, maybe if you see a person running that doesn't have a long rifle, maybe you can exclude that person as a person who is the threat or is the danger, right? You would agree with that?
Yes.
Because it's hard to hide a long rifle, from view. If you can see both their hands and they don't have a rifle sticking out somewhere, you can go, okay, that may not be the person. Let me look and try to find somebody else that looks like they have a rifle, right?
That's correct.
Right. But if you only know that they're running towards the school with a gun, a person running can have that gun right here in their pants. They can have it in their hand. They can have it in a pocket. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't be able to know if that person had a gun or not, right?
Correct.
Okay. So he comes and he sees this. He says, this is not my concern, because my concern is that I've been told that somebody with a gun is running towards the school and I can see a person running, right?
Correct.
Now his language, one of the things he says is, he's talking about her as if it's a she, but he tells you that at the time, I'm saying it now because I know now that it was a she, but at the time I did not know it was a she. She had short hair. I didn't recognize the person, and I believed what he's telling you by having tunnel vision, and I tunneled in on her, which he's saying her, but he didn't know her at the time. You'd agree with that?
Correct.
Right. I tunneled in on her. So what he's doing is you have an officer that believes that a person with a gun is running towards the school and he takes action. You agree with that?
Correct.
Right. Because he drives down here. Did you see the video of the funeral home, like how fast he's driving on this dirt road to get to this person?
I remember seeing the video.
I mean, his car is going, boom, boom, he's going like 50 miles an hour down this road to try to get to her. So he goes all the way where we see the car. Nico, can you back it up?
Left or right?
Left. Goes all the way to here. And he tells you that this is where he stopped. That he stopped his vehicle where he finally met the person who was running. Right? And he said, where you see my vehicle here is where I stopped my vehicle at the time. And meaning that it wasn't like he stopped like here and then somebody moved it up here. He stopped it here, and you can agree with that.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So now we know that has put him on the far south and east side of the building. Right?
Yes.
All right. Now what he described is he said, I made a mistake. I got tunnel vision. So first of all, tunnel vision means you have identified, and it can happen, not always, but when you identify a threat and you have tunnel vision, you start focusing specifically on the threat. That can happen with tunnel vision.
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, all these questions, it's weird. It's cross-examination, so the rules say I could just ask you and kind of put a little question mark on the end of it. But if you don't agree with me, please say no. But what I'm asking is that with tunnel vision, and you're zeroing in on a threat, what that means is that you're excluding things like in the periphery, right?
Correct.
So if I perceived you as a threat, all of a sudden, like right now, I can see the jury out of the corner of my eye and out of the side of my eye. I can see them. I can't see them well, and I can't see their faces. But I can at least see that there's people over here. If you pulled out a gun, I wouldn't see those people anymore. I wouldn't see this anymore. I'd be zeroed in tunnel vision on you.
That's a possibility.
Right.
Yes.
And that's a common possibility, common enough that law enforcement is trained on. Right?
Yes.
I don't know. Thank you. So, yeah, and so let's talk about it. He said I made a mistake, but really he was mistaken about who the person was and what their intents were, or what their intent was as they were running. You would agree with that?
Can you reword the question?
Yeah, he said, because he told you, well, I made a mistake and I got tunnel vision. Well, it's not a mistake to have tunnel vision, because that happens to us without us wanting to have it happen to us, right?
Correct.
Right, it's like it's an involuntary thing that happens when you're responding to a threat. And so that's not him making a mistake, it's just what happened, right? Right.
That's what Mr. Gonzales said happened.
Right,
Yes.
right. But as a law enforcement officer, I'm going to ask you, you know that if you think you see a guy running towards a school that has a gun, you're going to get zeroed in on that person too, if that's what's been dispatched to you.
Zeroing in on a person and getting tunnel vision are two different things. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just I don't agree with the way you explain it.
Yeah, maybe.
But
that's okay. But I guess what I'm saying is that any reasonable law enforcement officer who's been dispatched and the person says they are running towards the school with a gun, if they see it, I'll tell you, this is where she was running. She fell down. But they see somebody running towards the school with a gun, well, with what they think is a gun, you're going to go to that person.
I agree.
Right. You're not going to dilly-dally around here and this person's now running into that building and shooting kids.
Correct.
Right. You're going to go right to that person until you figure out they're not a threat.
Correct.
Right. And say it is the person with the gun. You will have choices, like I'm about to run this person over, or I'm about to stop this car and have to get out and engage with this person. Right. Those are the options. If he is correct, and this is the shooter, this is the person going towards the school, he's going towards there to get into a conflict with this person. Right?
Correct.
Right. He's going there to engage, to distract, to delay, to use whatever he can use at his disposal to stop this person from going into the school. That's the assumption you can make.
Yes.
Right.
Well, it's not an assumption. It's what you're supposed to do. That's the foundation of alerts training.
That's right.
Is you isolate, you distract, and you neutralize.
Right. Isolate, distract, neutralize. Had this person been the gunman, Adrian's going to isolate, distract, and neutralize.
Correct.
I mean, you believe that, right? right? And I mean, I believe it, and I think everybody else here knows that that's the reason he's down here. And he's consistently said that to you and and we've gotten it out through other witnesses.
Correct.
Yeah, and so when I said he's mistaken, what that means is that factually it wasn't the gunman. But with all the information that he had at the time, that is a smart maneuver. That is a smart thing to do, is to go to the person you believe is the threat. That's law enforcement.
Correct.
Right. You know, the day after, somebody may be beating themselves up about it, because what we know now through the witness is the guy's in here in the parking lot. Mm-hmm. And he drove right past it. Mm-hmm. Right? But did you review the testimony, or not necessarily the testimony, but as part of your investigation from the funeral home director who was calling it in and got shot at by the gunman? And he's across the street. I'll just tell you, he testified to the jury that the gunman was down between two cars, and there's no way Adrian could have seen him, because he could see him and he could see the cop, but he could see that the cop couldn't have seen the gunman. Did you know that?
No.
Okay. But the gunman now is hidden in this parking lot. He has gone this way. At the time that he gets out, he tells you he's talking to her, and then she starts to tell him. He's over on the west side, like in the teacher parking lot on the west side. He's wearing all black. Right? Is that what you remember from the interview? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, go ahead and take the water. So, I guess, you know, that's another thing. Had the description come out over the radio to him, or let's say to you if you were responding, and they said, person with the gun is wearing all black, well, this lady up here in orange or red, that's not the person you're going for, right?
Correct.
Right. But it didn't, and it's nobody's fault that it didn't. But in these kind of situations, information comes in bits and pieces, and you have to do the best you can with what you have. You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So as far as the shooter though, we know from the shell casings that he's firing into these windows along this side of the building. Now, if that's happening, it is consistent with what he's saying that the witness told him, that it's in the teacher parking lot, right? It's also consistent with him thinking that the gunshots are coming from behind the building, like somewhere, but he doesn't know where because he can't see. Now, he's here, this guy's here. Did you review the radio traffic that when he calls out that the guy's on the west side of the building, wearing all black, the second before he calls that out, the guy's already entered the building? Did you see that happened?
I never reviewed the radio traffic.
And fair's fair. But because there was another part of the interview is that he's saying, and I know you were pointing to a diagram, you made a map. I don't even have it. Did you ever give that over to the DA's office?
Yes, sir.
Oh, was that the one you sent over? Okay. Then I'll take it back. I hadn't remembered that we got it, but it was one of those that you sent over. I apologize. So that, talking about the map, because one of the things you said was, or one of the things he said is, he said, I never went in until I got coverage over here. And I think he was pointing to the south side of the building. You heard him say that in the interview?
He was. My understanding is that he went in through the south door, and he meant coverage on the west door, because he's calling over Lieutenant Mariano Vargas in that large SUV, but for some reason Lieutenant Vargas keeps driving. Donald Page comes over to him on the south door with Mr. Gonzales, and Lieutenant Mariano Vargas ends up on the west side.
Well, you know that as a law enforcement maneuver, sometimes, so for instance, let's go back up here and look real quick. For instance, let's just imagine, let's imagine this, you see this little person right here?
Yes.
It's hard to see, but small. Well, imagine, shooter, or in this location. There is a law enforcement maneuver where you have one person in a car, a big car, like he was saying, where you would have the car kind of roll up this side to try to provide coverage with somebody behind the engine block, that if they take fire, they're taking fire into the vehicle. That is a maneuver that you've heard of before, or have you not?
Using a vehicle as cover, yes. That particular scenario, no.
Right, like rolling the car real slow, and then as you're rolling the car real slow, he can pump, he can
I
pump
understand
it.
what you're trying to say.
You see what I mean? You can
Yes.
pump into the car, but you can kind of pop it over. Well, the reason you would want a bigger car for that is you want a bigger engine block, because the engine block, as we know, is the only thing that can block or stop a round like the one that he was firing. If even that does, but it's the only thing on a car that really will, because everything else is going to go through it like Swiss cheese.
No, not necessarily. I think that's more of an opinion.
Okay.
And I've
Okay.
been in trainings where we've used the pillars to the cars, which is the pillars that holds the windshield, the front door, the passenger door, and we've shot multiple rounds, including practice ammo and duty ammo, and it'll stop it. But
Yeah.
I think that's just a
I
no.
guess
But
I guess I'm thinking a pillar though is probably what you're talking about. Is probably about that wide.
yes, but you can double them up and use them as cover, because it's if you stand at an angle, the pillars are wide. My point is that the engine block is not the only thing
Okay.
that'll stop a bullet,
But let's talk about
especially
this. though.
223.
Yeah, let's talk about this though. Doors probably not good. If you can shoot through a door with a firearm like
I don't agree with that.
that. Okay. Window, you got to agree with a window. That you shoot through a window with a firearm like that. You
A
don't agree?
regular vehicle, non-ballistic window, I agree with you.
Right. So I don't know, like ballistic window. You're talking about like what we would
A
call
bulletproof glass.
Well, yeah, bulletproof glass. right?
Okay,
Sure.
just to be clear.
Yeah, not bulletproof glass. I don't think that most police cars though have bulletproof glass in them. Do you? I mean, is that your experience? I don't know.
I don't either.
Like, what about yours that you drive with your Rangers? Is that both?
No, sir, not at
Right. I didn't figure. So really, what I'm talking about is like, I mean, let's just talk about a regular car, right? Like, bullets go through glass. Yes.
Yes.
They do teach you like, hey, if you're kind of standing next to you're just like standing next to your door. Rounds can go through a door. I mean, you don't even have to have a rifle for that. I've seen 9mm rounds go through a door in a car. You agree with that? That they can?
I'll take your word for it. It's possible.
Okay. I mean, yeah, because as a prosecutor, a long time ago, prosecuted murder cases where, I mean, I see them. The guy got shot in the car through the door, right? And have you never seen a case like that?
Yes.
Okay. So you know, too, that bullets can go through doors. But the engine block, the reason why is because the engine block is big, it's steel, it's got a lot of, I guess, mass to it. And the more mass and the more steel and the more things you have like that, the more likely to block a round. With that.
I agree with you.
Okay. So all I'm saying is a maneuver like that, if they think that they're challenging somebody here in the parking lot who has a rifle, and he had, they have pistols. Because you asked him, y'all giving rifles? He said, nope, we don't. We don't have any rifles, right?
Correct.
Okay, and Nico's asked a question, and I'll ask you. I mean, if you are in a situation where there's a gunman and you have your firearm, would you rather be the one with the rifle or the pistol?
I'd rather be the one with the rifle.
Right, especially outside. Maybe not in like very close quarters, but outside, any of that, a rifle, longer range and more accuracy. You would agree with that?
Correct.
Okay. So, however, if the belief is that the person is here, that's one thing that can happen with a bigger vehicle. But I wanted to point out, as part of that is that I didn't go in until I got cover. That doesn't necessarily mean I was waiting for cover until I went in. Do you see what I mean by that?
Can you explain that again?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
So in one scenario, I didn't get in until I got cover means I wasn't going to go in. I didn't go in until I got cover means I wasn't going in until I had cover officers there. One scenario. The other scenario is I didn't go in until I got cover, which is just placing it in time when he went in. Do you see? Is there a difference or a distinction?
I don't think I could tell you what his intent was when he said he didn't go in, because then I'd be assuming this is what he meant.
Yes. Well, and that's really where I want to get, because, you know, there, and this isn't on you, but I mean, you could have asked a follow-up question. What do you mean by that? Were you actually waiting for cover before you went in, or did you just not, at the same time that you're seeing the bullet come out of the window, which determined that, okay, now we know that the person is inside the school, are all of these things kind of happening at the same time, and then your cover's arriving as well as the time that you've noted the location? I mean, you could have followed that up, but you didn't in the end.
Correct.
Right, okay. So, and what's important about talking about seeing a round come out of that east side glass is that, first of all, I'm going to be up and down a lot, I'm sorry, is that first of all, if he were in, because this is, I don't know if you saw it later, this is where Donald Page's vehicle ended up parking, kind of right here, kind of even with the south door. Did you know that, the other police officer?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, we'll see stuff that'll show that Page is kind of in this area. What I want to point out is that anybody standing in this area can't see rounds coming out of this window because their view is blocked by the building, right?
You're saying that they're standing on the south side of the building?
Yeah, like right here. Because if I'm standing here, even with this door, and rounds start coming out of these windows here, I will not be able to see the rounds coming out of the window because of the glass. I can maybe hear it, but you can't see it because there's a building there. You see what I mean?
I'd have to get a better angle, or a better view of another angle, because I can't give you an accurate answer from
Sure,
that.
no, I get it. So let me do it like this. If I am, we're talking about a building, so we're talking about big. So if I am a person in a building, and I'm standing on this side of the building, right? This is the side of the south side, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
South side. And these windows are here, rounds are coming out there. If I'm standing here on the south side, blocked by the building, I'm not going to be able to have that line of sight across the windows to see rounds coming out of that. You would agree?
Correct.
Okay. And that's kind of, because we've been out there, we kind of looked at all this, and that's how that school is. And I know you've been out there too. But, and my only point to make with that is to say, when he told you, he said, look, I'm seeing rounds come, I see something flying out of the glass on the east side. He's still up here, because up here, you do have line of sight to what's coming out of that building.
That's correct.
Right. And he tells you he goes down because Page has come up, and he goes down to Page. They meet here, and they go in the south door, along with, I think, two other people, the chief and somebody else, is what he said. Right? Coronado.
Correct.
Right. So Coronado, they do that, and you've seen that hallway. You saw the hallway at the time that they're moving through the hallway, that they're going down the hallway, both south and in from the north. Like video, or you haven't? I don't know.
I haven't seen that video.
Okay. Have you heard, or did you interview anybody? Did you interview like Donald Page or anybody else who were the first people to go in the building when they knew the gunshots were in the building?
I don't remember interviewing Donald Page. I remember I interviewed Eduardo Canales, Uvalde Police Department.
Okay, so Canales. What about anybody that, like, what about the two that were shot in the exchange of gunfire with the gunman, with the shooter?
I don't remember if I did.
Was that Canales in the leg? So one got it in the leg and one got it in the head. It kind of grazed it. Did you know that?
Yes.
Okay. And that occurred, and Adrian told you that as part of the interview, that they figured out that shots were coming inside the school, and they went into the school. He told you that.
Can you repeat the question?
He told you that he, along with the other officers, he said he figured it out because he figured out this guy is not on the west side of the building in the teacher parking lot. He's inside this school because there's a bullet coming out of the school.
Correct.
Right. So he starts going to Page. Page comes in, and he goes in with Page, and they go into that school building to the south side.
Correct.
That's action. You'd agree with that?
Correct.
Because, and you could probably attest to this, because that would be terrifying to be in a hallway with a gunman with a rifle. That is scary situation for anyone to be in.
Correct.
Who's intent on killing you.
Yes.
Right. So, regardless of how that feels, he took action and he went down that hallway. But one of the ways you asked the question, you said, did anyone say, we need to go down that hallway, this hallway, and we need to find the shooter? And he said no. Now, and it goes back to, like, if we parse out the question. They could be going down the hallway to find the shooter, but no one said that that's what they were doing. Do you see what I mean by that?
Yes.
Right. So, because your question was specific. Did anyone say we need to go down the hallway and find the shooter? The answer is no. But that could be because no one said that. They were just doing it. Do you see what I mean?
Possibility, yes.
Because why else are they in the hallway advancing towards the room where they think the shooter is? Right?
Yes.
And I say that, and it's not because, like I said, at the time, you weren't investigating him, and you weren't necessarily asking some of those follow-up questions, and it did not know we would be sitting here years later talking about it in court. But I guess the idea that he's in that hallway and the shooter doesn't completely emerge from the classroom, but the gun comes out of the classroom and shoots two of the officers that are in that hallway, right?
I don't think that's accurate, that the gun came out of the classroom? Are you saying that the suspect actually
He didn't come out, the gun came out.
pushed the muzzle out of the classroom and fired rounds?
Maybe. Maybe I'm wrong with that.
That's an assumption. I don't have enough information to give you a correct yes or no. That if I answered that question, I'd be giving you an assumption that happened. My understanding was that when I spoke to Mr. Gonzales, the suspect was shooting through the walls.
Through the walls?
Yes, from inside the classroom.
But what Adrian said, well, he did shoot through the walls at some point, because Adrian said that like he could see like plaster whizzing out my page, right? He says that to you in the interview.
Yes, correct. Piece of sheetrock flew out towards.
And that would be consistent with him shooting, the gunman shooting through the wall, right?
Correct.
But Adrian also told you that the officers coming from the north, that they were trying to peek into the classroom. And he said he was trying to peek in, and I don't know what happened, but then shots started coming in their direction, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And those things are loud, and shot about, I think he said 7 to 9 times.
Correct.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So, at the time that we're talking about that hallway, it seems to me that there are 5 or 6 people in the hallway, officers in the hallway.
About 6 or 7.
Okay, 6 or 7. So now Adrian is not the only person the only officer that's on the scene. There are other officers. They are advancing towards a gunman. The gunman is using his gun to back them off, to try to keep them back. He's laying down fire at them. Right?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, the gunman, the shooter, this monster, being aware that there are now officers in the hallway. I'm going to walk through that. The gunman being aware that there are officers in the hallway, he knows now he can't come out of those rooms without meeting the officers in the hallway, right? You have to assume.
I can't answer that question because I never spoke to the suspect. I don't know what his train of thought was or what his mental status was.
Yeah, I'm not saying necessarily him. I don't think you or anybody should even try to get into a mind that's sick and diseased.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm saying is that anybody, just a human being who sees, oh, there's police officers now in the hallway, would know there ain't any other way out except out through those windows, or I got to come through the door, or they're going to come through it. That's a reasonable expectation. The officers are going to come in.
Yes, I agree with that.
And you know from your investigation, you know that when they finally did breach, that the shooter was posted up in that closet directly across from the door of 111.
Correct.
And he was intent. I mean, the reason he was there, he was hiding himself, and he was there with his gun, obviously trained on the door. You know that.
Correct.
Right. Waiting to be a cop killer, wanting to be a cop killer. Right?
Correct.
Okay. So now, Adrian's mere presence alone with these other officers have shown the suspect that there are officers in the hallway and that he is now contained. These two rooms are the only rooms he can go to.
Correct.
Okay. Then, so that's, at some point, that's containment. As well as, he doesn't, you would agree that no shooter, nobody in that position would know when the breach is going to happen outside. There's no way for them to know inside when the breach is going to happen.
Correct.
Right. So, there is a possibility that he crawled in there and stayed in there waiting for the officers for as long as it took to breach because he wanted to be ready to be a cop killer. There's possibility.
It's a possibility, yes.
Right. And if that is a possibility, he didn't go to the other room and shoot any more of those children in 112. If he's posted up waiting and wanting to kill a police officer coming in, because he doesn't know when.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't want to be caught out, not getting his chance to be a cop killer as well. That's a possibility.
It's a possibility.
Right. And so, there's a lot of things that people have said, but the actions, at least getting down the hallway and at least taking the shooter's fire and letting them know that they were there, could have been beneficial to help some of the kids that were in 112. Could have been.
Yes.
By distracting him, because now he's distracted by, now I want to go and get these guys instead of going over to 112 again and looking to see if there's anybody that's playing dead, which we know that they were.
It's
Right?
possible, yes.
Okay. So, and regardless of who you are, somebody's firing a rifle in a hallway where you're at. It's a scary situation for whoever you are.
Correct.
Police officer, regular person. It's hard. It's scary, right?
Correct.
Okay. At the time, he told you that at some point, because their radios don't break inside the school. Now, that is a situation that a police officer does not create. They do not create having crappy radios that don't work inside of a building that they're supposed to be in there protecting. Right? He didn't create that.
Correct.
Right. And radioing for backup, you would agree is necessary. He said, I tried to alert every agency that I could find, and we know that almost every agency there responded.
Correct.
Right. So he has to leave the school in order to make the radio work, though. He has to back out of the hallway and make the radio work.
Yes.
Okay. And that's not normal. Like you would want your police officers to have their radio working wherever they are inside of the school.
We want to, yes.
Right. Because that's your lifeline. That's how you communicate to each other what a threat is. It's how you communicate for backups and reinforcement and things like that, right?
Yes.
I mean, in a situation like that, an officer who doesn't have access to a radio is at a disadvantage.
Yes.
Ranger Ryan Kendall, he was there, but did he go in with the breach team?
No, he did not.
Okay. So the time that he was there, but not rushing to the door and trying to breach into that door.
I can't tell you. I can't testify to what he did.
Okay, but you know he wasn't on the breach team.
He was not on the breach team.
Got it. And we heard from one of the other officers that was, which I mean, no doubt that's it's incredibly brave and good thing to do for them to have done because, as we've heard, Wayne Jackson was on the end of the stick from Border Patrol and he got shot in the head by the shooter. Correct. And you knew that. And you also knew, I'm sorry, because it
just bad water.
Yeah. Okay. And the shield person in front, like they went in behind the shield, and the shield person took rounds on the shield from the shooter as they were coming in the door.
Correct.
All right. Without the shield, that would have just been rounds inside a human being.
Correct.
Right. And depending on where they, shoot in the head, dead, but if they have a rifle-rated vest, they can perhaps survive it. Right.
Correct.
If they don't have a rifle-rated vest, those rounds will go through a pistol-rated vest.
I would assume so.
Yeah. So, a dead police officer cannot help anybody else. You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So, So there were, because we talked to the guy who actually went in, he thought his daughter might have been in the classroom. Arrived at the school, figured out what was happening, and he said he arrived at 11:56 and the breach team went in at 12:50. So even him, even a person who went in and thought this is the last moment I'm spending on planet Earth because this guy's about to shoot me, even that person, there was almost an hour before he went in, and that's what he testified to. And is that consistent with what was going on with the other officers that you interviewed on the scene or that your other rangers interviewed?
I can't speak on the behalf of the other rangers what their interviews. Can you reword the question?
Yeah, so his experience of even perhaps having his daughter inside of that classroom, not knowing if she were in that classroom or not, and being, I'll tell you what, no doubt being a brave police officer, because he did put his life on the line going that road. But even he was waiting 50 minutes or so from the time he arrived to the time that they breached. Is that consistent with the other people that you interviewed? That there was that wait time?
I can't answer that question because I don't have the exact times of when officers arrived and when they didn't.
Okay. But you would also agree that a wait time of that long, who was waiting for what you understand is they were trying to get a breach team together that had the proper equipment that could breach in there without getting themselves killed.
That was my understanding, yes.
Now so now looking at defense 10, I don't know. Remind me, you said you did not know that the 3 officers were there, but you do know now. Is that a fact?
Yes.
Okay. So 3 officers here. Shooter goes into the west entrance here, and then they drive all the way around the building to this. I'll show you over here. They drive all the way. Shooter goes in the building, and they drive all the way around here and come up through here. Did you know that they had done that? So
Can you repeat that? Oh.
Yeah. So they're here. They're basically at the. Let me make sure I got to orient myself. Okay. Funeral home. This intersection right here. At this intersection, they're in like their cars are in a formation, I guess, and they're ducking because they think people are shooting at, or somebody is. So the shooter goes in this door, this entrance, and they drive around here, and then they run up through here and go into the south door. Did you know that as part of?
No.
Okay. It'd be weird, right, to see somebody with a gun go into school and then drive around the school and then come up through there, right?
I don't know what their intention was in doing so.
Well,
you
yeah,
have to make an assumption that that's what happened. I mean,
sure, but you would expect it's like you'd be driving right up to that door and then rushing through the door after the shooter. That's what your alert training says.
Correct.
Right. It would say you get from here to here and you run in there and you do whatever you can do with the shooter, with whatever you have. All right, and that's because you've seen it with your eyes and you've seen what's happening and you have to follow up on it. Now, in this particular situation, there was a wreck that happened first, right?
Yes.
Now, in your interviews with your officers, did you interview Uvalde specific officers or teachers or anybody there that talked about the bailouts that happened basically all the time in Uvalde at that time?
Yes, I did.
And did they talk to you about that it was with such frequency? It was happening so often that people were getting desensitized to it. Like, it's another bailout. It's another person. Oh, we got to shut down the school or do lockdown. Did you get that idea or that sense from the people that you interviewed?
I don't specifically remember if it happened, how often it happened, but there was an interview that I conducted where they mentioned that it was an area where there was a lot of bailouts related to human smuggling, and then once in a while the school would go on lockdown because of it.
Right, and so the so just talking about that, if there's a separate, like, and nobody's saying it's right in hindsight. Obviously, in hindsight, there's all kinds of stuff that everybody, probably including you, would have done different. But if there's that experience of these bailouts, and then there's a wreck, and then somebody's jumped out, right? Then if you have that many, it can seem, or people can believe, law enforcement can believe that I'm dealing with one of those again, right?
Well, that goes back to educators and law enforcement with complacency.
Yeah.
And it's a responsibility of every officer not to be complacent, treat every individual incident like it might be an example, an active shooter or a person just trespassing on a school premises.
No.
So they shouldn't be taken lightly. That
I agree with that, and you know, like and it's true, but you know, complacency, like if somebody's experienced something over and over again, I'm not saying, you know, Adrian's one of the ones that is responding to that thing like there's a school shooter. He's the one that's running to where he thinks the danger is. He's driving directly towards what he thinks is a threat. You agree with that?
I agree.
Based on what you've heard. And then going into the hallway of a person that has a rifle, when he tells you, I see that this guy, there's a shot coming out of that window, and I go up the hallway with these other guys. We go into the school, into the hallway where the guy with the rifle we think is located around.
correct.
Right. Both times trying to go towards the thing that could kill him. And he's doing that in those two situations that we talked about. Right?
Correct.
Okay. So I guess what I mean is with complacency, it's not just, I'm not talking about Adrian. But I'm talking about if you have all these bailouts and things are going on all the time, if your first thought is not that they're going into this school to hurt children, but going through this school to get away from us, it's not a great thought. That's our face. I agree with you. But that can explain why they think that they're meeting them on the other side of the building, and then they come back through like, oh, he didn't come out. You see what I mean? It's not a correct thing to think. It's not a correct thing to think, perhaps, and especially in hindsight. But there is no other reason than that an officer would go around this way, except they think that the guy's going to be around that way. As an officer, you would agree with that? If you're going to drive around here, it's only because the guy you saw you think is going to be around here and not inside the school shooting kids.
It's a possibility, yes.
Right. Yeah, right. Because we're not defending it, right? Like we're not defending that action or anything else, but also they're not sitting in that chair either, right? Even if, people make mistakes. Nobody charged them with any crime. And nobody charged you, and nobody charged any of the other officers that were out there. That were clearly out there for a long time while shooting was going on inside a classroom. I'm not saying you said you didn't hear any shots. But you agree that there were shots, even later on into the incident, there were shots in that classroom.
Yes, I agree with you.
Right, and officers were there and present and didn't go inside.
Correct.
All right. So you treated all of them, including Adrian, as witnesses.
Yes.
Not suspect.
Yes.
Right. It was only years later it came around and they picked one and put him in his chair.
That's going to be up to the totality of circumstances.
Yeah,
you know.
I agree. It's not up to you. I'll pass it.
Thank you, Rob. Just want to start tying down a few details, okay? There's considerable discussion about whether or not when Melody Flores was talking to Adrian Gonzales, whether or not that was discussion about the shots were coming over there on the other side of the building or in the private teacher's parking lot.
Correct.
How many times did Adrian Gonzales say that Melody Flores told him by the teacher's parking lot?
About 3 times.
So it's not just on the other side of the building, it's a very specific place by the teacher's parking lot.
Correct.
And now, as to active shooter, we talked about line of sight, and we talked about sound. In an active shooter situation, what does the sound of gunfire tell you?
Where the general area where it's coming from.
Okay. And if it's at Robb's school during a school day and you hear gunfire coming from the teacher's parking lot, is that an active shooter situation?
Yes.
Whether you see it or hear it, it's an active shooter situation.
Yes.
And if you hear it 30 seconds before somebody else, you're in a better position to know it's an active shooter situation.
Yes.
And if you hear it's an active shooter situation and you're a police officer, what are you supposed to do?
You're supposed to, the proper thing to do is isolate the suspect and then distract and then try and neutralize. So you move to the sound of gunfire as...
You move to the sound of gunfire,
Yes.
try to distract him, try to isolate him, or try to neutralize him, take him out.
Yes.
And of course, a dead police officer would be no help to the kids in 111.
Of course.
A dead police officer would be no help to the kids in 112.
Yes.
Would a police officer hearing shots all the way down the west side of the building and into the hallway and into 111 and 112, a police officer hearing all that and not moving, is that any help to those children in 111 and 112?
No, it's not.
Is it any more help than a dead police officer?
No, it's not.
But at least you tried.
Who tried? I'll just object because that's, it's a big question, but honestly, I don't know.
I'll sustain the objection.
Now let me also ask you about a dead police officer. Can a police officer use this building as cover if he has specific information that the shooter is in the parking lot?
Yes, he can.
And by cover, it means that he can have cover so that the gunman can't see him.
Correct.
And he can choose the time to make a quick peek to see the gunman.
The officer can use the cover as concealment also. Yes. To
And
not be seen.
concealment. So he can definitely have an advantage by peeking when he wants to, and he certainly has not put himself in any harm's way.
Correct.
And finally, I believe the testimony that you've given us was dispatcher said, man with a gun.
Correct.
No shooting at that time.
Correct.
Difference between a man with a gun and a man shooting.
Correct.
A man that is shooting is more dangerous than simply a man with a gun.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
So when Adrian Gonzales drove toward the person in pink,
Not pink, it was orange or red.
orange or peach, I think.
Orange or peach. Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Drove to the person with orange and peach. He had no information there'd been any shooting then, right?
That's correct.
And so he acted when all he knew was there was a man with a gun.
Correct.
Now, when the teacher tells him he's over there, he's in the parking lot, he's in black, isn't that when Adrian Gonzales said that's when the shooting started?
Correct.
And did he act then?
He said that he started walking to the back of his vehicle, and that's when he heard the shots fired.
Walking in the back of his vehicle,
Correct.
taking cover.
He never said he was taking cover. He just said that he walked from the front to the back of his
Did he
patrol
tell you
vehicle.
I didn't go in until I had cover?
During the interview, he makes a comment that he goes into the south building. I don't know. I don't remember exactly what his words were. I
We
hate
can
to
listen to
misquote
the
him.
tape,
Yes.
But when he sees Pargas's vehicle, he wants Pargas's vehicle to come over because he's got a bigger unit, correct?
That's what I understood in the interview.
For cover.
Yes.
So when Pargas gets here, he's still looking for cover from Pargas's unit.
Yes, that's correct.
And so when his supervisor, his boss arrives, and 3 other people arrive, and they're told to go in, at that time he goes in, correct?
Correct.
And at that time he knows, and has known for some time, that there are already shots in the classroom, correct? He saw glass breaking out of the east side.
Mr. Gonzalez says that.
I got an objection to leading.
Your Honor, he's qualified him as an expert.
Well, you can't lead an expert in saying correct after every sentence.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection. Rephrase it, please. Hey, y'all cut that other one loose. We're not doing it tonight. Okay?
This is the last
Yeah,
area.
either way. I can't keep staff here that long. So-
Very good. I apologize. And so, did Adrian Gonzales tell you anything about seeing glass come out the window?
Yes, he did.
And would that indicate that there's a shooter in the room where that glass is coming out?
That's what he believed. Yes, sir.
Not the hallway.
Can you reword that question?
The room would not be the same as the hallway.
Correct.
And he was not the first one in, correct?
No, he wasn't.
Donald Page was the first one in, correct?
Can we back up to that other question? I'm sorry. When you said that the rounds went through the window, Mr. Gonzalez says that he knew the shooter wasn't outside the building. He knew that he was inside the building now. Not necessarily that he was in the hallway or in one of the classrooms, but that's how he was able to tell from outside to inside the building.
But he didn't go in until there were 3 people for cover.
Correct.
And he was not the first one in.
Correct.
And do you know how long it was between the time he heard the first shots and when he finally went in?
I do not.
Do you know how many children died in that period of time?
I do not know.
In an active shooter situation, most of the killing happens in the first 2 minutes, doesn't it?
I'm not aware of the information that it does or doesn't.
Okay. You took alert classes, right?
Yes.
And they studied the histories of how quickly those killings happen.
Correct.
And present and time is of the essence.
Correct.
Every second could cost a life.
Yes.
As the witness.
Just real quick, if you're not the first one in, but he said Donald Page hit one side of the hallway and he went down the other side.
Correct.
Right. So they're both going down the hallway, but he's on this side of the hallway and Donald Page is on the other side.
Yes.
Okay. The prosecutor is trying to mash it all into something that fits the reason this guy's sitting here.
Comments. That's what I'm trying to do, Your Honor.
Well, that's what he's trying to do.
I'll sustain the objection.
Yes, Your Honor.
Rephrase it.
Yes, Your Honor. But ultimately, a person who is going towards somebody who they believe is armed, that is a dangerous, potentially dangerous situation. You would agree with that?
Yes.
Right. I mean, but the prosecutor has said, well, he didn't hear that there were shots fired, so therefore it's not dangerous. You wouldn't agree with that statement.
I didn't say that it wasn't dangerous, Your Honor.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, questions are not evidence. If your recollection is different, rely on your own. Proceed.
Yeah, it's dangerous. That's what he's doing. He's going towards danger, potential danger, right?
Yes.
Right. The doors, the outer doors, inner doors, outer doors, inner doors. Those doors are locked, and the shooter has a harder time getting inside. You would agree with that?
Which doors are you talking about? The
Outer.
inside doors or the outside doors?
Both. Start with the outside.
The outside doors?
If they're locked, he can't get into the school, or he has a harder time doing it. You would agree?
He has a harder time getting inside the school.
Right. He'd have to maybe back up and shoot it a bunch of times. I don't know, but it would be more difficult for him to do that.
Yes.
Okay. inside doors. That's why we tell them to lock the doors, is because inside doors, if they're locked, shooter has a hard time getting in.
Yes.
All right, and gives officers more time to delay and distract and all of those things that we talked about.
Yes, of course.
All right, now, the prosecution's own evidence shows the video. The second, when he's able to call out that the person is on the west side of the teacher parking lot, the shooter has 1 second before that already entered the building. So you can cut a pie at a field all you want. The second he got it and snuck a peek, he would have been looking at an empty side of the building because the shooter was inside of it. Did you know that from your investigation?
No, sir.
All right. But he did tell you the second, once he saw a bullet come out of the building and realized he was in the building, he started moving towards the building from his car to where Donald Page was.
Yes.
All right. That's it, Judge. Pass it with us.
And the time on the dispatch will say how long that distinction is that correct?
Between radio, yes, between the time Mr. Gonzales radioed anything, it'll show that time.
So if Adrian Gonzales knows he's in the building and then dispatches, and then we then know when he heads toward the building, that will tell us how long has passed that Adrian Gonzales did nothing when he knew the shooter was in the building. Correct?
Correct.
And if a police officer does his job in an active shooting situation, he can prevent somebody to get into the first door. Is that correct?
In a perfect example, yes. If everything fell into place, exactly, yes.
And what does solo entry mean in an active shooter situation?
Means one officer making entry into a potential threat, where the potential threat is.
So, and is an officer expected to go in solo entry when there's an active shooter?
In alert training, yes.
Absolutely.
But if they haven't had alert training, then maybe not.
If the officer hasn't gone through alert training, I wouldn't expect him to follow any of the procedures because he doesn't know.
Pass it.
If he taught a class on it 2 months earlier where he said solo entry should be prepared for, then you might expect him to go in solo?
Yes, sir.
That's the witness.
I have nothing for you.
I've forgotten, are we on cross?
Yes, sir.
Or direct?
I'll stop it here. I got nothing.
We're all
further.
done?
Yes, sir.
Is he excused, not subject to recall?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're
We
going to
want
look at
him on recall, Judge. We want him subject to recall.
All right, so we're going to hold that other witness till 8:30 tomorrow morning. We'll do that matter outside the presence of the jury. I need the lawyers here at 8:30. Need y'all back at 9 o'clock. The rule's been invoked, sir. You are subject to recall. You know what the rule is, but please don't discuss the case with anyone other than the lawyers and be available in the event of a recall.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. You're excused for today. Would everyone rise for the jury? 9 o'clock tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen.